Hello, hello, everybody. How is it going today? It is me, your Bear Bud Day, and welcome to the stream today. How's it going, guys? Do you like? I changed up the music today. Instead of using my usual lineup, I'm using the games music now because you know what? The games music, it's just that good. I like it so much. So I was like, you know what? Y'all can listen to that in the waiting room.
Hello, Papa. How are you doing?
I ain't your daddy, but I'm doing pretty good. I was eating some taquitos while we were waiting here. So, and they were pretty good. Little pork taquitos with some guacamole, some sour cream. They were very delicious. I enjoyed them very much. They were very hot though. Hot as in temperature, not spice. They came with Cholula, and I was like, no, I, I don't want that. I don't need it. I don't need that. I don't need to bite into a taquito and go, why is it spicy? I know why it's spicy.
And you didn't share?
You went around. You were out doing your little bear things with the rest of the bear buds. You'll get your own food here soon. I bet. Don't yell at me. I can't wait on you forever. You always go out and you disappear to do your crimes, I never know when you come back sometimes. If you wanted taquitos, you should have been there. It's plain and simple.
Frown.
You have to give me mine. Frown. Okay, I give you a taquito, Shaggy, at the least. But BB has to starve. No, you won't starve. You never starve. We have an array of food here, BB. You can have any of them that you like. But yes, we are getting back into our life today. We are going to finish.
This is favoritism.
No, it's just how it is. It is what it is. There is no favorites here. If anything, BB, you have to be the favorite. We live together. We are together almost 24/7. Besides you going out and doing your little crimes, Don't be such a little piss baby. Alright, let me get my stream manager out before I forget. I like how the frown pops up on stream manager. It's just like, Right, let me go ahead and switch on over. Squeam. Alright, continue, not new file. Then let me go ahead and... Wait, no, I was there. I did it right. There. Alright, we are definitely finishing step 2 today. There's been like 3 streams where like, we're gonna finish it, and then we don't. But today, the odds are in our favor. We got 3 moments left to do. We can do this. As long as the internet does not decide to shit itself. Knock on wood. Because I think the last time I streamed... Not the last time. The time that I streamed this where we had those internet issues, it was around noon that I streamed it instead. Yeah, I mean, I guess I can make that a pass. And then the last time, it was getting a little late, and it's like, I don't know if I want to go right into midnight streaming this. I mean, we can always come back to it, But today we can finish it. And it will be great. But alright, which one do you guys want to do first? We have 3 left. There is, of course, Derek's DLC, but we're not going to do that one. Oh, interesting. So if we do one soiree, we can't do the other one. Okay. Noted for next time. Did he speak that? I didn't hear that. You're not having a tantrum again, are you, BB? Or maybe I just missed it. Maybe I talked over him. He didn't? Ah!
Test.
Oh, okay. BB, you can't do that. People are spending good coins here, good paw print coins, to hear you speak. You can't just steal their money like that. But yes, we will start with family. Oh, he didn't do it again. Is it because I'm in the game? Okay, now, you know what? Maybe I shouldn't have said something, and now he's having his tantrum again. What happened? You were just working. Come on, baby, we're a family here. Let's see, is there anything in here I can do? No. But you know, Chalk, you get put in the abyss corner. He really wanted a taquito, he did. I'm sorry, Vivi. I'll get you some taquitos, okay? Will that make you happy? I promise we will share meals, okay? I won't eat anymore unless you are there, okay? Nope, he's just mad. Okay, well, the last time this happened, it just like fixed itself later on, so maybe I'll keep the rewards up, but let me make a go ahead and pin this. And if you guys want to test it out later, you can. I'll probably be testing it out as the stream goes on. Or the last time he just kind of sorted himself out on his own, so I guess we shall see. But damn, already we're barely past 10 minutes at the start of stream, and things are already going wrong. Oh my god, I hate this place. Let me try one more time. No, okay. Well, alright then. Well, while he has his little moment, we'll start with family. Nope, he's broken. He's broken. He'll never recover. The sun warmed your skin from its place in the sky, and you closed your eyes, enjoying the mix of the heat with the pleasant breeze that drifted past you. You and Lee had spread out a blanket on top of one of the hills behind your house and had been relaxing there for a while now. Lee had come over earlier in the day, and while a range of activities had been discussed, from staying home to heading down to the beach, a picnic on the hill had been the choice you both settled on. A small spread was laid out in front of you. Some bottled water, soft drinks, as well as chips and sliced fruit. She sat up and reached for a snack, listening to Lee talk away about the musical she had gotten to see a few days ago. It was unbelievable. There was singing, dancing, and crazy stunts. It was all done live right in front of my face. Oh my gosh, she got to see the Hamilton. Got the Aaron Burr, sir. Maybe one day we could go together. I've got to see more shows like that. He smiled at Lee's enthusiasm, knowing how much she'd enjoyed singing and performing. She's a little singer, she's a little idol girl. And she was good at it too. You had gotten the chance to hear her sing a couple of tunes, and you knew she put a lot of effort into it. You also liked to sing, but you weren't very good. You also liked to sing, and you had a talent of your own. Ugh. You didn't like to sing, but you had been told you were good at it. You weren't good at singing, that suited you fine. I ain't good at singing. That's fine with me. It wasn't something you were interested in doing anyway. I wonder... Oh, why her eyes look like that? I never noticed that before. She's peering right into your soul. If maybe we could put on our own show, think of how fun it'd be. We could perform for our parents, and ask our friends and some other people to come and watch too. It'd totally work. Let's do it! That you can sing, we know it. No, that is a lie. I cannot sing. I just mumbled the words. I don't even know the words to songs. You had actually thought about doing something like that before, but never had the chance to. Lee clapped in excitement and bounced on the balls of her feet, beyond happy that you were on board with her idea. I'm gonna sing. What about you? I know singing isn't your thing. Oh, damn bitch, you didn't have to point it out. I'll do a little dance. Okay, we can pick an upbeat song. That way it'll be easy for you to move. No, pick a slow song. I want to be there swaying in the background like I'm a little worm. Is there anything else that's coming to your head? One more thing. I want to... Let's make the backdrop. We have to set the scene. The immersion, you know? Yes, that'd make it a real show. I'll paint something. You thought of your painting kit back home. You could definitely use that to make something for the show. You just hoped there'd be a large enough piece of paper or cardboard for a backdrop. Is there anything else that's coming to your head? No. The two of you ran back to your house to grab the supplies you needed, dodging your mom's amused questions before heading back out to the blanket to get started. You spread a large sheet of paper out in front of you and began imagining a backdrop of your scene for the show. Lee and you had discussed the plans in detail, settling on a song first and then practicing out parts for the show. The afternoon passed quickly, the sun dropping lower and lower in the sky, and after having thoroughly worked out how the show was going to go, you decided to take a break. You know, we should have invited Cove to watch us practice our show. He could tell us if it's bad before we put on the real thing. That's smart. Guess that would have been okay. I'm glad he didn't see. Please do not perceive. But yeah, it would have been worked out. We should ask him to watch us later. Okay. It's too bad Derek isn't in the neighborhood today. I like him. He's a good person. I really like him too. He's okay. He's kind of boring. I don't like him. Disgusting. No. I knew you'd think so. But speaking of boys we like, what's the relationship status between you and Cove? Is it good? Well... I don't know.
What?
How can you not know? You're either good or not. It's fine, I guess. But like, really, are you gonna be telling him you have a crush on him anytime soon or what? How'd you know? You weren't sure if you wanted to tell Cove or not. I don't know. It's like a big thing. A confession. Fear of rejection, you know? We aren't sure. It was a big risk. You had no idea what would happen afterwards. Whatever you're thinking, you know he has a crush on you too, right? Damn, she calling you out. She is. Come on, Leandra. Don't do me like that. We're family. You didn't say anything, wondering about the possibilities instead. The two of you talked a little more about Cove, amongst other topics, and you found that it was nice having someone to speak with about these sorts of things. Finally, you both decided to pack everything up and head back home for the evening. You talked excitedly about the show as you did, and you thought back on what you had already accomplished for it. You could definitely do with a little more practice, but what you had so far was a solid foundation for the performance. Oh. Upon walking through the front door, you were met by your moms and Elizabeth hovering around each other in the living room. Tension hung thick in the air as the three of them turned to you. And Lee, frowning slightly, you had interrupted something. Exactly what, you weren't sure. Wow, who died? What's going on? You looked between them but said nothing. Well, hi everybody. What's going on? Your moms looked at each other, wondering which one of them was going to speak first. Eventually, Mom cleared her throat and spoke.
Oh.
We're just having a talk with your sister. The room felt quiet again, with no one quite knowing what to say. You felt incredibly awkward, but the silence didn't last long. You don't have to stop just because those two are here. There's no reason to try keeping it a secret. Elizabeth was mad, with her arms folded defensively over her chest, but your mom's nodded in agreement with her.
Well...
Elizabeth was asking about her parents. Her biological ones. The world spun around you at the news. You couldn't understand. Why was this happening now? When you glanced at Lee, she shuffled her feet uncomfortably, as though she didn't know if she should be there or not anymore. You didn't know either. Your moms had always been open and honest about the fact that neither of them had given birth to you or your sister, but the details hadn't been fully explained before. It made sense that Elizabeth didn't know a lot about her biological parents and wanted to know more. You just hadn't ever thought you'd accidentally stumble into it. Elizabeth looked at your parents expectantly. She wasn't going to let the unintentional interruption derail things. We don't want to keep that information from either of you. It's your right to know your past, but we did want to wait until you asked us to hear yourselves. Well, it's happening now. So? Your mom shared a nervous glance, and Ma took in a quick breath before speaking again. I adopted you from the Philippines when you were just a baby. Elizabeth dropped her arms, her eyebrows shooting upwards in surprise. Wait, I wasn't born here?
No.
You weren't. You could clearly see that your sister was appalled by this information. You struggled even more with what to do or how to react. Am I going to have to pass some tests to even be a citizen?
No.
You were adopted into the country. We took care of things. You're already a citizen. You have nothing to worry about. I followed all the laws when it came to bringing a child into the U.S. Nothing can be held against you. Elizabeth sighed, placated with the information but still far from happy. Who were my parents? As people? Why did they put me up for adoption in the first place? Ma softly put her hands over Elizabeth's shoulder, trying to provide some support before she gave her the answer.
I am so sorry.
Sweetie, your parents were reported to have died. They didn't go into details on the specifics of how, but you were an orphan. I wish we had better news for you, Elizabeth. Elizabeth was torn between emotions, her eyes filled with tears as she threw her hands in the air, settling on enraged. Great, so I could never meet them, even if I wanted to. Not that I could have anyway, since they lived in another part of the world when they were still alive. Elizabeth turned her back on you and your moms and stormed off, sprinting up the stairs into her room before anyone could stop her. I have to go talk to her. Mom immediately started to follow her, but Mom gently held her by the arm and shook her head. We should give her a little space to process it all. Your mom's head hung low, but she stopped walking. With Elizabeth now gone, the two of them seemed to remember you and Lee were standing awkwardly off to the side. I'm sorry you had to see all that. It's not how I expected it would have happened when the time came. But since it's the topic of the day, Dae, is there anything you'd like to ask? You deserve to know, after all. Lee patted your back and gave you a supportive look. Do we want to know what happened with our biological parents? Oh, okay. Unsure to tell him, has also gone on a date with him and tried to kiss. I didn't see that before. Yes, we want to know? Okay. Oops, that's not the game. Alright, we want to know. Your parents both nodded in sync to your reply, ready to talk. I can leave if you want to have things be private. No, you can be here. I mean, she was here for Elizabeth, you know. I can do that. Lee shifted a little closer to you in support, and you were glad to have her there with you. It made you feel a little stronger somehow. You turned to face your parents again, preparing yourself for what they were about to tell you. Ma was the first to speak, her voice quivering with emotion. You were adopted as a baby, but 2 years after Elizabeth. We used a different organization that time, and you were adopted within the U.S. We're sorry to tell you, Dae. Your parents had also passed away, and no other family member took you in, if there were any. That's why we wanted to wait until you asked. We didn't want to suddenly drop that in your lap. We wanted you to be prepared.
I'm sorry.
We're sorry, Dae. Lee gave you a reassuring squeeze on the arm to show she was there for you. Ooh. What do you think our reaction should be? Like, if you guys were in a situation where you were told that your biological parents were dead. Actually, I don't know. Cause, like, I'm not adopted, so I don't know. They actually killed the parents, yeah. Oh my gosh, it's like Disney. They killed off the parents. He did such a thing. I'd say thanks. Well, thanks for telling me. They actually murdered our biological parents. Like, we want a baby. Give me yours. I did want to know, and now I do. Thank you for listening, Dae. If there's anything else you want to know, all you have to do is ask. We'll do our best to answer any questions you have.
Are you okay?
How are you feeling now? Are you going to be okay? Lee watched you closely, as though judging how exactly she should react to what was going on. I feel fine. I feel fine, but you didn't mean that. You started to cry. You held back the tears, but you weren't fine at all. Anger rose inside you. You definitely weren't okay. You said nothing. To be honest, there would be little connection since they weren't there. That is true. That is true. Take another drink. Okay, there we go. What do you guys think our emotions are? I don't know. This is kind of like a little deep lore scene, so I'll let you guys have more say on what we do here. Because I think there's like a couple of scenes that will occur depending on which choices we pick, but I don't know. I don't know if this is it yet. Ugh. I mean, this one seems pretty good. I feel fine, but you didn't really mean that. I mean, I say we'd be fine. Okay. This one or the top one? I feel fine. Or say such. And we could be a little edgy. You spoke in the most convincing tone you could. Your moms gave you a sad smile, and you weren't so sure they believed you. No one seemed to have any words after that. You went up to your room, you needed to stay here with your moms, you wanted to get out of the house, you wanted to see Elizabeth, you wanted to see Cove. Ooh. Where should we go, guys? Do we want to go see Cove, or do we want to run away? Oh my gosh, I can't believe we just heard these dramatic news. I have to go. I have to run and process my emotions. Cove? Okay. I figured that would be the one. More than anything, in that moment, you wanted to see Cove. No one could be there for you the way he could. I'm gonna go out, just for a little while. I'll be back before it's really late. Your mom was nodded understanding, trusting you to make the best call for yourself. Lee's footsteps echoed from behind, and you knew she was following you. Do you want her to come? Do we want Lee to come with us, or do we want her to stay behind? Like, do you guys want a private moment with Cove, or should we have, like, you know, a little powwow with all our friends? Private? Okay. Oh, okay. I'll wait for you here, but I really hope you'll be alright, Dae. Once outside, you strode across the street purposefully, Cove's house set in your sights. After you raised a hand to knock on the door, it only took a few moments for Mr. Holden to answer it, giving you a broad smile. Hi, Dae. Looking for Cove, I bet? Yeah, that's right. Cliff turned and whistled down the hall in the direction of Cove's room. Hey, sport, you have a guest. After calling his son, he turned back to you and dipped his head.
No worries.
He'll be here any second. Also don't want Lee to become a third wheel. Yeah, that's true. I played this a couple times where I've had her come along, and she did kind of like feel a little bit like a third wheel. I felt bad. It's like, oh, maybe, but I also felt bad for like telling her to stay behind too. It's just Lee just got caught up in this. She's like, I just came out here to have a good time, but I got caught up in my cousin's family drama. As promised, it didn't take long before footsteps echoed down the hall, and Cove's head of green hair appeared before you all. He looked past his dad to see you standing there and smiled, pleased at your visit. Hey, Dae. Hi, Cove. Can you hang out now? He gave you a placid smile, one you were all too familiar with. Sure. You kids take care, alright? I'll be around if you need anything. At least with the parents you can be taken care of, yeah. Maybe they're having their own little talk. It's like, Lee, I have to tell you something. You're adopted too, and your parents are actually dead. You've been hallucinating them this whole time. No, that might be a little bit of a reach. But imagine. Everybody's adopted. You're adopted. You're adopted. All your parents are dead. Mr. Holden shuffled back into the house and closed the front door, giving you some privacy. Cove tilted his head at you, his bangs falling into his face as he did so. What's up? My parents are dead! No. I needed to talk to you. Cove's forehead furrowed in concern at your words. Well, I'm here. You can tell me. My mom and dad, who gave birth to me, they're dead. Without having to say anything else, Cove reached out and pulled you into a tight embrace, his familiar warmth enveloping you. I'm sorry, Dae. His words were whispered comfortingly into your shoulder. We cry. No, we ain't no pussies. Well, we could be. You don't have to do this. I want to. He didn't say anything more, but he didn't let go either. Can we talk somewhere else? You felt uncomfortable huddling around the entrance of Cove's house. That feeling didn't seem to be a problem, though. Yeah. Cove took you by the arm and encouraged you along behind him. You followed without protest. You headed towards the hills, where you and Lee had spent the majority of your day. Things seemed so different then. Only a couple of hours ago, you wondered how everything had changed so drastically. You took a seat in the grass beside Cove, who bent his legs and rested his arms on them before he turned to you again. Can you explain everything to me? You nodded softly before taking in a heavy breath and launching into the story. Cove sat quietly and listened attentively, nodding every now and then or taking in a sharp inhale. It took a long time for you to relay the details. Dozens of stars were pinpointed in the sky as the night wore on. Silence settled between you as Cove sat quietly for a moment, contemplating everything you had said. When he finally spoke, his voice was quiet, drifting through the night towards you. Dae.
I'm so sorry.
About what happened to your parents. So sorry. He stopped suddenly and took in a deep, shaky breath, and you got the impression he was struggling with what he was right to say. So I'll never get to another. I feel bad that I don't feel worse about it. I'm just so mad. You shrugged your shoulders, not knowing how to feel. I feel bad that I don't feel worse about it. You know, it's like, it's sad that the parents are dead, but like also we didn't know them at the same time too. I never knew them at all. They're strangers, even if they did have me. Dae, you're not doing anything wrong. You know that, right? I think that you can be as sad as you want for as long as you need, or you can feel okay about it whenever you want, too. He sighed and ran a hand through his hair as he looked out over the ocean.
It's okay.
I guess what I'm trying to say is, whatever you feel about it is how you feel about it. You don't have to force yourself to be different. Thanks, homie. His words had made you feel better, and you knew that it was true. You didn't have to apologize, or make any excuses for the way you felt about it all. Ko smiled you a little, and you could tell he was trying to be comforting. And your moms definitely don't. It doesn't matter if you're not blood related. You're definitely family. I can see that, and I hope you can too. I'm trying not to burp in the middle of the scene. You felt the reassurance in his eyes. You stayed up on the hill together a little longer, looking out over the ocean and the stars that shone brightly above it. After talking about the situation with someone who wasn't directly a part of it, you started to see things in a different light. Above all, you were glad to have Ko's support, and to know you could count on him, if you need it. Hey, the sudden voice of your sister behind you made you jump. You saw her standing a little way away. She walked closer, and you didn't quite know what to do, or what she was planning on saying.
So?
Would you mind going? I want to talk to just Dae. You can come back. It's not going to be forever or anything. Cove seemed equal parts concerned and skeptical. Leaving now wasn't a concept that thrilled him. Yeah. She wanted to talk to you in private. It was obviously about something important. You waited until the two of you were alone before fixing her with an inquisitive look. Elizabeth folded her arms, looking you over. Did moms tell you about your parents too? Yeah, they also died. Elizabeth broke eye contact after that.
Sorry.
Why did you want to talk to me? Elizabeth raised an eyebrow at the question, as though the answer should be obvious. I was worried about you. I was the one who brought it up, but I made you deal with whatever was left when like it was gone. She sighed, glancing upwards for a moment before settling on you once more. I wanted to ask you what happened, without everyone breathing down our necks. That was pretty shitty of you to bail. Like, damn. I'm amazed you noticed that was unkind. Thank you for thinking of me. I'm not mad at you. You were quietly surprised by her admission. Thanks for thinking of me. She stuck her nose up a little at that, but her smile was soft. I'm okay, Elizabeth. It didn't upset me. How are you allowed to be that mature? The lightning spears in her were quickly gone as she slipped back into a scowl. You have to be born in the US to become president. Huh? You had never heard that dream of hers before. She noticed your bafflement and continued. I get I was never going to be president, but it just feels weird, having stuff taken away, not even getting a chance at it. I don't like having to know that when I was born, I was going to have a completely different life. So different I can't even think about what it'd look like in my head. I could have spoken another language, lived away from everything I've ever seen here, had someone else as my sibling. And then my parents died, and I was adopted, and the life I got became a totally new thing forever. I can't go back to what it was, even if I wanted to. Heaviness settled between you and the person who became your sister. I mean, yeah. Things could have changed. If the parents had died, we could have been an entirely different person. We could have never met Cove. Can't stop wondering what my life would have been like if I wasn't adopted. There are so many things that could have been different. Elizabeth watched you seriously. She was still trying to make sense of this to you, and herself. I don't know why today was the day. Nothing came up to make me ask the question. It was just something I've had in my head for a while. But it was just me and the moms in the living room. I just kind of said it, finally. And there you go. She shifted from one foot to another, relaxing her stance just a bit. She also spoke more gently. Learning about them and what happened doesn't change how I feel about our family, Dae. She smirked, fixing you with sharp eyes. I'd already figured a long time ago that moms weren't our biological parents. That wasn't news. What made you think that? Is it maybe because we look nothing like them? I'm sure it's not that. I know I'm adopted. Oh, who told you? Technically, one of them could have been related to you. You kept listening to Elizabeth. It really doesn't change anything. We'll just keep listening to her. Nothing about the family I was first born in would have made me decide that this wasn't my family anymore. If you had hoped you'd be free of my big sisterly status, don't think you're so lucky. She bumped her shoulder against yours playfully, her lips tilted at the corners.
You'll always be my little sibling.
Aww. Ugh, gross. You'll always be my family too. Chuckling, she seemed pleased with how the conversation had gone in the end. Ready to head back home? It's been a long day. You gave her a nod.
Come on.
Come on, you two. Let's go. You walked home together in a comfortable silence, down the well-worn street. The familiarity of it all felt nice. When you stepped through the door, you found your moms quietly sitting together at the kitchen table. Their heads snapped up and they got to their feet to meet you, Mom giving you a careful smile. We're so glad to see you. I'm sorry for walking away before. That's right, sweetheart. We're just happy to have you here again. Mom then came over and wrapped her arms around you and Elizabeth, giving you a tight hug. It didn't take long for Mom to join in, putting her arms around the both of you.
Love you.
We really couldn't have asked for better kiddos. We love you. More than we could ever say. Mom! Hey, you're smooshing me! You all chuckled, the rumble of laughter shaking you all as you continued to hold each other tight. I love you too. They both pulled back eventually and grinned at the two of you, and you knew then that you all had each other, and you always would. Hey, I hope you're alright. Lee came up towards you, a soft smile plastered on her face. And are you okay, Elizabeth? Elizabeth rolled her eyes and huffed a breath, and you knew she wasn't used to showing her vulnerable side.
Fine.
I'm doing fine. Lee nodded, though you could tell she didn't quite believe her. Well now, since we're all here, how about we do something together as a family? That sounds like an excellent idea. We should have some fun before the night's over. Totally! I love the sound of that. Okay. Ko looked a little bashful, likely over being included as part of the family, but he tried not to pay much attention to it. Why not? You hid the smile that threatened to tilt your lips, knowing that Elizabeth must have been in a good mood if she hadn't even teased Ko for being part of it. No matter what she could have said about it, you wanted him to be here. He was someone who was really important to you. Who's got a suggestion? Should be something we can do here in the house, with everyone in the same room. You suddenly remember the show you and Lee had been working on earlier. Maybe we can do our show? A show? This is the first time I'm hearing of this. I'm intrigued.
Wonderful.
It would be amazing if you put it on for us to watch. Oh yeah, I need to see what you've cooked up. Oh my god, let us cook. That'd be cool. You smiled at Lee, who returned the gesture with bouncing on her heels in excitement. Take some seats and we'll get everything together. Your moms collected the chairs from around the dining table and set them in the row in the living room, where there was enough space for the show. While they did that, you and Lee quickly gathered the supplies you needed and rehashed the plan one last time. You listened through the song you had chosen one last time. You also took a moment to cycle through the dance moves you had planned. The backdrop you had prepared earlier was also ready to go, now that it was needed. When the two of you returned to the living room, everyone was sitting and chatting amongst themselves while they waited. The group quieted down when you and Lee stood in front of them on your makeshift stage. Lee was buzzing quietly with excitement beside you. Okay, now, if this was real life, I would be, like, so nervous. Like, even if it's, like, friends and family, I'd be like, I don't know if I can do this. I got stage fright, even though we're in our own living room on the carpet, you know? But no, we'll be pumped, we'll be pumped. The time you and Lee had put into practicing was worth it. You were ready to go. Okay, so, welcome to our show. We only came up with it today, but we promise it'll be good. No refunds. Laughter rippled through the mini audience. Then you nodded at Lee that you were ready to begin. Lee took in a deep breath, waiting the few beats it took to get into the song, and started singing. The dances you had practiced were perfectly with the tempo of the song. The backdrop you had created gave a great atmosphere to work off of. The immersion. When the performance was over, Lee took your hand in hers and the two of you bowed deeply together. Everyone gave you a round of applause and cheered for an encore. When you straightened yourself up, you were happy to see that even Elizabeth was clapping for you. Bravo, bravo! You're so talented! Your family rose from their seats and came over to congratulate you more directly. You were beaming from ear to ear. Cope was the first one to approach, stepping up to you and Lee with a smile on his face.
That's nice.
Nice job. Thank you. You're a really great dancer, Dae. It was cool. I was pretty good, huh? And you're humble, too. Only the most humble. You laughed together, feeling as light as a feather. Hey, were you the one who painted the backdrop? Yeah, that was me. Gil smiled, content over his guess being correct. I thought so. It was good. You couldn't help but feel flattered that he could recognize your talents so easily. Your parents gushed about how great everything was and thanked you for sharing it with them. Elizabeth was complimentary in her own way, although she did describe the show as cute, which you knew she meant as kind of kitty. You laughed it off, however, and were just happy that everyone had a nice time. In that moment, you couldn't have been more pleased to be a part of the family you had. And there we have it. Family. We ain't related by blood, but that don't matter. Family is family, no matter what. Isn't that right, BB? Family is family? Shit. You fucking bitch, I hate you. Say something. Anything. Why aren't you working? I wonder if it is... Isaiah's creative. Doing it again. Ah. What if I turn on the chat box and I go in here? The limit's still not there yet. It's nowhere near there. Sorry. Where's the TTS? Here it is. It's still Brian. Settings? No. Refresh rewards. Reconnect chat box. Okay. Let me maybe refresh the creator dashboard. 2? No, I'm on. Oh! BB, I'm about to throw you in the garbage can. Say something, anything. The people want to hear you. Well, alright, we'll give him a while longer to sort out his feelings. You know, maybe he just got so emotional. I refuse to speak to you right now. I'm only speaking to you in my head. Our psychic bond. He is on strike again. But hi, Kira, how's it going? Welcome, welcome. As you can see, Vivi is once again having a tantrum. Doing good. I'm glad to hear that. I'm sure he'll figure it out as we go on like last time. Oh my god. Oh my god. Not the centipede. The human centipede. Except not everybody's a human here. Man, y'all are just busting out the emos. They're so good. Despite how cursed they are. Right, there's only 2 moments left. I know the decision is very big here. We have summer work in mall. Ooh, oh my god. All hand in hand together. Friendship together forever. Okay, we'll do the mall. Lee's visit today turned out to be more involved than you expected. After overhearing where the Holden family was going, Lee insisted on seeing Mr. Holden's shop firsthand. An hour later, and Lee was busy looking at every item on display. Because Cove's dad offered supplies, lessons, and tours, his shop had all the scuba-related stuff you could imagine. Fins, masks, suits, and snorkels. After circling around the shop, you finally stopped and looked at the whole room. This was the first time you'd been here too. It wasn't often you tagged along, but tagging at the shop, you spent a lot of time here over the years. I mean, they've been here for 5 years. I feel like we'd have to come here. Maybe not often, but, you know, once in a while. You preferred it that way. It meant there was always something new to look at, even if it was just a layout change. You're in good spirits. Visiting the shop made for a fun afternoon. Just the other day, Ko was telling you about the new wetsuits, and now you gotta check them out. Lee was still busy poking through the various wetsuits displayed, so you decided to see what Derek and Cove were doing. They were too absorbed in their conversation to notice you standing near them, leaning against the counter. You were able to pick up the topic quickly. My dad told me the new stuff is selling like crazy. Yeah, the material has this new blend with less neoprene. My dad says people are really interested in it. It brought a smile to your face hearing that the shop was doing well. I join. Those wetsuits with the bright colors are probably popular too. I haven't seen many with that style in other places. I like those ones.
Maybe.
Some of them might be too bright. I don't think the point of scuba diving is drawing a lot of attention to yourself. Maybe people will just wear them on the beach. Standing out would help there. Your family could always spot you. I mean, some people do wear wetsuits when they go to the beach. Go swimming. Let's go to the beach. Let's get away. Cove smiled at Derek's positivity. But really, there's just so much to think about with a business. It's crazy. No matter how much I come, I still don't think I get it. Cove hummed and nodded in agreement, causing a good-humored laugh from Derek. I thought you only liked the scuba diving part, not the job part. That's just the best part. I think about other things too. I think. Sometimes.
I got you.
Cool. The business side, running it. That's my favorite. Out of the corner of your eye, you caught movement and you realized that Lee was now standing next to you. When your dads retired, do you guys think you're going to carry on the store? Both sons shrugged in unison.
Well,
There's tons of things I could do. My dad thinks so too. He doesn't want me to plan on working here forever. Cove's gaze fell to the floor. You could see the conflict flashing across his face.
I don't know.
It's a lot. Being the real boss of something and totally in charge. I don't think. You know, that's valid. Had their own business, I'd take over. If my mom's had one, I wouldn't want to take over either. I can't run a business. I wouldn't want to take over someone else's shop either. I want to do my own thing. Then do you think your dad's will let me take over the shop? No matter what you both do, shop or no shop, you'll be amazing. Yeah, you guys can do whatever you want. Derek smiled in equal parts happiness and bashfulness. He bounced on his feet a bit. Thanks, Dae. I'm happy you believe in us. Me too. Cove's parents left the back office and came over, catching your attention. Sorry, kids. It looks like it's going to be a long one. I know, usually others hold the fort down, but I really need to stay here today. I know you just wanted a little visit. It'd be boring getting stuck all day because of me. Kira can take my car and go back to the neighborhood. Cove and Derek gave him an understanding look. Mr. Holden crossed his arms and flashed you an all-big smile, trying to lift the mood. The one condition is that someone has to remember to come back for me later. You don't get to strand me here, no matter how funny that might be. Kira laughed and gave a thumbs up. Mr. Holden seemed satisfied with that. He moved on with the explanation. Derek, your dad also has his hands full today, so he doesn't have time to run you back home.
it's okay.
That's right, sir. The title sir got an awkward chuckle out of Cliff, which was cut short when Kira elbowed him
What
teasingly.
do you think?
You already said I could borrow your car. Why don't I take all the kids somewhere fun for the afternoon?
Absolutely.
That's fine with me. Just please, come back eventually. Sometime today, Kira. After multiple jokes about being left with no ride, you had to wonder if that actually happened in their past together. Mr. Holden has some trauma here. For you, my good sir, I swear. Cross my heart. Happy with the promise. Chris? Oh my god, it's Chris, guys. Everybody hates Chris. Cliff took out his black wallet and offered a $50 bill to Kira. Here, in case you need gas or anything else while you're out. Kira smiled knowingly and accepted the bill without a hesitation.
Thank you.
Thank you. Cove's dad stuck the wallet in his back pocket while he waved with a free hand. Okay, time for me to jump back into work. Have fun for me. Bye, Dad. Bye. Bye, sir.
Bye.
Bye, Mr. Holden. Goodbye, sirs, madams, and most respected guests. He left the room with a wink and flare, disappearing into the employees-only area of the shop. When Mr. Holden was out of sight, Kier silently strolled over to the counter and carefully placed the $50 bill there. She turned back around and beamed a large smile at you and the others. Come on, gang, let's see if this town has a mall. Yeah! Unable to contain her excitement, Lee actually jumped with joy, while Cove and Derek just grinned. There wasn't a mall in your hometown, but Mr. Holden's store wasn't in Sunsetbird. It might be possible to find a mall out here. Hell yeah, let's go to the mall! Let's go! She quickly herded the group out of the store into the car.
Cove.
As the driver, I get to choose my partner in crime. Naturally, I bestow the position of shotgun to my baby. Her comment had both Derek and Lee snickering. Cove was for sure embarrassed over the phrasing and blatant favoritism, but he took the seat by his mom without complaint. Stick up for Cove, you decided to jokingly complain about the special treatment. You were fine with that, you kept quiet. Favoritism? In my house? Come on, there's gotta be a better way to choose than whoever your own kid is. That got a hearty laugh out of Kira. Sorry, you'll get where I'm coming from when you start driving. You continue your teasing, pat in the back. You'll understand when you're older was the worst excuse. I'll take the middle seat. Really?
Yeah.
I don't want a window seat. You two can have them. Are you cool with that? You thought it was odd that anyone would give up a window seat, but you knew Derek tried to be especially polite when he was a guest. You nodded.
Fantastic.
Sounds like we're all in agreement. Listen, I don't like the middle seat. I'm a big bear. I can't take the middle seat. Like, I'll do it if I have to, but listen, window seat all the way. Everyone squeezed into the car, buckling in, and Kira turned the radio on. She set it to a top 40s pop station. Quickly, you recognized the song playing. It was a new one by an artist you were listening to a lot recently. It wasn't long until you realized that they were lost, but after driving in enough circles, Kira's struggle paid off when she found a local mall. There were more cheers from Lee as Kira pulled into a parking spot. Oh my gosh, sale! 20 to 50% off, we gotta go there. I love saving money. And yo-yo too? Wonder what this says. Something town. Booktown? I don't know, I can't read. Anyway, Once your group had made it inside, the first order of business on this trip was checking what this mall actually had. Friday. Oh my gosh, it's Friday too! We just came here just in time, guys. What luck. Where should we go? I think I see a makeup store up ahead. She rolled up on her tiptoes to get a better view. Meanwhile, Derek was eyeing the directory. There's a chocolate shop. Seriously, we have to go there. Yes. Wait, and we need to find a decent jewelry shop. I need new hair ties and barrettes.
Nice.
We've also got to at least look for a game store. There's tons of things you can't get anywhere but a store that's just for video games. Hey, what do you think, Co? I want to look at the fish in the pet store. You could have guessed that much. Anywhere else? He smiled with some bashfulness. The bookstore. What about you, Dae? Ooh. A video game. And... book. Food court. And that's about it. Books, books, books. Listen, every time I go to a mall, I head straight for the bookstore. I gotta get my manga. And then, oh, it says America right there. And that's really it. That's certainly a list. Good thing we have all afternoon. Yeah. I have my own stops I want to make. Let's agree to regroup here at 7 p.m.
What?
You're not coming with us? We're all in the same building. You won't be as alone as you think. I'll only be a few minutes away at most. You're old enough to enjoy the mall without me hovering. Okay.
See you soon.
Be back here at 7 p.m. Toodaloo. I have a shit ton of manga I gotta catch up on. Me too. I have like volume 0 through 6 of Jujutsu Kaisen, I think, and I have not read them yet, and I really need to. I've seen the first season of the anime, which, so usually when I like see the anime and then I get the manga, I kind of like push the manga to like the background, but I need to get into it. I'm not sure, maybe it like goes past that too. I keep finding I keep finding new books and I'm like, yeah. There's also some like mangas there in the store sometimes that like they don't really like advertise on the internet either. So it's like, oh, hidden gems here? What is this? Actually, a manga I've been into lately, I've only have the first 2 volumes of it. I don't think they have the 3rd one out yet, but it's called My Sister the Cat. And it is very good. I like it very much. It's so cute and adorable. Has a little found family elements in there. It's like, yes. Yes, all the way. It's very wholesome. I really like it. And the art style's so cute too. It was definitely a hidden gem. Oh my gosh, this chair. It's so loud. I'm sorry if you can hear it. I was kind of like sitting sideways in it. Bitch, stop squeaking. It's the start of my spiral to buy more manga. I'm getting anime adaptations planned, and I'm so excited. Ooh, what are they? Which ones are they? I'm very curious. I have like a list of manga that I want to read, but I just haven't gotten to them yet. I keep reading my webcomics instead. Like, I'll be sitting there like, I'm in a reading mood, and then just webcomics I've been reading already. The one... Freyren Beyond Journey's End and Witch Hat Altier. Ooh, okay. I think I've heard of the latter one. Let me see if I can recognize it. Want you see it? Okay, yeah, I have seen this. I haven't read it, but I recognize the art style of it. I'll have to bookmark this and remember for if I ever one day decide to catch up on mangas, you know? And we shall see indeed. But yes, mall time. We're gonna go get manga at the bookstore. Leaving Derek and Lee stunned by their newfound freedom, Kira walked off. When she was almost out of sight, Derek's face twisted in confusion. Wow, she's really gone. I can't believe she just did that. I can't believe she just abandoned us. This is so cool. We get to do whatever we want. Alright. Amazing opportunity. It really is exciting. With the decision already made, Derek tried to pull together his earlier enthusiasm for the trip.
So...
Where are we going first? Time's a-wasting. Whatever's closest. Things were coming together, but you realize there might be a flaw in today's sudden plans. What's wrong, Dae? Did everybody bring money with them? Yeah. Yeah. I always have some on me when I come all the way out here. You left all your money at home. No, we have money. Immediately, you felt better about the situation. It would have been a downer to not be able to even think about something at the mall because they didn't have money. Both are fantasy with magic and whatnot. The first one is my favorite so far. Ooh, okay. I like a little fantasy story. And we'd love to see it. Now that everything was squared away, you explored the mall together as a group. There are many shops that you managed to venture into so far. You all even went into a video game store, leaving you with a pep in your step. This was better than you thought, and there was still so much to see. After having hit many of the top priority stores, you found yourself passing by a small booth. It was decorated in wind chimes of various sizes. You raised a hand up to one of the smaller ones. What sparked your attention next was Cove. You thought for sure he was going to stop at the booth by the way he looked at it, but he kept going. Do you want one? It wasn't until Lee asked that you realized that you had stopped in front of the booth without saying anything. Lee just continued to encourage you. You should get one. You wanted one, but for someone else. They had caught your attention, though it was because it might make a nice gift. You wondered if Lee was planning on becoming a wind chime salesperson since you kept pushing it. I have one like this at home, and it makes the prettiest sound. Fishing your money out, you made a decision on what to buy. No, I don't want one. Just one for Cove. Can I buy this one, please? You smiled to yourself, imagining what you'll think of it. Lee raised an eyebrow at that. The shopkeeper carefully wrapped your purchase up and handed it back to you in a bag. You accepted it and then raced off with Lee to catch up to the boys. For Cove, you had picked out a beautiful wind chime that dolphin was simple design of just silver poles. Oh, that's boring. Had crystal strands. Ah, the healing crystals. Dolphin. You had a feeling he'd appreciate that. After leaving another clothing store, one that Lee couldn't resist exploring. Is it Friday? The one that has 50% off? It better be. You and your friends found yourselves walking down the main hall of the mall again. It wasn't long until everyone you were with had their eye on the smoothie kiosk ahead. Should we stop? Yeah. As you approached, your eye was drawn to the dizzying list of smoothie combinations. A part of you wondered how long it would take to try them all. Hi there. Do you need the rundown on how this works? Yes, please. Okay, first off, you pick up to 3 options of fruit or berries. Then I'll add the ice in the store's special smoothie base mix, and then you'll have your very own smoothie for $4. There's only one size. Cove leaned over the counter a bit. For several moments, he intently studied the plentiful fruit and berry options. I want to get a strawberry banana smoothie with coconut, too. Sounds good. Is anyone else getting something? Can I get one that's just all mango? Of course.
Thanks.
I'd like strawberries, blueberries, and raspberries for mine. Thanks. The shopkeeper looked at you now. Ooh. Give me a smoothie. I'm not the biggest smoothie fan, but maybe that's just because I haven't had one that I liked yet. Oh, pineapple. And apple. And ooh. What would be another good third option? Maybe strawberry? Pineapple, apple, strawberry? That could be good. That'd be decent. Strawberry. And that's everything. At that, everyone went ahead and paid for their individual drinks. You waited over at the other side of the booth where the drinks were put when they were done. Derek bounced on his feet, excited for his to be ready. Bitch, yours is just a mango. You barely got nothing in it. I mean, mango is pretty good, though.
Aw.
This is gonna be good. Lee chimed out with her own enthusiasm. Everybody says their smoothie-based stuff can make any drink great. Maybe it's alcohol. Pen pineapple apple pen. Cove, while quieter, looked just as eager for his smoothie. Luckily, there hadn't been anyone else before you, so it wasn't a long wait. Your group collected the fresh drinks as they were placed on the counter. Straws were placed through the opening at the top of the cup, and the first tentative sips were had. Derek sighed in satisfaction after his taste. Mango is too delicious. Mine is super good too. Cove nodded and hummed in agreement. His straw was still in his mouth. You were happy with yours. It's perfect. It's perfect. Pen, pineapple, apple pen smoothie. Cool. We all made excellent choices today. Yeah. Ooh. It's time to steal. Let's see. All smoothie. While Lee was talking, you stepped in close and leaned down to steal a sip. Without question, Lee continued to hold the cup for you, and she also bent her head to reach you for your straw. What are you two doing? Several more sips later, both you and Lee stood up straight, holding your own smoothies. I was trying Lee's smoothie, and I was trying Dae's. Derek grinned in confusion, but Lee was just amused by the reaction. We're family, and that was that. More smoothies! No, don't worry, we'll get to them. Can I have a sip of yours, Derek? You can. He held his cup out for you to take it, but instead it was easier to just lean forward to take a sip from the straw. He blushed slightly at the gesture. That is good mango, thanks. That's what we do with our fruits. Sharing is caring. Oh my gosh, in Pride Month? Damn. That's what we do with the fruits. Derek winked, causing a small laugh to escape you. The mango in his smoothies actually remind you a lot of that fruit bouquet you had at the start of summer. Alright. Give me your smoothie! Cove, could I have a drink of yours? At that, Cove accidentally inhaled as he was drinking. His face was burning red from embarrassment and from the coughing that shook him. Dude, you okay? Derek gave Cove a few pats on the back. His hacking was at least starting to slow. I bet it ended up going the wrong way. It sucks when that happens. Lee elbowed you teasingly. The moment she caught your attention, she started laughing and gesturing between you and Cove. Moments later, Cove was finally able to breathe normally. He wiped his mouth with his free hand. His gaze locked to the floor as he nervously started chewing on his straw. Oh, ew, I don't want any more. Cove, more like Cove. He's trying to cope drastically. You could tell he was torn. He didn't seem to want to say no, but he couldn't bring himself to say yes either. Derek couldn't watch the scene anymore. Drinking his own smoothie, he pretended to be fascinated by the displays in the stores that your group was passing by. Lee hadn't stopped looking over you two. You could tell she was living for every bit of this situation. Cove's unhappy stare went from Lee to Derek, all while still shyly sipping his smoothie. You wonder if he was trying to will them to intervene. Feeling his stare, Derek peeked back towards Cove. The only response he offered was an understanding sigh. Nah, I chew my straws too. Well, I don't want to... Well, if I'm gonna taste his smoothie, I don't want it if his straw is chewed up. Like, I'll chew on my straw, but I don't want to touch anybody else's chewed up one. Should we reassure him, or should we just let it go? We should be like, alright then, have your own smoothie then. What did he even get? I can't even remember. He had coconut in it, I remember that much. No more hydration for me. I drank all my tea. Oh my gosh, I need to take out the garbage. It's overflowing. Something with banana? Yeah. I'm torn. I can't remember what I picked in the past. And we'll reach it. You don't have to stress over it. I don't want it to be a big deal. With a defeated sigh, Cove delicately moved the hand holding his drink towards you. He invited you to proceed with his eyes. Leaning in, you took a sip. It was an especially sweet combination. Thanks. He nodded and brought his smoothie back closer to his body, but he didn't start drinking again.
You're welcome.
Hey, thanks, homie. Hey, more smoothies. Honestly, though, in real life, I don't know. I have kind of like this little ick with like drinking after other people. So, in real life, I would not have actually done so. I would have been like, I don't want to try your little grody germs on your straws, and you can't have mine. That's the law here. But this is a video game. This ain't real life. Germs don't exist here. My dad is the same way. Yeah. I don't know, like some situations are easier than others for me to like drink from other people from, but like I don't know, most of the time it's just like, I'd prefer not to. No mind, so long as people don't have any health issues. Yeah, right. I think it's just like a spit thing for me. I just don't like spit. And that's what's like what I think of as like, I'm touching someone else's spit here. As your group continued to wander the mall, you came to an area in the path that was wider. Yes! In the center of the opening was a collection of quarter-operated ride-on machines. Derek stopped as soon as he saw them, smiling ear to ear. I want to ride. I think we might be too big.
No way.
We're not that old yet. He eagerly headed over to the machines, wanting to get a better look. Lee went along with it, smiling. I want to ride too. You quickly chased after Derek. He turned his head back at the sound of your footsteps and gave a thumbs up over his shoulder. Reconvening around Derek, you watched as he was focused on the various brightly colored rides. Most were designed to look like real vehicles, but there are also some horse-shaped ones. One of them could even see two people. Lee leaning close to him whispered playfully while pointing directly at the sole machine made for a pair. You should ride that one to Cove. Lee, can you stop? Derek. Cove definitely is. Oh, damn. Why are you coming for Cove like that? I'm gonna roll my eyes at her. You're too much, girl. Your response had Lee giggling. Trust me, that's a brilliant idea. I call the helicopter. Why? It's the coolest, and I think it'll move the... Oop. What did it say? Actually, I can go back. Wait. Up. There we go. It'll move the most. Yeah, there we go. He tall, that's why I'm coming for him. Oh my god. Coming for a boy's height. How dare you? He started digging in his pockets, pulling out whatever money he had left. Wait. Is everything okay? I need 4 quarters, right? Yeah. I only have 2. There has to be more between all of us. Hold on. Pockets, wallets, and purses were checked over. Derek still had 2. Cove had only 1. Lean ended up with the most at 3. You didn't have any. You didn't have mine. Thanks, but you don't have to. It's not enough for me. And even if it was, it would be a dumb to ride while you had to watch. Cove shrugged. He had tried, failed, and looked unsure of what to do next. I'm shaking my head, small people. Why don't we all get on one ride? Couldn't we exchange dollar bills for more quarters at a store? He didn't offer up a suggestion. Do we want to get more quarters, or do we all want to pile on the 2-seater? Together. We ride as one. Bam, 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 bam. More quarters? Okay. Derek slapped a hand to his cheek, eyes wide. Oh yeah, that'll work. Let's do it. Let's do it. The group scattered to various shops around. When you shortly reconvened at the rides, everyone had more than enough quarters. There was no wiping the smile off your face. Despite the little hiccup initially, the plan to hitch a ride was coming together. Let's get this over with. We have the coins. Cheer up, man. It's gonna be good. Yay! There were enough machines that everyone claimed one for themselves. Derek got his coveted helicopter. Lee was happily on a horse. Cove waited to choose last. It seemed he didn't want to take a ride someone else wanted when he cared so little about it. You picked... Shower over what I miss. Free money. Cove chooses straws. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Let's get the double-seater. Come on, Cove. You know how it is. Cove, you can sit with me. Cove gave a bent smile and put a hand on his hip when he saw the ride you pointed out.
I don't know.
Do you really want to try fitting me in that? You might actually be comfortable if you use it by yourself. It doesn't matter. I want to ride with you. Alright. Lee winked at the 2 of you from her pony as you squished next to one another in the child-sized seats. Looks were exchanged across the way and you each popped the coins in at the same time. The little ride stuttered to life. And our biological parents are dead. Yeah, you know. That's really all that happened. You know, we got some free money, we Cove cruises straws. Oh, and our parents are dead. You know, typical stuff. As the machines began moving up and down and side to side, Lee and Derek couldn't contain their laughter. Derek started waving from the window of the helicopter, and Lee reached out to see if she could touch anyone as their machine jolted closer to hers. Cove, on the other hand, just gripped the side of the car. He was struggling to remain in the seat, looking very uncomfortable. You were quickly regretting your decision to do this. You waved back, you stretched over to grab Lee's hand. You tried to encourage Cove. You personally just sat quietly on your ride. You got a clip of it. You clipped the dead parent scene. Grinning, you leaned forward and reached as far as you could. For a moment, a shot of panic went through you as you thought you were about to tumble off the ride, but you hung on with your free hand and balanced yourself. Be careful! I'm trying! Your eyes were sinking up in movement. Almost there. Your efforts were rewarded as you caught hold of her hand. We did it! Yeah! It was a battle of keep together as your eyes went backwards. The 2 of you kept almost being accidentally pulled off of your seat by the other, but that made it more fun. Soon all rides came to a stop and the group dismounted. Derek looked absolutely pleased at the conclusion of this pit stop. Well, kinda. Then you noticed something out of the corner of your eye. You tilted your head to look directly at it and you burst into laughter. What's funny? You turned back to your group and nodded in the direction of where you were looking. Isn't that one of those machines that takes dollars and gives quarters back? The kind that exists for people who don't have quarters on hand? Everyone's heads moved that way and saw that you were right. Derek chuckled awkwardly. That's exactly what that is. We're kind of dumb. Just a little bit. We have to be to miss that this whole time. Come on, let's put this behind us. There's still places open. We haven't been everywhere yet. Here, here. You moved along from one stop towards your next, still jovial from the experience. Shortly into your walk, Lee ran over to a nearby trash can and tossed her smoothie cup. Derek went after her and threw his cup away. You followed suit and got rid of your empty cup too. It was when you said you're adopted, and your parents are dead. Well, I mean, that's just how it is. You followed suit and got rid of your empty cup too. Cove went up to the trash can last. He threw out his very full cup. So much of his drink was left that you couldn't help but wonder if he ever continued drinking it after your stunt. He had been so focused on sipping originally, it had to be that he was too comfortable to use the straw after you had. He thinks I'm gross. He doesn't want to drink after me. How dare he? Tell us how I seriously took the situation. You felt shy about it all now. You thought he shouldn't have wasted it for something like that. Oh no! I feel bad. All that smoothie went to waste and Cove barely got to enjoy his drink before you pushed to try it. Cove must have felt your eyes on him because he met your gaze. You weren't sure if he could tell what you were thinking. Instead of calling him out about the drink, you kept it to yourself. You knew Cove well enough to guess it'd just make things worse. Cove smiled at you before turning back to listen to whatever Derek was trying to tell him. You resolved not to focus on the smoothie incident. The clock inched closer to 7 p.m. as you all made your way back to the directory. It was hard to believe how fast the day went by.
So...
Where do you think your mom ended up today? We didn't see her anywhere. I don't know. She's just like that. Ooh, it's a mystery. She's just like that, you know, abandoning her children in public areas, you know, it just be like that. Despite having vanished for the entire trip so far, when 7 p.m. hit, you spotted Kira coming right over, waving cheerily. As soon as she was close enough, she pinched Cove's cheek. Hey, baby and friends. Hey there, baby. Hi, Mom. He pushed her hand back with one hand and rubbed his cheek with the other. Did you have a good day, gang? Yeah. Today was awesome. We did so much. It was fun. It was great. There was no hiding your joy. Like the others, you were smiling ear to ear, because today went so much better than you expected. I'm glad we came here. I want to hear all about it during the ride back. She clapped her hands together once, making sure she had everyone's undivided attention. Speaking of that, we better head out. Cliff must be missing us, and you've got to be starving. It's dinner time, and you haven't eaten yet. Yeah. Everyone followed her lead and started walking out the door to the parking lot. Something about what Kira said felt off to you. There were tons of places to eat. It's a ball. You could have had dinner. You wonder if it was just a good guess, but you could feel your eyebrows raise when it dawned on you. She might have been keeping an eye on you after all. You weren't pleased about that. She didn't have to lie. That was actually pretty slick. You weren't sure about that. It seemed kind of sketchy. Oh my gosh, she's looking at us from afar. I mean, it'd be like that. Maybe Kira's not the worst parent where she leaves us alone. Maybe she's like, alright kids, you're alone, and then she's just stalking us from behind. If she hadn't made that comment, you never would have known. You found it hard not to be impressed. No once could you recall even catching a glimpse of her hanging around, though now that you think about it, not seeing her ever was suspicious in and of itself. Shaking off those thoughts, you caught up with the others. Keeping the same seating arrangement as earlier, you all piled into the car and started heading back to the store. The drive went by without any problems, as it was filled with chatter about the various things everyone saw around the mall. Soon enough, you arrived at your destination. It was a much faster trip considering this time Kira knew where she was going. Hearing the light jingle of bells from the front door being opened, Cliff poked his head out from the back. He lit up at seeing who was there. Hey, Sport. Did everyone have an adventure? Hi, Dad. We had a blast. Yes. We found the mall.
Aww.
The mall? Wish I could have joined. He deflated in an exaggerated way. His shoulders slopped. Or sloped. One of the two. His sloppy shoulders. Kira put a hand on his arm and smiled. There'll be other times. Are you set here? Almost. So hold inside for Rio. He then pulled himself together, standing up straight.
Do you mind?
I need just a little more time to finish up. Will you be alright killing time for a bit longer? It's okay. Yes, sir. No problem, Mr. Holden. We can have fun here. Excellent. What a great group of kids. He gave an approving thumbs up and Kira nodded along. I'll give you a hand. I remember the ropes. Why, thank you. They walked side by side to the back room. Before he was out of sight, Cliff stopped and looked over his shoulder. If you leave the shop, don't go far. It's getting late. And then the parents were gone again. Let's go to the docks. They're right down the way. Yeah. Oh, I saw those on the way here and really wanted to check it out. Are you coming, Dae? Alright. With a smile, Cove showed the way. Oh my god, we on the boats now. Between the warm summer air and the smell of the ocean, you couldn't ask for a better night. Thanks for letting me come. Me too.
Right?
I'm happy we did this. Today was great. Cove, your mom and dad are really cool. Really? Totally. Cove looked at Lee oddly. He ran a hand through his hair and then his puzzled expression cracked with a chuckle.
Yes.
I guess sometimes they are. You continued walking. Every so often you would look up at the sky and see several stars poking out between the clouds. At one point you noticed that Cove stopped while Lee and Dare kept going on ahead, busily chattering. Initially you wondered if something was wrong, but you quickly noticed that he still looked to be in good spirits. You decided to hang back with Cove. He gave you a quick acknowledging look when you stopped at his side. You could taste the sea salt as you took a deep breath of the ocean air. Silently, you and Cove watched the ocean for a little while. There was something about the waves that you always found soothing. You couldn't think of a better way to end a busy day. And then it hit you! The wind chime! This was the perfect moment. Quickly you dug the wrapped package out of your bag. Hey, Cove. Hmm? He barely replied. His focus was mostly on lazily watching the sea. The paper wrapping crinkled as you pushed the package forward, trying to make him realize. He finally caught sight of it, and his eyebrows raised up high. Gingerly, Cove accepted the gift. Just seeing the present brought a smile to Cove's face. He carefully opened it, and his whole body brightened as he recognized the chime.
Oh my god.
You talked about how you seemed to want it, you said that the chime something made you think of him, you explained that Cove had given you gifts and you wanted to give him something in return, you didn't know what to say now. It made me think of you. I thought it suited you, so I got it. Really? Cove's smile seemed to grow even bigger, and his blush deepened. He looked sincerely happy. You're just... He wasn't even able to find the words to finish his thought. And Cove started getting shy over his bashfulness and put a hand over his mouth. You're so happy that buying the wind chime was the right call. I'll take such good care of it, Dae. Thank you. You're welcome. Not much time later, Derek's chipper voice caught your attention. You and Cove both turned your gaze down the pier. What are you doing there, slowpokes? Get over here!
Hey!
Come on! You looked at Cove, the same time he looked at you. You grinned and nodded your head in the direction of your friends. He gave you a small smile in return. Your footsteps echoed against the wooden planks of the dock and into the night as you ran to catch up. And there we have it. The mall! Love the mall. We didn't get no manga though. I'm sad. I cry. Well, sometimes you can't find your manga there. Fuck, did I miss a Cove moment? We gave him the wind chime and he was very happy about it. Oh my gosh, I can't believe you missed that, Jack. Jeez. How dare you? Focus on other things. BB's still not talking. I dare you to speak, bitch. What if I turn you off and on again? Off and on. Sorry. No, it's okay. Don't apologize. You're good, you're good. Okay. Everything is A-okay. We got this last moment here. I am testing BB one more time before we get into it, and then we have the epilogue of step 2. Nope, he's still not working, huh? Well, you know what? Maybe next time. BB, why you gotta be like that? Why you gotta be moody? He's sleepy. He's a tired boy. He was up all night. Playing around. Of the like, you know, how it is. Alright, let's do the summer homework. You stared out the window, watching the scenery pass by as your mom drove down the quiet streets at a leisurely pace. A singer crooned sweetly from the radio, turned low enough that you could block it out if you wanted. You turned away from the window when your mom suddenly spoke up. Well, kids, are you excited to be going to the library? I guess. You don't sound so sure there, Dae. Mom wasn't wrong. It was what it was, but your real interest lay elsewhere. There hadn't ever been a time when you were super excited to go to the library. What about you, Cove? You're a part of the conversation too.
Yeah.
I like the library, and I can work better there than at home.
Sounds good.
Well, I'm happy this will be of use to you. Just make sure you're not distracted by one another. That would defeat the purpose of the trip. She grinned over at you briefly, so you knew she was kidding and meant nothing by it. Mom refocused on driving, humming along with the radio under her breath. You went back to staring outside. As you passed one street, you caught a glimpse of someone in brightly colored clothing passing out balloon animals. It sparked a faraway memory, and you felt your lips twitching up before consciously remembering why. How long ago was it that you and Cove watched the amazing Alexander performing magic tricks? Hey Cove, you remember that one sketchy guy on the boardwalk? Maybe I do. Alexander, the amazing Alexander. He gave us dolphin balloons for free. At this reminder, Cove smiled faintly. Yeah, I wonder if he's ever there now. Maybe we should go more often to check. Maybe. That was the first time we ever went down that street together, I think. I miss my balloon. He was a good dolphin for that one afternoon I had him. Yeah. Hey Cove, what were you going to name your balloon? You never told me. Oh. Huh. I don't know. Can't remember what Kid and me was thinking. Probably something obvious, like Flipper. You couldn't help the way your own smile curled up higher at the sentiment. You wanted to say something else, but couldn't quite think of what, and so just settled back into your seat. When silence filled the car again, you returned your attention to the window. It was an absolutely gorgeous day. You leaned your face to the sunshine, tempted to close your eyes as a gentle rays warmed your cheeks. Dae? Huh? You lifted yourself up a bit more, seeing your mom twisting her torso to face you, confused from the front seat of the car. Next to you was nothing. Cove's door was already open. You had reached the destination before you even realized it. I was asking, what time should I pick you two up? Oh, 4 should be okay. That should give you enough time to finish your summer assignments, or at least make a large enough dent. Thanks, Mom. I was lucky I never had summer assignments. I think the one time I actually did was like the summer before I was taking like AP history in school, and I did not have a good time with it. Never again. I never took an AP class after that. It's summer. I don't want to do homework. I want to sleep for 12 hours per day and play video games. You hopped out of the car, remembering to grab your backpack at the last second. Alright then, have fun you two. Yeah, fun. Your mom snorted, but you couldn't help pouting a little. A beautiful afternoon like this, and you're going to the library to do homework. The two of you went right to the door of the library. Cove reached it first and tucked it open, stepping inside. He kept it propped open so you could pass through behind him. Had one back in middle school or something, you think? I can't even remember what mine was. I think I had to read some things like a history book and maybe write a paper. It had to be like a hefty paper too. Not a good time. The air was much cooler inside the building than it had been for the few seconds you spent outdoors. The space was filled with the soft din of papers being moved in whispered voices. Was a trifold? Ooh. Forget based on what. Hey, you seem kind of distracted on the ride here. Just enjoying the day. Cove looked dubious at the vague answer. Okay. What? Don't you think it's nice out?
I don't know.
It's pretty much always nice out here. Your study buddy was standing at the front of the library by a long rack of magazines. Predictably, he was flipping through one with the various sports players on the cover, looking intense enough to burst off the page. His head snapped up when you walked over, beaming wildly. Hey, Dae, Cove. Hi, were you waiting for a while? Not super long. Derek put the magazine back in its place. Then he gestured to the space at his side. Most of the tables were empty, only a few people leafing through the books. There's plenty of room. In an unspoken agreement, the three of you started moving towards the seating area, Derek taking 2 steps for every one of Cove's. Oh, guess what? I'm pretty sure I've mastered the fake shot. I'll show you some other time. Derek looked over to gauge the level of interest. Do you know it? Soccer's not really for me. How does it go? Derek's eyes flashed with excitement as he explained. Well, you move the ball like you're going to go one way, then... He demonstrated by running a few steps ahead, showing off some fancy footwork. You do it like this, so it does it like that. You laughed, bobbing your head at his attempt to get the trick across with no ball. Shh! The three of you looked over to the checkout desk. The librarian stood behind it and was wearing a cheap frown. What? You can't shush the ballers here. How dare she? Mel's sorry, and she sighed before turning back to the book she was reading. Derek scratched his cheek, choosing not to let that derail things.
Oops.
So, what are you guys working on? What weren't you working on? There's some things you had gotten to start with. You had yet to start a single assignment, Sally. You had to start a single assignment because you didn't feel like it. I probably have some things that I have started on, but it was still early in the summer, so there was a lot left. I don't care. Oh, history. Oh my gosh, it's like back when I was in school when I had to do my history for AP. We have to do this timeline thing. Makes sense to work on that while you were here, since you probably need to consult the reference books. There's some summer reading too. I have to go through and assign a book, but I'm going to do that later since it doesn't need extra references or anything. I've already finished the reading. Oh? It's not that long, and it was way more interesting than last year's book. Good to know. What about you two? I've got a few worksheets. They look pretty easy, but my school gave us 3 books to read. Can't they stick to with just one? I'm also doing the timeline. Y'all found a table close to the tall bookshelves and set up camp. Within seconds, pencils and folders and books were strewn out on the surface. You doodled. You laid a sketch on paper, your tongue poking out between your lips as you did. You were in the middle of attempting a sharp with toothy jaws open wide when you felt someone looking at you. Glance up sees Cove looking over at your scribbles. Cove's eyes rose to meet yours.
Nice.
Are you going to do the rest? Add the second dorsal fin? He pointed to a spot on the unfinished arc. Yeah, thanks. You pushed forward with your scribbly creation. After some time, Cove shifted in his seat, twisting his back as if trying to work knots out of it. Feeling antsy? You paid enough attention to Cove to recognize when he was no longer feeling comfortable. Yeah, I'm gonna wander around for a bit.
Talk to you later.
See you. I want to stay here. I'm making good progress. I'll come with you. You might as well take the opportunity to refresh yourself before getting back to work. The two of you strolled away from where you'd been working. Your eyes roamed over the titles of books as you passed by. Some were dull, some intriguing, and others were just strange, but you didn't spot anything that made you pause and pick it up. Looking for something? No, but something might catch my eye. You never know. I might go out of here, if there's enough time. His comment reminded you of the clock ticking away. Even after you'd finished your work for the summit, the countdown to the new school year would still be on track. Before you know it, we'll be back in class. Yeah, we just got out and it's almost here again. Are you looking forward to going back? Cove rubbed his arm, drawing your attention to the scar he'd earned as a reckless kid, with his far-off gaze. Not really. I don't want summer to end. I like learning stuff, but the way school does it. I want to grow up already. Cove... Don't you say that. Don't you ever say that. I want to grow up, but then you'll never have summer again. Cove didn't feel safe knowing it was others who really determined what his life was like. You understood that much. Touch. Instinctively, you reached out to him. Your thumb stroked the back of his hand in a way you hope was comforting. But there's a chance we could end up in the same classes. That would be nice. You nodded, glad that he was cheering up some. Trust Cove to look on the bright side. Then you get a job! Then you have to put in time to take vacation and it'll get rejected sometimes. And you only get a week at that. Depending on the job you get. I'd like that. A smile spread across his face, crinkling his eyes. What about you? Do you want to go back to school already? No. It made you depressed just thinking about it. Cove nodded, obviously getting where you were coming from. There's really no getting away from the topic of school right now. It prompted you to think back to the classes you were in. You pursed your lips. History class was the one you were looking forward to. English class was enjoyable. Math, science, art class. It wasn't mandatory at your school, but you definitely hoped to participate. And I liked English. Oh, y'all want to know something? An English teacher I once had when I was in high school. He's now, I think he's now dating one of the girls that was in my class. It's a little bit of an ick, but I choose not to think about it sometimes. My friend told me about that. It's like, oh hey, this girl is in our class. She's dating our English teacher now. I was like, what? Excuse me? I'm sorry, what? Yeah. I mean, I think they started after she turned 18, obviously. Maybe when she was like 20, but still, it's kind of... Why? I almost missed your good Hugo. So he groomed her. It kind of sounds like it. It definitely sounds like it. Yeah, it's a big ick. I don't know if they're still dating or not, but they were at one point. You liked the books he had to read in English. The writing assignments were engaging too. I liked my other English teachers though. The rest of them were alright. But that one, no. Wasn't a fan of him. And... no, that's about it. English and art. Each lost in your own thoughts, you continued to stroll through the library for a little while longer until Cove caught your attention again. We should probably head back. Yeah, let's go. Before you could take a step back, Cove cleared his throat, avoiding your gaze. Thanks for listening before. Anytime. Cove smiled, his cheeks pink. You jerked your head towards where Derek had been left studying. Time to get back to work. I wouldn't be either after that, Cove and you rejoined with Derek and settled back in as quietly as you could manage, or continue as normal from there. The sound of shuffling dragged you out of your head. You looked up to surprised to see Derek packing up. You're done? Derek casually shrugged, but you could tell he felt proud to be the first finished. Uh-huh. Told you it wasn't anything hard. Was it even worth coming to the library for that? What are you going to do now? Oh, wish mine was that easy. Want me to look over it? Maybe I've got some tips that'll help. That'd be great, thanks.
I gotcha.
He gotcha. With a smile, Derek leaned over your part of the table. He took some time to get the gist and point you in the right direction before turning it back over to you. Derek leaned on the back of his feet. Okay, I'm gonna look around while you guys finish. See you. Bye. See you. Later on, Cove shifted in his seat, closing his book as he looked over the notes he'd been taking. Glancing away, you contemplated what you had done thus far, too. You finished most of them. Just as you thought, it hadn't been that difficult. You were sure you'd be able to complete your other work next time. Derek's advice made it easier in the end. Are you about ready? It's almost 4. Yeah, I think so. Come on. The both of you gathered up your books, and after returning the ones you used for reference to their proper shelves, set off to find wherever Derek had wandered off to. He was in the biography section. His back was to the two of you, one hand above his head and the other supporting himself against the shelf as he strained to grab one of the books. Hey Derek, we're ready.
Okay.
Oh, okay. He glanced towards the sound of your voice and upwards towards the shelf he was trying to reach. I can get that for you. Yeah, thanks, Dae. Derek directed you towards the book you wanted. It was an autobiography of someone you'd never heard of before. And then the three of you moved to the front of the library to wait for your rides. You stood close to the window and let out a content sigh, feeling the rays warm you from the slightly chilly library interior. Got any plans after this? Gonna work on my technique. Can't get rusty while school's out. That answer was inevitable. Technique for what? Soccer! How about you two? The words you two echoed in your mind. You knew that what Derek meant, but why was it bringing a smile to your face to be linked with Cove, even in the most tenuous circumstance? Nothing planned. Me neither. Oh, that's my dad's car. Derek lifted a hand to wave, pushing the door open and heading towards the blue pickup truck waiting in the parking lot.
Talk to you later.
See ya, Dae. Bye, Cove. Bye. You watch Derek jog off before scanning the area for your mom. Oh. Did you get everything done? Yeah, I've only got to get some thicker paper to draw the final draft on. I saw you're basically done. He smiled, impressed. He felt pretty good about that. I feel like I'll need to come back to the library again before summer's over. I'll come with you. I still have some stuff I can do. You smiled at the idea. Despite not working on the same thing, it'd be nice to have some company. I'm good with that. Hey, do you want to do something with me after this? Oh, sure. Cove seemed eager towards the offer. You hadn't exactly expected him to say no, but the agreement still made you happy. Two of you smiled at each other. Cove looked away for a second, and so you did too, fidgeting with the hem of your shirt. It wasn't long before you spied your mom's car coming down the road. There she is.
Alright.
There she is. Time to go then. You climbed into the car, sliding into your usual seats and buckling the belts. Hey kiddos, did you get a lot done? Yeah.
Nice.
Hey, nice. The car shifted into action, and you watched as the library shrunk into the distance. It wouldn't be the last time you saw it this summer, but at least you knew you were going to have company. You fielded questions from Mom, while you tried to juggle a conversation with Cove. When she learned you two were planning on returning, she immediately offered to give you a ride next time. You continued to answer Mom's questions about what you'd been working on, then told her about your plans to stick with Cove after getting back. There was something knowing in her smile that made you pause just for a moment. But soon enough the trip was over. You had arrived back to your neighborhood. Cove had run over to his house real quick to drop his stuff off. You also made a pit stop to put your backpack away before heading out again. The two of you regrouped in the middle of the road, halfway between your houses. With everything wrapped up, you could now freely enjoy the rest of the afternoon. Your conversation resumed as you both began walking down the street together. The afternoon came and went. Dinner was eaten, and you were cleaning off the dishes left behind from it. Cove had elected to stay for the meal today. He passed you a couple plates to rinse in the sink, even though he didn't have to. Cove asked to do at least something to help. You scribbled the last of them and let out a satisfied sigh. Okay, they're done. I'm going upstairs now. You're just your guest for the evening. Are you gonna come with me?
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to go back till later. Take it easy, kids. Thank you for the help. When you got back to you noticed your backpack from earlier. You figured it would be best to unpack the stuff you needed before going to bed. Cove popped onto your desk chair, and it spun around a bit as you got comfortable. He watched you contentedly as you walked across the room. He didn't need or expect you to try entertaining him constantly. It was just nice to be near each other, even when nothing was going on. You hefted your bag up onto the bed. It sunk into the comforter. With that, you started to sort through books and paper packets. Not all of it were things you need anytime soon. A small pile of the most important assets began to grow at the side of your backpack until you'd gone over it all. You had actually finished flipping through the contents, but that wasn't all of your work. You instinctively pulled the opening closer to you and peered inside. A second look through commenced, and then a third, and then you began to open the smaller pockets. You were missing your history assignment! Gasp in shock. Dae? By this point, Cove could tell something was wrong. That was part of your summer work that you had gotten done, and now it was gone. It hadn't been that noteworthy before, but the bag wasn't really zipped when you had first begun to look through. The work could have fallen out somewhere, if you had it in the first place. Uh-oh, spaghetti-o. Panic, all you do is shrug. You caught the problem early. There was still time to make it right. You couldn't lose your head. I would be panicking. My history work isn't in my backpack. I think I'd be pretty calm at first until, like, the further we went on. If we couldn't find it then, I'd start panicking. He's like, oh shit, where's my work? At your word, Cove jumped out of his seat. Oh crap, is there somewhere we can look? The back was kind of open, so... He winced sympathetically. That left a lot of options for where it might be, most of them bad. You resolved to check the spot the backpack was originally left in. It couldn't hurt to look. With nothing in sight there, you expanded the search to the rest of the space. Cove did his best to stay out of your way while keeping an eye open for your missing work. It was fruitless effort. Your assignment wasn't there. Let's check downstairs. It might still be in your house someplace. Fine.
How are you?
Why, hello again. Is everything alright? You told your mom what was going on. You gave a rambling explanation of the situation. You answered her with a raised voice. Oh no. God damn, it's storming outside. I can feel the thunder. Oh no. Paul's gonna get struck by lightning. First Hugo with their tornado, now Paul with the thunder and lightning. Everybody's having weather problems. I unpacked my bag. One of my assignments wasn't there.
I'm so sorry.
I'm so sorry. Yeah, that just passed me. Ooh. What's missing? An assignment for school from the library today. Mom's eyebrows raised with concern at the answer. That's a pickle. I'll call right now. I think they might still be open. Thanks, Mom. Just leave it to me. Cove, honey, can you tell us if there's anything you noticed? You were with Dae, right? I saw the assignment when Dae had it out at the library. I don't remember them putting it away, but I'm pretty positive there was nothing left on the table when we were done. He spoke resolutely. Before now, he hadn't considered that something might have been left behind. You had felt the same when leaving, though it was hard not to second-guess things now. Your mom re-entered the scene a few minutes later. The look on her face was not promising.
Well,
So I got a hold of one of the librarians. They don't have any papers with your name on them. Not that they could see anyway. I'm sorry. Thanks for trying. Of course. Sorry it was a bust. It's not your fault. Dae, hey, let's go over to my house. I can check my bag. Maybe I took it when we were packing up and didn't notice. Alright. Things were getting heavy here with your mom's worrying. Maybe he needed to get away from it. Or maybe he thought you needed a chance to get away from it. Let's go. Cove nodded and made his way to the door. Your mom stood by with creased brows. Take care, kids. Good luck. Bye, Moms. You briskly made the trip across the street, and in less than a minute, you were going through the threshold of Cove's house. Cove had been in a rush earlier today, too. His backpack was tossed on the couch without a thought. No one had moved it since then. You can sit down or anything. I'm gonna look. He lifted up the backpack and unzipped it in a fluid motion. You were left to wait as he rooted around inside with an unexpected level of seriousness. Starting to get to us now. If we can't find it, like I said, I'll be calm at first, but if we can't find the assignment soon, my panic levels start to get a little up, so it's getting there. You hadn't wanted to make this into a big deal, but if you didn't find it, if you had to do everything all over again, if you weren't able to get it done, a knot formed in your stomach. You leaned closer, trying to get a peek into what he was seeing. Every second of not knowing made you more tense. Your impatience didn't go unnoticed. He tore through the contents rapidly. Cove's eyes drifted from the opening of the bag and traced the length of the room's floor. His arm was still tucked away inside, but the search was over. Your heart sank. It was obvious there wasn't much of a chance Cove somehow had it this whole time. Still, you wanted to hope. Finally, Cove lowered his backpack to the floor while slipping his arm out, and he wasn't empty-handed. Cove extended a few papers your way.
All right.
Here. The artist looked down at the assignment and then went right back up to his face. That's your copy. In the almost silent room, you could hear the slight crinkling of paper as his fingers gripped together. Tighter. His expression was just as firm. No, it's yours. We can't take your... That's plagiarism. We can't take your work. It's cheating. I can't take that from you. Why not?
I mean...
That assignment and grades, they're important to you, and you know, you're important to me, so... He finally dropped the papers at your feet, refusing to meet your eyes. I think I did pretty good with it. The marks shouldn't be bad. Oh. A hug. Without another thought, you threw your arms over his shoulders. The papers scattered. After a second of stunned motionlessness, Cove returned the gesture and wrapped himself around you. His consideration made you feel good, you felt terrible, you were teary-eyed over the gesture. It feels good. God damn, everything is shaking. Are you having an earthquake, Paul? Are you good? Is a tornado coming for you now? Even if the situation was so bad, you were touched at how much he cared for you. He didn't let you go as he began to speak. Missing an assignment is something that doesn't bother me. I mean, you know me long enough to see what does upset me. The statement had started out lighthearted, but it quickly shifted to one much more serious. You were always there. He leaned his head into you affectionately. It made your heart pound against your chest. Then the moment was interrupted by the piercing ring of the Holden home phone. You wordlessly stared at one another with raised brows. Co's mouth formed a tiny frown. Kira appeared from the hall on the far side of the living room, summoned by the noise. Ko robotically took his arms off you, pinning them securely against his sides instead. You don't know if she noticed or cared, but he was embarrassed. Hey, Cove. Hi, Dae. I didn't know you were here. She strolled on past. Your eyes followed her. Cove's mom answered the call, giving a chipper grin to whoever was on the other end. A few uh-huhs and mm-hms later, Kira thanked the person and placed the phone down once more. Dae, that was your ma. She said your stuff was in the car. What? Really? That's what I was told. Now just return to the guest room. You can have your privacy. Ko's face cycled from shock to sour as mom made her escape, laughing. He shook the interruption off and refocused on you. They've got it. We are relieved. It was back. You had your work, and that's what mattered. They've got it. Cove smiled crookedly and shrugged one shoulder. You should probably head to your house. Your moms might want to talk to you. Yeah. My parents really care about me. Because my other ones were dead. They had kept searching even after you left. And because of that, it all worked out. Cove nodded in agreement. Cove, it means a lot that you stuck with me. Thanks. He brightened up with sparkling eyes.
Don't worry about it.
Anytime, Dae. While stepping toward the door together, there was a thought in your head that you knew to be true. You're going to be there for one another, when it came to the big things and with the small things. And then, summer ended. That's that. Oh my gosh. It's all pretty much the same picture as all the moments start disappearing one by one. Yes, together, forever. Of course, there's these moments, but of course, those are for Derek's route, so we can't do those yet. It'll be a secret, a surprise. But yes, let's see how it all ends. Are you sure? Yes. There was no denying it. Today was the very last day of summer. Tomorrow, you are heading to class. Bummer, man. Summer had been so much fun. When you thought about going back to school, it was with a sense of loss. Soon you wouldn't be able to choose how your days were spent without the school bell telling you where to be and when. It was with a heavy heart that you chose your outfit for your final day of freedom. Excuse me. Life was going to be different. You had to come to think of the summer vacation as the norm. The school sucked up for the majority of the year, whereas the summer vacation was just a respite in the middle. Test here. Still on strike. Act 5. Think we should get a sign for BB when he's on strike. Yeah, you know what? That's a good idea. No, that's a good idea. Maybe over the weekend I'll make one, and then when he's not doing it, I'll just put it on. Put it and give it to him. A mute strike. And then when he's ready and he starts talking, we'll take it away from him. But we shall see. So rather than it being different, it was kind of a return to the normal. What did your normal life really mean? You consider how fondly your moms talked about their summer vacations as kids. You dimly recognized that one year the pattern of school and summer itself would be over for good. It was hard to imagine. You got distracted, one arm still out of a sleeve. You pulled it through and you put your mind back to the present. This season had brought about plenty of changes of its own, like Kira's visit, though that too was coming to an end today. You were happy you would finally gotten a chance to know her. Yeah, she's pretty cool. She was interesting to be around. You liked how easy it was to talk to her. She's a little quirky gal. You finished dressing, which was good. Ko would be there any moment. You'd agreed to see his mom off together. Officially, the plan was that he would come over to bring you around to his house when she was ready to set off, but you both knew that you'd be hanging out for at least a little while beforehand. Kira's visit had troubled Ko when it first happened. It had been a sudden change, thanks to Mr. Holmes' infamous tendency to surprise people, but once he was able to adjust, he'd been in pretty good spirits with her around. It was a relief for everyone. You turned to your desk, where the box containing your accessories resided. So, you'd gone out and bought an anklet. Your eyes bored into the box. Should you wear it for Kove's visit today? Put it on, why don't you? Your heart pounded as you slipped the hoop through the clasps and fastened it in place. Would Kove spot it? Your face grew hot as you imagined how he might react. The next thought that crossed your mind was... Get the door for Kove. He went downstairs. You couldn't wait to see Kove, so you went downstairs to meet him when he arrived. You knew your house well enough. You could lounge in your room and wait for him. Oh, evil smirk. You bounded down the stairs, your hand gliding over the rail. You wanted to make sure you got there first. If you didn't hurry, your moms might answer it. It was only a few minutes later when the doorbell rang, as you'd chosen to stand beside it to wait for Kove. There was no delay in pulling it open. Kove was there, just as you expected. Seeing you, he flashed you a bright grin. Hi, Dae. Hi, Kove. Come on in. Once he stepped inside, you beckoned for him to follow you upstairs. Back up in your room, you sat down on your bed and waited for Kove to settle in as you knew he would. With other guests, you might have offered them a seat, but you and Kove were long past those tentative stages of friendship. Your room was as familiar to him as his own. You watched as Kove sat down in your desk chair, his preferred spot. He rolled it closer to the bed to make it easier to chat, tweaking the angle so that he was facing you fully. Once happy with the position, he leaned in towards you, hands held in his lap. His actions weren't the ones of someone who planned on moving from his spot anytime soon, even though you had an appointment to keep together that day. When is your mom leaving? We've got some time. She still got a shower and stuff before she goes. She didn't want me to just keep hanging around while she was doing that. He lifted his gaze, his gaze drifting out through the window, and chuckled. Can't believe she's already leaving. Just when I'm getting used to her being there every day. He leaned back into the chair, a wry smile tickling his cheeks. She'll be back. He cocked his head thoughtfully before shrugging. He ran a hand through his hair before shaking his head, as if shaking off the topic like a dog wiping off water before following a dip in the sea. Kove looked back to you. Lips parted as if he was about to speak, but instead his eyes widened and his mouth closed in a tiny frown. Something had caught his attention. Something wrapped around where the end of your leg met your foot. He cactused his eyes back up to your face, then down to your ankle, and back to your face. He repeated the process once, twice more, as if struggling to hold the two items in tandem. Maybe he was weighing up whether this could be a coincidence or not. Maybe he was just too shy to verbalize his thoughts, but was still trying to find the words, and this was the most he could manage. The tension made you feel... pretty amused. It was hard not to laugh at Kove's scrambled response. You still felt your laughter with a hand clasped firmly around your mouth. Even so, you could feel the way the smile had lifted your face. On his next glance back to your face, Kove saw your expression had shifted. You watched as his bewilderment eroded into mortification as he realized that he had been caught staring. He quickly spun in the chair to face the wall instead, allowing you to glimpse the flush that had spread all the way to his ears. He twisted in his seat, wringing his hands and determinedly avoiding looking in your direction again. It seemed that he decided against saying anything at all. What's the prob? Dog, what's the problem, Kove? Kove mumbled something unintelligible as he slumped lower. With how he was hunched over, the quiet words had no chance of reaching you. You weren't going to get anything out of him in this state. You waited for him to come around before speaking again. Finally, he piped up, very softly. Did you do it because of what I said before? I mean, you know, the last few words were whispered as though they were a precious secret. The ankle bracelet? I don't know what you're talking about. His eyes squeezed shut. You had no idea if the answer made him feel better or more nervous. He eventually looked down at his lap, where his fingers were flexing and curling in an awkward dance of nerves. His chest rose as he breathed deep. Well, it looks good on you. Your heart skittered in your chest like a stone skipping across water, one big leap from the unexpected compliment, followed by a series of shorter ones as you absorbed the words. You beamed at him. He was looking at you again at last, and returned the smile shyly. This really couldn't have worked out better, you thought. And there was nothing else he could add after that. Cove's posture teetered, his eyelids blinking quickly. Dae, I actually kind of wanted to talk about... He drew a deep breath before concluding the sentence.
I mean...
What happened on the trip? Oh. You mean that mortifying experience in the loft and your dad waking everybody up? His voice shook as he pushed the words out. Eyes. I am looking. Your eyes grew. Oh my god. Perfect timing. At the reaction, Cove pulled his arms around his chest, his shoulders hunching inwards. You knew what he was implying. Back when you'd been in the loft and nearly kissed, Cove hadn't breathed a word about it since it happened. Or, well, almost happened.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry for moving away like that when you tried to... He dropped the sentence. You didn't push for him to finish. It had conveyed what it needed. And I'm sorry for how I've been since, you know, acting like it didn't even happen. I've thought about it. I mean, I haven't forgotten about it. I don't keep thinking about it all the time. He hung his red-cheeked head, forehead propped up by a couple of fingers. You could tell he was already regretting how this was going. Sorry for being weird. It's just, I kind of thought or hoped that sometime I'd be able to do this without me talking about everything. Everything? There's more? He nodded ever so slightly. Your face felt a lot hotter after that. Cove brightened a little at your positive reaction, and his explanation continued. I, well, could sort of picture how it might go. What it'd be like with you, and me. And me, and you, and me. But just the first part. I could never imagine anything that'd come after. Now it's actually happened. We're there. It's... He took another deep breath, starting on the exhale. This makes things different. Should we find a crystal balls for answers? I don't think we'd see anything. Nothing. That's kind of sad for us. That isn't what I meant. It's just... They can't really show the future. They're just glass. You were happy to see him being livelier. His wide eyes met yours as he looked at you, less burdened from the anxiety that had built inside him. Oh? Do we want to try again? Will we actually end this season of our life with a kiss? Or should we wait? Should we make it a slow burn? Whatever you guys would like. Oh shit. My fidget toys were falling apart. Alright, I get you. Do you want to try again? No! Oh! The word shot out reflexively. He couldn't help it but immediately cringed at himself. Do you really mean that? No. I mean, I do. I want to. I want to try again if you still want to. Well. Right. So, do you want to try that kiss again? Hell no. Like, damn, Cove. It was only a kiss. Oh. You untangled yourself from your resting position and stood up. Realizing your intent to actually go for it, Cove straightened up in the chair, his hands coiled together in his lap. As you moved towards him, you noticed his knees knocking together as he trembled. His decision not to rise from the chair made perfect sense. If he was that shaky while sitting down, there was no way he'd manage to stand without at least one of you falling over. Your legs brushed against his quivering ones as you came to a stop in front of him. Cove was staring up at you. As you leaned in towards him, he echoed the motion and drew in towards you. Once you're close enough to feel Cove's breath on your face, you closed your eyes. The last thing you saw was Cove quickly doing the same. Mwah! Your lips met with Cove's for a moment. His lips were pressed tightly together, unyielding, but it was alright. You were kissing him, and he was kissing you. Your stomach somersaulted. You couldn't believe it was really happening. In that moment, it felt warm, and it felt nice, and it felt right. You drew back, and Cove slipped down into the chair, the knuckles of his hands pale after gripping so tightly. Thinking that he could do the same with some space to breathe, he figuratively and literally, he took a step back. Cove shot up, his stance rigid. Oop! Cove plastered a hand over his mouth, his eyes shut tight. His back then became bowed, shrinking him down. You could only just make out the few words that he managed to summon.
Oh my god, oh my god!
Oh my god! Everybody's screaming. I can't believe we actually... It was only a kith. It was only a kith. His eyes flew open wide, but he didn't look your way. Let him know, meet your gaze.
Oh my god.
We kissed. We... kissed. Wow. You were full of nerves. Blinking, you tried to process what had happened. You laid a hand on your cheek, half wondering about pinching yourself to check this wasn't a dream. You found your skin as hot as a car door at noon on a summer's day. Cove only slammed his eyes closed once again. Wow. Did you like it? He was still holding the hand to his face, but in an attempt to answer, he emitted a muffled whimper. With that obviously not working, he uncovered his face at last, bringing the hand to lay against his chest and looked at you. Yeah. He opened his mouth, poised to speak, and pursed his lips as his words failed him. On his third or fourth attempt, you heard what he had to say. I did like it. I'm glad that we... you know. He swallowed, seemingly not able to speak the actual word. That we kissed? Cove ducked his head but nodded. You got the impression that he was grateful that you'd finished the thought, but your direct words had pierced his Achilles' heel. You grinned, filled that the experience had been a welcome one. The smile on Cove's face was real, but weary, not unlike the one he wore after a long study session. Like when he mastered something that he had previously evaded him. The work had been hard, but the reward had been worth it. With some newfound confidence, he drew himself up as he inhaled deeply. Each word he spoke next was delicate. Dae, I like you. A lot. Probably way too much. He ducked his head bashfully and opened an eye, peeking at you through the hair that had fallen over his face like a veil. He managed to smile. You like me? You got a crush on me? That's embarrassing. That's so cringe, bro. I bet you're the one that tried to kiss me.
Thanks for waiting for me.
His eyes sparkled just looking at you, his affection transparently clear. He could never hide what he was feeling, and you couldn't be more grateful for that today. I like you even more! Oh my god. Cove squeaked out a nervous giggle. He curled his hand into a loose fit and brushed his knuckles idly against his cheek. Words evaded him as he opened his mouth and closed it again. I don't... He gave up on finishing the sentence, instead just smiling again. He rubbed his eyes with the heel of his hands. It was an action usually reserved for much later in the day, but at this point, it already felt like a long day. Cove then pressed a hand to his creased forehead.
Oh my god.
Does this mean I'm your boyfriend or something now? Should we tell our parents? I don't know what dad or mom would do. There are a lot of concerns in there. You honed in on the simplest. There was no way your moms would let you have a boyfriend, even though that word juxtaposed when Cove's name made your heart race. My parents will let me have a boyfriend, or even a something. It's not fair. I wish we were older. It's okay. It doesn't matter though. We like each other and that's what's important. I wish we were older. You didn't even know how much older you have to be before it'd be permitted. Cove lifted his hand from his chest and reached towards you, halting halfway, then slowly cautiously hooked his fingers around yours, his palm pressed against the back of your hand. You held his hand back. You rotated your hands so that you were palm to palm with Cove, your thumbs crossing one another. We can get it to work. We always figure things out, sooner or later. You're right. No matter what, it's okay in the end when it's the two of us. Your forthright statement made Cove gasp, but the smile that followed and his tighter grip on your hand told you that he had appreciated it. Dae, Cove! A sudden call from downstairs caught you both unaware. You'd nearly forgotten the world outside your room. From the guilty look on his face, Cove had done the same. Just had a call. Cove's mom is ready to go. If you're quick, she might keep the mandated motherly smothering to a minimum. You doubted that, but it was nice that Mom and Miss Priest had their strange sense of humor in common. Your eyes met Cove's. Wordlessly, you headed downstairs together. Each step on the way there was painfully slow, like he was trying to delay the inevitable. His whole body tensed leaving the house, and Cove froze altogether before you could both cross the street.
Oh.
Doors opened. Dem must be taking her stuff out. He swallowed hard. She's really gonna leave. This isn't the last time you'll ever see her. I know, but I got used to having her here. Yeah. It was hard to think of a world where you didn't have both of your moms living at home with you, so you couldn't even imagine how hurt Cove must have been knowing his mom was leaving. You thought you saw his bottom lip quiver just before he turned his head away from you. You don't have to head over if you don't want to. No, it'd be worse if I miss her leaving. Okay. If that, some of the conflict wearing on his face eased a bit. Together, you went across the street and inside his house, finding his parents in the living room surrounded by his mom's packed things. Hey, kids. Good timing. I just called the taxi.
Hi.
Hi, Dae. So glad I got to see you today. It was fabulous getting to know you this summer. I finally got to pay... I finally got to put a face to the name I've heard so many times. She winked, and Cove pouted on cue over the teasing. I'm really happy I got to meet you too. You still haven't started stream yet? Oh my gosh. I thought you started your stream ages ago, Shaggy. You gotta get to it. Hopefully, it won't be too long before we see each other again. Nodding, Kira turned her attention back to her boys. She patted Cliff on the arm with a warm smile, and then she enveloped Cove in a crushing hug. Kinds of games bring out my like for romance gamer stuff. No, I showered and then been lurking here. Yeah, but I figured after you showered you'd be getting ready. I appreciate the lurk though. But yeah, I really like, I don't know, some romance games are fine, but this one, I don't know, this one just hits all the vibes for me. It's very nice. Break free from her grip, but his mom was unfazed and kept him locked in place. Heartbeats later, he gave in and hugged her back tightly.
I'm so glad.
I'm so happy this trip was a success. Cliff looked like he was bursting with pride, and then Cove stiffened. Kira loosened her hold on him enough to study his face, concerned. She spoke her next words in a whisper that had been meant just for her son.
What do you think?
Do you want to unshelve it? Raising an eyebrow, Cliff watched him carefully. His smile began to falter.
What's wrong?
Cove's gaze moved to the floor. He looked like he was grappling with where to begin, but then Cliff smacked a hand to his own cheek. The noise caught everyone's attention. Cliff's eyes were wide, and you could clearly see the light bulb moment he was experiencing on his face. It shouldn't have been a surprise. I went behind your back again. Yeah, and it only took me until the very last moment to realize. Gosh, Cliff, how dare you? Crossing his arms, Cliff laughed at himself. You could tell it was out of frustration and disbelief, rather than the usual good-natured feelings. I'm so sorry. I had gotten better at this. You have? Cove's voice was small, but it was enough to break through his dad's thoughts. Cliff's mouth pulled into a smile.
It's okay.
It's been a long time since something like this happened. Not long enough. You deserve better than a blockhead falling back into old habits just because things seem to be going good.
I'm trying.
It won't keep happening. I promise I'll work on it. We can all work on it. I can try harder myself to be in the loop on what's actually happening over here. A happy smile quickly spread across Cove's face, and he answered delicately. Okay. He felt relief seeing how much of the whole family had grown together since he first met them. They could talk to each other more easily. After that, it wasn't long before the taxi arrived, rolling up in front of the house and in clear view of the open door. Kira stood up, smiling sadly. Well, that's my ride. Yeah. The matching reply got a chuckle out of Kira as you all filed out of the house. Father and son went with Kira's bags in hand. Once outside, you spotted your family waiting by the street, and to your surprise, Derek was also with them. He stood uncomfortably, and you waved as soon as you noticed him.
What's
Hey,
up?
Dae. Hi, Cove. When did you get here? My dad dropped me off just a little bit ago. Thought I could visit one more time before school started.
Sorry.
You picked a busy time. Sorry. Derek couldn't even look at Cove. He nervously kept rolling a pebble with the bottom of his shoe.
Sorry.
Wasn't even thinking that your mom would be leaving today. I'm sorry, dude. What? You're not interrupting anything. You're always welcome here. It would have been sad if I didn't get to say goodbye before leaving. I think so too. As a parent, Derek would have preferred to have gotten there at a more opportune moment. He never liked being impolite, but their reassuring words soothed his worries. The tension he was holding in his body lessened, and he looked like he was feeling much more like himself. Bye, Derek. It was fun getting to know you. Bye, ma'am. Is there anything I can do to help? Nah, don't worry yourself over that. We're just about set. In that short moment of time, Cliff had gathered and packed the bags into the trunk. Kira took one last look at everyone inside. Alright, I don't want to keep the driver waiting. It's time to head out. The little crowd that had formed around started their course of farewells and well wishes traveling, but Kira still made no move to get into the taxi. She placed her attention on Cove. I'll call when I get to the airport and when I make it to Nevada. Also, you better call the moment you walk into the door home, otherwise we'll be wondering all night if you got into trouble on the way there. And could you call tomorrow too, so I can tell you how school went? Of course! I want to hear all about it. Kira put a hand on Cove's head and affectionately ruffled his hair one last time. She then let go, only to move on to squeezing his cheeks in her hands and said, Mom, I love you so much, baby. She was chuckling by the time she freed him, and rounded things off with a small tap to the tip of his nose. Cove rubbed at his face with a grin. Finally, she walked to the car while waving back and took her seat in the taxi. Cliff hooked an arm around Cove's shoulder and kept him close as they began to pull away. For a moment, Cove looked up at his dad and then wrapped an arm across his back.
Bye.
Bye, Mom. Bye. Travel safe. Kira rolled down the window and stuck her head out of it. She waved again while blowing kisses at Cove and Cliff. See you again! Before she was out of sight, you decided to call out with your family and hers. As you added your voice to the others, you watched Kira's smile grow larger. The cab turned down another road and completely disappeared from view. Cove let go of his dad and took a few steps onto the empty street, still looking the direction his mom went. He smiled quietly, deep in thought. You got the impression Cove was feeling better than he was earlier. He was finally content with the way things were. The summer breeze brought a sweet-sounding jingle across the way. It was the wind chime you had given Cove. He had hung it in the front of this house, and it had become a very familiar sound in this neighborhood. You jumped up when your mom put a hand on your shoulder, pulling you away from your thoughts. She smiled when you looked at her. That was a great vacation, huh? It was the best. But summer ain't over until I fall asleep. No naps for you then. Can't risk you accidentally ending summer a few hours too early for the rest of us. Chuckling, you shook your head, amused. Cove walked back over to the group, still genuinely happy. Derek grinned at him welcomingly, and everyone else there smiled at him, even Elizabeth.
Well?
Mom clapped her hands together, bringing everyone's attention back to the present. It's almost lunchtime. I think I'll put something special together. Her eyes sparkled with a plan, and Mom smiled. I bet you could use some help with that. That'd be absolutely wonderful. Derek glanced between the two, his eyebrows furrowed. Is there anything I could do? Your mom's exchanged a fond expression. Ma shook her head. That's very sweet, Derek, but it's alright. It's not your job. Technically, your dad left you under Cliff's watch. You're meant to be taken care of by him, not doing chores for the neighbors. Mom laughed a little over her own joke. You watched Derek look away, discouraged.
It's okay.
I don't mind. He was a little bashful about it. You wondered if Mom's joke had just reminded him that he wasn't initially meant to be invited to lunch. It was getting a little awkward. Mom grimaced sympathetically. Her comment was meant to lighten the mood, not bring it back down. Ma tried again to get things moving forward. Why don't you kids go have fun? You all can come back in about an hour. We'll make enough for everyone. Mom nodded in agreement.
Sounds good.
Another stunning idea, Lonnie. Thanks.
Thank you.
That sounds like a plan then. I don't want to crimp your style. I've got some stuff to work on, so I can be out of your hair this afternoon. You should come by later too. No reason you should be the odd man out. Mom seemed amused as Cliff rubbed his neck nervously. He grinned a wavering but pleased smile.
Thanks very much.
I appreciate the invite. He looked over the assembled crowd with knowing glances. I can help too. With as many people as you're feeding, this is going to be a lot of food. Didn't you hear what we told Derek? It wouldn't be fair to make you cook when we're the ones who are inviting you in. Ma raised an eyebrow when Cliff waved it off.
Come on.
I insist. Derek will be missing time with his pals. This should be a break for me. I'm quite the chef. Anyone can cook. Ma and Mom exchanged further glances before Mom shrugged. An airtight argument. If you're sure, we'll be happy to have you, Chef Cliff. Cliff's grin widened and seemed more hyped than you'd expected him to be about helping with lunch. Cove shook his head, a fond smile on his face. Then all of us grown-up people will be heading inside. I assume the rest of you kiddos are staying out? Excuse me. I'm dying. I'm inhaling too much air. Maybe not all of them. Ma tilted her head, a silent question for Elizabeth. Your sister thought for a moment.
Alright.
I'll stay with the kids.
That's fantastic.
Both your moms smiled at her, while Derek and Cove didn't seem to appreciate her phrasing. But with the plan decided, that all three parents waved and headed for your house. It was just you teenagers now. Elizabeth looked at you and the others, a curious expression on her face.
So?
What now? You suddenly wondered if Elizabeth only stayed out with you to avoid getting roped into work. Then again, she could just generally want to hang out. You couldn't tell with your sister. She's a wild card. Cove spoke up after no one else did to answer Elizabeth's question. Want to go down to the shopping street? It's been a while, but I don't think there's a lot of other things we could agree on. Yeah, sure.
Awesome.
Sounds awesome to me. Unlike you guys, I haven't been there 1,001 times. It's new to me. Let's do it. You strolled across the road as a group, down to the beach and then to the left. It took less than 15 minutes to arrive, one of the conveniences of Sunset Bird. The four of you looked around at the familiar shops, trying to see if anything caught your attention this time. Derek was the most enthusiastic. He checked out every stall with his eyes widened with wonder. Elizabeth and Cove were in good spirits as well. That's so cool! He ran over to a street magician who was currently doing a card trick for a group of enchanted tourists. Derek clapped when the magician showed a middle-aged man his card. Derek turned back to the group with a curious gleam on his face. What does it take to perform here anyway? Do you have to ask somebody, or do you just show up and start doing stuff? Who would you even ask? It's a public street. Hey, Miss Mayor, can I pull a rabbit out of my hat? Please. Flopsy's well behaved, I promise. Derek chuckled, his eyes searching up and down the scene.
Maybe?
Maybe there's a boss at the shopping street? No one does any of this around my neighborhood. It's just regular stores behind walls. It's different if someone wants a real store, but here I'm pretty sure people are just putting on their little shows whenever they want and do whatever. That's so neat. Would we be allowed to do something too? Cove laughed and Derek began almost vibrating with excitement. Elizabeth rolled her eyes. What would we do? Well, I don't know what. Not yet. I mean, I just found it out. It's a possibility, you know?
What?
But there's gotta be something. You know, cool stuff. I'm sure if we think about it, we could plan a show that'd really get a crowd pumped. It was a great idea. I wanted to be a part of it. You felt he could try his idea on his own. You thought Derek needed to abandon that idea. Stat. Fuck your dreams, kid. Do nothing. I'm in. Woo.
Nice.
I knew I could count on you. Now we just need to act. It'll come to us. Right. With some amusement, the gang continued to pursue the stalls. Elizabeth found some earrings with a dangling, badly misprinted globe that everyone laughed at. Ko picked out a blob as Iceland, but Derek thought it had to be Greenland. You know, this is a world with what looks like 9 continents. I think you're both wrong. It's Australia. The other 3 giggled at your interjection. Suddenly Ko froze. You stared at him and then tried to see what caught his attention. When you saw a familiar face down the way, it all made sense. Between the crowds, his bright hair stood out like a neon green bowl in a kitchen sink. It was Jeremy. Jeremy slowly drifted his eyes down the street, and his eyes widened in mutual recognition. He definitely noticed you. Uh-oh, Spaghetti-O. Derek frowned, and Cove tensed up. You couldn't help but remember the last time you had seen Jeremy at Miranda's birthday party. No wonder Cove was already defensive. You stood there shocked. You glared at Jeremy. You waved. You decided to smile at Jeremy. You looked away. I pretend I do not see it. Didn't want to even start with Jeremy's shenanigans today. Elizabeth raised an eyebrow. Her gaze swept over Jeremy without a hint of a clue. Jeremy simply scoffed to himself and waded deeper into the crowd of people. Derek relaxed and exhaled loudly. I'm glad he's not going to start anything. He peeked over at Elizabeth with a tiny smirk. See? That was the mean kid.
What?
What? She still didn't get it. That first summer day hadn't made nearly as much of an impression on her as it did for Derek, but he smiled and waved it off. Just forget about him. I already have. He laughed, and Cove smiled lightly. He seemed in a much better mood now that Jeremy was gone. Your eyes wandered over to where Jeremy disappeared. You hadn't forgotten the day you met him either. He was only going to be in town for vacation with the parents he hated. That glimpse was probably the last time you would ever see him. You mentioned that realization to everyone. You kept that thought to yourself. You broke from the group and went after Jeremy. Ew, no, I don't want to see him. I'll keep it to myself. Elizabeth snapped her fingers in front of your face. Apparently you had spaced out. Cove and Derek were already at the next stall. Come on, unless you want to get left here. You nodded and caught up with the others. Cove raised an eyebrow. What were you thinking about? Nothing. Gave you a researching look, but let it drop when Derek yelled at you to go check something out. Jeremy was unlike anyone you ever met before. You thought he was horrible, you thought he was weird, you thought he was stupid, you thought he was kind of pitiful, you thought he was kind of okay. He's kind of okay. Every time we meet him, he insults us left and right. Yeah, I guess he's alright. You didn't know what to think about him. He's kind of a weird little child. You and the group moved on from the stall and from Jeremy. It didn't take long for everyone to return to joking. You all enjoyed what little time you had left, as Elizabeth mentioned the hour was almost up. The little trip had flown by. Lunch must have been waiting for you now. Derek bounced on the balls of his feet.
Okay.
Come on, guys, let's get going so we can eat. I'm starving. If we have to. I can't wait. Phew, I've had enough walking around. Homebound, here we go. You nodded slyly. Can't wait. I need food. I hate him. We all hate Jeremy. Cove stretched one of his arms lazily. Let's go then. You looked at him appraisingly. Give me a piggyback. Hey, Cove. Yeah? Could you carry me back home?
What?
Cove turned red, obviously flustered. Piggyback, piggyback. It's a special occasion. Give me a piggyback. I think that special transportation makes sense on such a big day. Cove sighed and shook his head. Elizabeth and Derek became a chorus of laughter. Come on, Cove. It'll be fun. Alright. Cove stepped over to you. He looked like he couldn't believe what he was doing. His lips quirked into a large smile. Oh yeah, thanks. He carefully crouched down in front of you so that you could climb on. It wasn't hard to hop on. He slipped his arms under your legs and did his best to lift you. It was wobbly, but he managed to stand all the way up. Elizabeth watched with a smirk on her face while Derek laughed even harder. It was fair to say that your antics were entertaining. You were glad Cove went with it. Cove carried you home, but he seemed pretty bashful about the situation. He struggled with how much to grip around you and whether or not he should try to reposition things. But along with all that, he also seemed to feel some pride to be carrying you. It was a pleasant walk home, and in no time you had made it back. Derek got to the front door and held it open for everyone as you each moseyed inside. Three parents were still in the kitchen. They looked up and waved. Welcome back, everyone. You made it just in time. I hope you're hungry. When Cove brought you inside, the parents couldn't help but notice the odd conveyance. Your moms were unsure and Mr. Horton raised an eyebrow.
Everything okay?
Did you pull something, Dae? I'm okay. Aw, Cove, you've gotten so strong. And reliable, too. What a guy. Cove rolled his eyes at the commentary and started walking to your couch. He bent down and you let yourself plop back onto the couch. Thanks for the lift. Cove exhaled loudly and shook out his arms. He just seemed relieved that he made it. So, did everyone have a nice time out? She gestured for people to take a seat at the table. Plates and silverware had already been placed. You took your normal seat. Elizabeth sat across from you, and Derek took the seat to your left. Cove sat on your right. But he blushed a little and began fidgeting with the silverware. His dad was the first to pick up on his extra awkwardness, but your moms weren't far behind. The parents shared looks at Cove's reaction. It seemed that he was struggling with how to act normal around his dad or your parents, or both, after what happened between you two upstairs.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, we had a great time. It was fine. I had fun. Yes, the bank heist went off without a hitch. Your joke got some chuckles going around the table. That's good in my book. Casually, Mr. Holden sat in the empty seat across from Cove. He smiled at you and all the other kids. Mom set down a platter full of water glasses on the table. She looked down at the gathering. It's a good thing we have 8 chairs. I can't remember the last time we've had a big group this big over a meal. Can you pass the drinks down to the other side? Make sure you all get one. Sure. Those close to the cups obliged and started offering waters around. As you passed Cove his drink, your hands touched. Cove froze. You had already let go, not realizing that he was too distracted to function in that moment. The glass fell down to the table, landing with a sharp clatter of glass on wood. Cove scooted his chair back with a restrained shout.
Sorry.
I'll get a towel or something? He looked around in a frantic panic, as if an object to soak up the water would magically appear if he turned his head fast enough. His dad bit his lip in worry, rising from his own seat. Cove, what's going on? You've been a little out of it today. Did something happen? Cove tensed, frozen again. He stared at the water on the tabletop as if he wanted to sink into it. You spoke up to cover Cove. You blanked on anything that could have been said. You admitted what had happened between the two of you. They had to find out sometime. You accidentally blurted out, no, we gotta cover the homie. If something did happen, you should wait for Cove to want to talk about it. Trying to make him say things in front of everybody wouldn't be good. Mr. Horton nodded slowly. He still seemed worried, but after another look at Cove, he smiled sympathetically. Well said, Dae. I'm here when you're ready, son.
Of course.
Cove breathed a sigh of relief and shot you an apologetic look. You shot him a covert thumbs up. As everything got set up, Maud tried at Elizabeth to take her elbows off the table.
Now.
And you shouldn't slouch. She pointed to Mr. Holden, who was leaning forward with both arms on the table. Oops. Mr. Holden seemed unsure about all the sudden attention and carefully rearranged his posture to something suitable for a fancy dinner. He smiled sheepishly at Mom. Elizabeth rolled her eyes, and Ma gave a leveled look at her. You shouldn't be impolite to a guest in the house either. Elizabeth groaned, long and long-suffering. Ma giggled, and Mr. Holden chuckled.
Not bad.
A lot of you could learn a thing or two from Derek. He has the best manners here. Derek blushed, but it was true. His posture was upright and formal. He even held his fork gracefully. His table manners, on top of all of his attempts to aid your parents, made him the model of meal attendee behavior.
Aw.
Why you yelling, Hugo? Why you screaming? It's nothing. It's true, though. You have been a lovely guest. I've noticed that, too. It's always nice when you stay over, Derek. Derek smiled and sat a little taller in his chair.
Mm,
And do you have anything good to say about your other guests? She looked deliberately at Cove with a teasing smirk. Or is there just nothing to say? Well, Cove is my number one, but he does still clean his hands by wiping them on his pants. I mean, I do that too. Excuse me. Oh my god, he's still not working? I swear. Cove frowned at that and absentmindedly brushed his hands on his pant legs. Your mom's laughed a little. Lightly.
there.
Elizabeth, you should know, after all these years, Cove is hardly a guest anymore. Cove smiled awkwardly. My mom yells at me for doing that. It's bad manners, you gotta use a napkin, but I also do that too. Thanks. It's just so easy. It's like, oh my gosh, just wipe it there on your thighs and you're done. Who cares? I don't think it's that big of a deal. You tease Cove for his bad habit. You complimented Derek on his politeness. You joked that Derek was basically an adult. You kept quiet and took a bite on your food. Don't think I'm gonna let the pants thing go. Cove looked over at the window, not wanting to face the truth. He looked over the window. I don't want to face the truth. This is what I'm gonna have to deal with the rest of my life. Everyone ate their meal together and continued to hang out for the afternoon. After the food, you and the others played a couple games and talked about the plans for the upcoming year. The time passed by quickly, and soon it was time to part ways. Mr. Holden talked to your moms, and Cove drifted over to you, knowing that as soon as his dad finished up, he would be leaving. Oh. BB is pouty today. Yeah, he is. It's because I didn't give him a taquito, even though he wasn't here for it. So he's a little bit on strike right now. It'd be cool to stay, but we have some stuff to do before everything closes today.
Okay.
Yeah, bye. Could you move? I need the phone. Cove raised an eyebrow, and Elizabeth impatiently gestured behind him. Cove realized he was standing right in front of where the receiver was placed. He sidestepped out of the way and shook his head, clearly thinking Elizabeth was rushing too much. Your sister made a beeline for the phone and started dialing the number of what you figured was one of her friends. Knowing Elizabeth, she was going to be on there for a while. You, Cove, and Derek shuffled closer to the door. It seemed like Mr. Holden was wrapping up his conversation, so everyone started saying their various farewells. Fruity Sunday? Okay. You know what? It might make him feel better. See, BB, you are getting your food after all. Let me get it out for you. Let me get it ready. Thanks for the lurk, Shaggy. I hope you enjoy your stream. Where is it? It's in here. I feel like I say that every time I get one of these foodlets out. Where is it? Fruity. Delicious. What if I give it to Cove instead? No, I'll give it to you. There. There you go. Is it all better now? No, he's still mad. Well, if you're not gonna say anything, maybe I should take it away. I cry every time. You, Cove, and Derek shuffle closer to— oh, okay, I already said that.
Talk to you later.
See you later, Cove. We gotta do this again sometime. Yeah, give him some time. Yeah, see you. Cove turned to you and smiled slyly. Bye, Dae. A hug goodbye. You stepped forward and spread your arms wide. Cove only had a moment to react before you encircled him in your arms. Cove hugged you back tightly, and his chest rumbled as he laughed. His cheeks were slightly red, especially when he looked over and noticed that Derek had watched the whole thing. Derek smiled amusedly.
Dude.
Seriously, dude, we'll have to hang out later. I'm gonna miss you during school. He offered Cove a high five, and the two boys clapped their hands together. Cove and his dad left soon after that. Your parents started cleaning up the house, and Elizabeth was still chatting to her friends on the phone. It was just you and Derek left. Derek, he's here. He elected to stay outside in front of the house to wait for his dad to pick him up. You decided to keep your guest company, although he was originally Cove's visitor. A light summer breeze blew through your hair, and Derek shifted his weight from foot to foot. Thanks for waiting with me. He kicked at the ground, distractedly. Dad's still gonna be a while, so do you want to go for a walk? Sure, I don't mind. The two of you walked down the street again, just wandering without a destination planned. It was a quiet stroll, too quiet for Derek being the company. You turned to him when you noticed that he wasn't saying a word. That was unusual. Derek had always had something he could chat about. You weren't sure if you should ask about it. Somehow you ended up at the old park near the beach. He glanced over to Derek once more, still expecting him to say something any second now. However, nothing came from him. In fact, now you noticed a frown creeping on his face. Derek smiled when he realized you were watching. At least his mouth was turned up. There wasn't anything that really felt happy in the expression. He turned away and the smile fell off his face. His eyes stared intently at the ground and he raised an eyebrow. Is everything okay? I'm a little sad. It's just with school starting back up again, it's going to be harder to visit. I'm going to have homework and clubs and practices and everything else.
Sucks.
It only sucks we got to go to different— oh my god. Cannot stutter any harder. It really sucks we go to different schools. His face screwed up and his face were close together. This was really concerning him. What if we don't have time? We'll make time. We can talk over the phone and have plans for weekends. It'll be okay. Derek looked up at the sky. It was orange and purple with little wisps of clouds scattered around. A plane flew high with a jet stream trailing behind it. Then he turned to the ground again. Derek's face was tilted far enough down that it was harder to read his expression. Hey Dae, I actually wanted to talk to you about something, if you don't mind. There was a pause, and you waited for him to finish his thought.
Sorry.
I was just kind of wondering, do you like guys at all? Like, would you ever want to be with someone who was a boy? Sorry if that's weird to ask. I could be with a guy. Okay, then he hesitated before finishing his question.
So.
What I mean is, just, is there any guy you think is kind of cool that you like around here? Not at school or anything like that? He jerked his head further. You already knew the answer. You had confronted that very topic this afternoon. Well, I mean, I like Cove. Derek chuckled and didn't look out all surprised. Yeah, I kind of thought so. That's cool. I really hope things work out. Thanks for answering my random questions. He shot you a thumbs up. I hope we'll always be friends, no matter what. And if we don't see each other for a long time, or if we get really busy, I still hope. He cut himself off and met your eyes. There was something serious to him. Sincerely worried that you'd fall out of friendship. Listen, we're gonna be best friends forever. Derek smiled, mostly to himself. He seemed a little more like you than usual. Then for sure we have to make the most of next year, then the year after that, and the year after that. He rambled on for a while about things. We'll just make the most of every year. Right. You smiled and felt like your friendship was still strong. You didn't spend much longer at the park after that. Derek didn't want to miss his dad, so you both made your way back to your street. Derek found all kinds of fun things to talk about as you walked side by side back to your street. Then you plopped down the curb outside your house, hugging your arms around your legs. His voice was comforting, and you were grateful that Derek was keeping you both distracted from the inevitable. For a little while longer, it was still summer vacation. You listened while he excitedly told you about all the new action movie coming out in a few months. And then you watched his brow pinch as he described the new ball tricks that he'd been working on perfecting. It was easy to laugh along to his tales. You enjoyed the shine in his green eyes most when the conversation shifted to funny stories about his little brothers. It was almost hard to believe that much time had passed at all when a couple of short honks rang out in the neighborhood. Snickering, Derek scratched the back of his neck. Dad's here. You looked up the street and spotted the van coming around the corner. Mrs. Suarez cheerily waved her arm out the window from the shotgun seat. Oh, and Mom too. Guess we know what that means. Derek rose to his feet and brushed some dirt off his pants. You followed his lead as the car rolled to a stop in front of your house. The van's side door slowly and laboriously opened. On the inside was George with a victoriously wide grin as he tugged the heavy door open the rest of the way so Derek had a way in.
Hi.
Hi. Nicholas was there too. You heard him well before you saw him. We're here! Looking past George, you found Nicholas bouncing against his traps in full force. Thanks for coming, guys. Hey, boys. Nice seeing you. Holding onto the sides of the open door, Derek leaned into the car to give Nicholas a moment of one-on-one attention. You could hear the kids' giggles over everything else. Faintly, you could hear the conversation was happening between Derek's parents, but you couldn't make out a single word. And before you could do anything with that thought, Derek glanced over his shoulder. He paused and held your gaze softly, and then Derek let go of the car to stand back in front of you one last time. I've gotta go. Well, you know that. Bye-bye. It was really cool hanging out with you today, and this summer. Not even his usual cheery enthusiasm could keep his sadness away this time. His voice grew quieter, and he scuffed his foot on the pavement.
You had a good summer break, huh?
But it had to end sometime. Yeah, and it was the best summer too. I wouldn't have wanted to spend it without you. I'm glad we met before it started. It was the best. The confidence and sincerity in your voice lifted his mood. He put his hands on his hips and beamed. It was. Give me my own high five. Raising your hand high, Derek met your challenge. He leapt up and put his weight behind the slap. You laughed and shook the sting from your hand. But the time had finally come, and Derek hopped up into the cabin of the van. George and Nicholas waved to you from their seats. The adults shouted their goodbyes next from the front. You laughed at their muffled voices, and Mrs. Suarez leaned out of her window.
Have a good one.
We realized you probably couldn't hear us. Mr. Suarez and I just wanted to say goodbye, Dae. Yes, goodbye. Derek's dad leaned over his wife to give his farewells. Bye, thanks for this fun summer. You turned to George and Nicholas because it really wouldn't have been the same without them. Of the two, George seemed to be the one listening, and you watched his stunned look melt into a warm one. Take care, Dae. And Derek closed the door for George this time. He moved the massive door with much more ease. After that, the car moved further down the street before flipping it around to drive up the hill and out of the neighborhood. You remained rooted there to the curb and watched the Suarez family drive away. You were relieved you got a chance to see the whole family again, but they were gone, and you were left to your own devices. Pivoting around, you made your way inside. He's so adorable, he is. I'm so excited to play his route after we finish, Coves. It's like I've been waiting. I want to see what it all has to offer. We already got, like, some new content in as well. At least it's different for before the DLC came out, because, the beginning with like Derek's family and like the ending just now. That wasn't in before the DLC. It was where Derek was about to confess his love and then we'd have to reject him. Yeah, that's kind of funny. It would have been funny if that happened, huh? Wasn't it? It's certainly not because I picked some choices that prevented that, you know? Oh well, psh, it's fine. Now that it was quiet, you yawned and decided it was a good time to settle in for the night. Stretching your arms over your head, you notice that the living room and the phone happened to be free. Lee! You picked up the receiver and quickly punched in the familiar number while going to take a seat on the couch. Soon enough, after explaining the situation to the housekeeper, Lee answered. Hey. Hi, Lee. Can you talk? Definitely. We practically have to. My gosh, can you believe it's almost time for school to start? What happened to our summer? Clown emoji. School starts first thing tomorrow for me. Ew, and I thought starting next week was bad enough. Enjoy your last week. Oh, I will. I hope you'll survive your first day. Me too. I need a good year. Ditto. And at least summer was nice while it lasted, right? We were busy. Yeah. Finally, you thought about all the best memories you made this summer. Lee was there for some, but there were so many you hadn't filled her in on yet. Let's reminisce. Let's speak about... Ooh. The big shopping trip. There was this day that Mom and Ma took me and Elizabeth on a big supply shopping trip. I want to tell her about the kith. Oh, we'll get there. What made that so memorable? Lee chuckled, but you could hear the curiosity in her voice. Stayed out late, hanging out with Cove. I still feel like complaining about how the day went. When surfing with Cove, I don't know, I felt like a true summer day. Cove taught me surfing. Ooh, lucky. Was he a good teacher? You're happy that Lee couldn't see the blush burning on your face. Your voice came out almost too soft, and you knew Lee was enjoying every bit of your embarrassment. Yeah. Another moment. Let's see. I don't think there's actually a place that... we could tell him about the road trip. I went on vacation. Cove's parents ended up inviting my whole family on the RV road trip.
Really?
That's awesome. It was a 3-day trip, and we visited the Redwood National Forest. There's a fox on Fall Guys. I didn't get to see the kiss. You missed it, Hugo. Also, Bear Burger. I heard about the Bear Burger, but I didn't know about the fox. Interesting. The park was amazing. Cove was flirting with me on the trip. Cove's not. Ooh. There we go.
What?
You what? When? Start at the beginning. Your face immediately felt like it was burning, knowing there was no closing this can of worms. I can't believe you've been holding out on me with such a juicy story. You have to tell me everything. You could easily imagine the large grin that to be sitting on Lee's face as you began going into every detail on the setup, what happened, and the way it ended. What was I say? It's giving everything up to pull me, remove, and buy the shut up for 2 minutes during a reading game. Honestly, that is a pretty big meme move. We'd just be sitting here in silence. Honestly, I wish BB was talking, because if that happened, I would just make BB read it. I just type it all in. Wait, actually, hold on. Damn it. Shit. Maybe in another hour live stream, maybe we will be talking and then you guys can use it. I wouldn't know what it would say then. But maybe, you know, there was a couple times that I would think about maybe BB doing the stream by himself. But if he's not going to talk like this, then I don't know how that's going to work. Right, you could, yes. This is going to be Lee's favorite story for years. You could feel it. I'm so happy for you. Ah, that's so funny and really cute. Thanks, but it's not like anything really happened then. That's not what counts. The feelings were there. I can't read while I'm at work. I cry. But if BB could talk, it would have worked, but don't do it like that. It was hard to focus on what she was saying. You were distracted just thinking back on that moment. Is there anything else we wanted to talk to her about? We'll talk about the soiree, and then we'll leave it then. Then. I went to a soiree at my mom's country club. There was lots of food and dancing, and people dressed up formally. Ooh, I've been to one of those. They're cool, but how did it go for you? Cove was my date. No way! You asked him on a date? Like a date? Yeah. Ooh, after laughing a bit, you dove into telling Lee everything about your night with Cove. You enjoyed sharing that memory with her. Alright. What was your big highlight of the summer, Lee? Talking to you is always the best part of my summer. Even though it was a phone call, you just knew that Lee was winking at you. Come on, tell me. What, you don't believe me? Lee. Alright, okay. So a high point for me was when I took that trip with my parents to Europe. That was amazing. You and Lee continued to go over your adventures, so you both were yawning to each other over the phone. Before you go, there's what— ooh! There's actually one other thing today, Lee. The child gossip. There was a pause of silence. Knowing your cousin, you decided to pull your ear away from the phone. As expected, a screech loud enough for you to still make out clearly from a distance crackled through the speaker. When you felt it was safe, you put the phone back against your head. Lee was still gushing to herself, though a little less loudly. Why didn't you say so sooner? He had to have kicked you back, right? You two are the most perfect pair ever. Tell me, please. You used the precious little time you had left to try filling her in as best as you were capable of in that moment. But soon the approach of curfew became too much for you to ignore, despite how excited the both of you were. At that, you decided it was time to say goodbye for now, and you did have school to wake up for in the morning. Bye, Lee. Bye. Night, Day. Talk to you later. You left the phone on the side table for now. Looking at the clock on the wall, you saw that there was only about 10 minutes until your moms would be insisting you had to go to bed so you could be rested enough for school. You stretched your legs out on the couch and sighed in defeat, watching the minute hand change 1 minute closer to bedtime. You rearranged yourself, feeling restless, and looked out the window. Startled initially, you spotted a figure out in the hills. It was Cove. When surprise faded, you realized it really wasn't that much of a shock at all. It was exactly something Cove would do. Remember. Let's go see him. Sprinting, you reached the front door in record time. You didn't think you'd see Cove again that day. You had to go to him. When you arrived, you noticed how many fireflies were out that night. They drifted along, lazily, barely minding your presence as you waited to reach the top of the hill. Cove turned towards you as you approached, and you noticed right away that Cove looked happy to see you. Hey! You had a bounce in your step. You weren't sure how long you'd get to before your moms drove you back inside for bed. Hey, what are you doing out here? Not really. He shrugged, seeming unhappy with his own answer. You stared at him, waiting for him to continue. Well, I guess I was feeling kind of weird about stuff, so I'm getting some fresh air before bed. I know how you feel. I feel good. I feel good. I don't know about you, but I feel pretty good. Must be a skill issue, you know? I know how you feel. It's hard to stay still. Tomorrow's going to be the start of a new year. The mention of school, a small noise escaped him. Cove let himself fall back onto his butt and then all the way down, so he was laying on his back. He looked up at the sky. You sat on his chest. You lowered yourself to lay back on the hill. He had been lost in thought, or was possibly waiting for you to situate yourself, but he started speaking unprompted again. Thanks for telling me about my dad, and the money he offered you to be my friend. This was probably the last thing you're expecting out of him. Cove seemed to pick up on that, and stretched his arms out wide in front of him. This is where we met, remember? It happened that day. You could recall the sad little boy with the pink cast who you found in this very spot. It felt like a lifetime ago. I kind of have a strange feeling looking at you. Not in a bad way, just thinking about you then and really seeing you now. It's something. Gee, thanks. He turned his face away from you. You got the impression he was trying to hide a blush. It was almost unbelievable how much of an impact he had made on your life just by moving in next door. You couldn't even imagine what your days might have looked like in a world where you hadn't met him. Cove glanced back at you, waiting for a response, and you had no idea what to say. Then still, without a word from you, Cove shook his head strongly. What? It's you! Huh? He snickered before answering. He looked thoroughly amused with your reaction. That's what you do all the time, so I'm being you. What? I never got that part. You were stunned until he noticed enough to take note of it, being able to argue with the assessment you accepted it. I didn't do it that much. Cove burst into deep laughter. When it slowed, he continued to grin. Honestly, there weren't many people you could think of who could tease you about something like that. Returning his smile, you realized there was no denying that you two had been around each other for a long time. Cove broke the quiet before it could fully settle.
See you tomorrow.
Hey, I'll see you tomorrow. Yeah, see you then. The final wave, Cove headed for home, but you stayed there a few minutes longer. Your mind kept going back to a simple statement, see you tomorrow. No matter how much was changing around you, there were some things in your life that always seemed to remain true. The hills felt warm to you that night. Before you knew it, you were getting comfortable under the covers in your room. Your mind couldn't help but still be buzzing with thoughts about the future. It was hard not to think about Cove. There hadn't been enough time to really figure it all out after what happened between you. You felt excited. There was a little doubt in your mind that things were moving forward, and you couldn't wait to find out what changes were waiting for you on the horizon. Slowly, your eyes grew heavy as you drifted off to sleep, your mind spinning with wishful thoughts. No matter what happened next, you could only hope that you would make the most of it. You were ensnared in a dream when the noise from the outside world jostled you. Hello? Good morning, it's time for school. Something bad is going to happen. We're going to Sakuna rules. No, not Sakuna. A volcano was suddenly going to reactivate. Lava's going to come down. The ash rain! The light clatter continued. Now that you were more alert, you could distinguish it as a tapping sound. Quiet, slow, but persistent. Each beat was like being poked. You couldn't ignore it. You lifted your head from the pillow and looked for the source. Not much work was needed to puzzle it out. It was from the window. With that, you knew exactly what it was. From the color of the light flittering into your room, it was too early for anyone to be awake, including the sun. It had barely hauled itself over the horizon, but that didn't stop some people, it seemed. You sat up in bed and opened the window wide. Cool air, not yet warmed by the day, tickled your face as it pushed into your room. And just as you expected, there was your neighbor, crouching on your windowsill. He was fully dressed, though not for school. He was wearing a wetsuit and a shy smile. Hi, Dae. You stared back, blinking. So technically we won't be back to school for a few more hours. His voice was delicate yet deliberate, each word a careful explanation. Classes haven't actually started yet, so do you want to hit the beach with me one more time this summer? Oh my god. You're crazy. Only Ko would think of something like this, but that was part of what made him special to you. You rushed to get changed into something suitable while Ko climbed back down to ground level. Your limbs, still half asleep, struggled somewhat as you attempted to coordinate them into a swimsuit, but you got there in the end. Soon you were tiptoeing out of your front door, clutching a towel. Ko was already there to greet you. Your eyes met. Ko's gaze darted to your destination and back to you. You checked the door was closed, gave him a thumbs up, and the two of you leapt into action. Wordlessly, you began to run down the familiar path ahead, Ko beside you. The thrill of your illicit outing made you want to laugh. Not that you dared. If anyone in your family looked out and saw you, then your summer would be back to being over. One glance at Cove told you that he was exactly the same, holding back snickers for fear of being heard and caught. The towel streamed out from under your arm like a cape. You were running so fast downhill that simply keeping your balance and not tumbling down was a real threat. It just wasn't enough of one to make you slow your pace. For every step you took, the beach was a little closer, and the day a little brighter. What lay ahead for you would arrive, and you were happy to meet it. And that's step 2. In between. Ended. Ah. And now we have to make our step 3 look. We done did it. So that was nice. That was nice. I like the moments in step 2. Let's see. What do I want? What do I want? What do I want to look like now? Be hilarious if they tumbled down. Just ate shit while they were running. Let's see. I want something different. We're 5 years older now. I want to change up my look a little bit. Yes. This is the moment. Yes. Let's see, where are my earrings at? Oh, no more baby face either. There we go. Change. Earrings. There we go. Yes. And then... yeah, that's all fine. What's this one? Ring. Jewels. Pattern. Plain. Ooh. I got my ring on. Nail color. Nose ring. Oh shit, we can have nose rings now? That wasn't in here before. Nail color. Ooh. Got black? Hell yeah. A short headscarf. Oh, okay. Nice. Oh, there's more. So many options here. Okay, but I don't want a headscarf. Take it off. There we go. Do plain. Hell yeah. We're styling out here now. Okay. Done. Love. Direct. I want to save, actually. I didn't get to save. There we go. Ready. Wait, this is for Cove, right? Yes, okay. Neither. We'll let the game decide. Oh. Since you're romantically interested in Cove and are old enough to start being physically affectionate more seriously, you can choose what initiative level he has throughout this step. Making sure the player experiences what they want is important in our life, but always putting your choice first can potentially make a relationship feel one-sided, so we've added some flexibility in how it works. Low initiative means that Cove will occasionally ask to touch the MC, and in those situations there will always be an opportunity to say yes or no. For example, he won't simply lean over and kiss the MC as a greeting or in an emotional moment. Every piece of physical interaction will be either initiated or approved by the player before it happens. Middle initiative means there will be those certain times when Cove requests to touch the MC, many chances to initiate affection on your own, and also he will be pretty regularly given affection automatically. One example would be giving the MC a kiss because he's happy or emotional or something else. In another situation, you can choose not to make the first move in order to give Cove the space to be the one to act afterwards. Overall, the love interest can get romantic, but the player's agency will take priority. High initiative includes everything middle does, but it also means that the player agency will be reduced to a degree in favor of having Cove give physical affection even more frequently and with less prompting. Instead of all the major affection and giving situations being led by a choice menu for you to decide on, some will instead be replaced by Cove acting automatically. This level is only recommended if you're very comfortable with physical affection and will prefer to simply see it happen rather than always holding the reins on it. However, this level is mostly relevant if Cove ends up as your official boyfriend at some point. Situations where high-level initiative makes a difference tend to come up in scenes that are exclusive to being in a relationship. The parts that are also included in the middle initiative, which will be seen whether you're dating or not. Once you pick your level, it can't be changed partway through a step. The choice only comes up at the very beginning of a story section. We hope you enjoy whichever initiative option you decide on. So yeah, I wanted to read that out because I thought it was a nice little aspect of the game that they put in. So that if somebody was playing this and they weren't really the most affection type, they could have that option to have low initiative, so they could, you know, have a choice in how much affection they get or not. It's like they said, they take the player's comfort into a priority here. So I thought that was really nice. So I just wanted to read that out to you guys, so that you could see. I'm gonna pick high initiative. I am very comfortable with video game guys, you know, giving me a hug, and I don't have to tell them, yeah, you can give me a hug, you know. So high initiative. That is nice. Yeah, yeah. Like I stated, this game is very inclusive and tries to pander to all people so that everybody can feel comforted in it, you know? The start of classes ended the relaxed free days of summer. It didn't take long for you to get back into the swing of the school year routine. Schedules and homework became the new normal. Derek wasn't around nearly as much. With school and after-school activities, there weren't many opportunities for him to take the trip out to your neighborhood. Sometimes you hear that he was at a training camp or something like that, but you weren't always sure what he was up to. But you still kept in touch. The Jeremy kid did disappear after that summer, and no one ever heard from him again. Where he went or what he might be up to was a mystery. You saw more Miranda around. Since you had hung out with her on her birthday, she had opened up to you. The two of you talked regularly. She was the same towards Cove. After all three of you developed a real friendship together. Give us hugs, Cove, yes! More summers came and went like the waves on the shore, coming in and out. In your second year of high school, someone new started to visit Sunset Bird, a sunny girl named Terry Brooke. She was a friend of Cove, made due to them both being ocean-obsessed. Terry was more than glad to befriend you two. Someone close to Cove had to be good company, she felt. You were pleased to get along with her so well. Funnily enough, Terry was also extremely tight with Miranda, who she had known for even longer than Cove. The four of you were able to create a small friend circle. As for your home life, the Ursas also had developments. Changing laws and public perception countrywide made it possible for your moms to openly wear the wedding rings without questions. Though they had a wedding years ago, it was only recently that the union was officially recognized everywhere in the US. That was a good day, to say the least. Elizabeth came into her own and stopped being quite as irritable. She no longer worried about being perceived childishness as she grew up for real. She didn't even mind being called Lizzie again, although most people just use Liz. She eventually graduated high school and moved out to attend college in another state. It was love for you to adjust to your older sister being gone. Liz never let you forget her role in your life, though, and kept in touch. Cove's relationship with his family improved over the years. Kira visited several times after that summer, and things became easier between the two. He was also closer with his dad than ever before. You knew they talked more, and that helped prevent a lot of friction before it could start. And Cove only continued to open up. to his parents and the rest of the world. He was so bright, he shone. He would willingly join conversations, make jokes, and put in an effort not to use overly blunt phrasing. Cove loved staying inside and learning just as much as ever. By this point, his studies had paid off, and he had been right near the top of the class by his last years of high school. Things had shifted between you and Cove, but in a way that most couldn't see. After all this time, he wasn't just your neighbor. He wasn't only your friend, or even a guy you were interested in. You were in love with him. You loved Cove. You knew that fact for certain. There was no one else you held those feelings for. It was strange to look back on it all. The future faded into your present, and then it was simply the past. Even the most fundamental parts of your life couldn't last forever. You felt that the most pointedly the day you inevitably graduated high school. Ripley's the spotlight. We're not going to steal it again. Mirna always steals the spotlight. She's just good like that. It was over, and you would not be going back ever again. From now on, what came next was your choice. You would be directing your own life. That was where you were currently. The summer after school had ended, the first summer of true freedom. What used to be a reprieve from the typical was now going to be your first step into adulthood. One fine summer morning, you took in what had become a very special scene, the whole family having a meal together. And there's Liz, all grown up. Your big sister Liz still hadn't lived at home full-time for a couple of years, but she arrived last week to spend the season here since it was an off semester for her. She wanted to make sure she was in town because you had now also graduated high school, so who knew how much rarer these moments would become in the future. You watched on as Liz laughed good-naturedly over a comment Ma made. Her Elizabeth-only mindset had only been a phase. It was just a phase, Ma. Nearly any nickname was welcomed at this point in her life. Pretty Liz, she is pretty. I've always liked her hair. It's always been very nice. And her dress as well. Very, very good. She looks so much older. I mean, here she's 20 now, so she's an adult. She was 15 last step. Strangely, even though she'd moved away, you lately felt closer to her than you had in a long time. You idly scooped up more of your breakfast and chewed absent-mindedly. I am eating whatever. And the meal you had reflected that. It included just about everything your moms had made, though you often made your own food nowadays. With Liz around, though, your parents made even more options than usual. Your sister had been vegetarian for a while, and they wanted to make sure she had choices too. And there's our parents. Conversation had gone idly, without you fully taking in the words, until your ears were peaked when Ma started on a bit of town gossip. And so that's how I heard the news. Alright, now stop burying the lead and tell us. What is this so-called news? Ma giggled as she cast a look across the table, satisfied that she had everyone's attention. Wow, so Gaming McDay and Cove are 18? We are 18 now. We just graduated high school. and yeah, they're old now. Look at her. She's so stressed. Well, it turns out the Donnells won't be renting out the condo up the street as per Sunset Bird tradition for the first time in what must be nearly 2 decades. A chorus of gasp and shocked expressions were had all around. After the initial shock, your eyebrows pinched. Mom may consider them by name, but you and Liz had always viewed them exclusively as the mean old couple who would yell at anyone under 25 who crossed their paths. Your mom continued on with the story, spreading strawberry jam over a piece of toast as she did so. They decided not to take big trips anymore. Friends and family will be visiting them at their home. That's nice for them then. Have a good summer, mean grandparents with no grandkids. Away from us. Finally, they can piss off. Be nice, kids. You don't want to end up like them, do you? You and your sister cracked smiles at the joke.
Well,
at least they won't be here to yell at my children anymore.
Lonnie.
And that blunt comment got laughter from all 3 of you. Engrossed in your conversation once more, you continued to chat with your family until the meal was over. Munch, munch, munch. Step 3, third time's the charm. I'm so excited to see what the game decided to make Cove look like. I'm so used to not... but when I played before, I would always, decide what Cove looked like and what his personality was, but now with just streaming it, it's like I'm leaving it up to the game. It's gonna be randomized. What did they do to him? As it went, once the food was eaten, the cleanup had to be done. Liz took the role of washing the dishes and passed them out to you for drying and putting away. You had a set of cups in front of you that needed to go on the top shelf of the cabinet. It was effortless to do. You were very tall, the task was pretty straightforward for you. You were tall, you had a stretch, but it was doable. You were an average height. It was a struggle to get them up without stepping a stool. You were short. A stepping stool was mandatory for you. You were very short. I am pretty much average height. That was simply your lot in life. You'd always hovered around the expected height for your age. You felt great about how things were. You hoped you might still grow more. You wish you had stopped growing earlier. You didn't think much about it. You didn't even know what to think of it. I don't think much about it. Height's height. That was a struggle for you because you remember how you used to feel so content about it when you were young. What? Go back. Go back. No, go back. I said... What did I say? Hold on. I said I didn't think much about it. Okay. Well, alright then. It's a struggle, I guess. The struggle out here. I was content about being average height, and I'm still content about it. How dare... How dare things stay the same? Liz shook you out of your internal musing by starting up an impromptu conversation. She seemed to be voicing the thoughts that had been buzzing around in her own head. I have to say, going back for another semester this fall is pretty intimidating. You'd think after the first year or two I'd have a handle on things, but no. You still glance at her, still placing cups in the proper place. I guess that's only fair. My first round was pretty general classes, and year one of my architecture major was the basics. Now I feel serious. I have to actually know some things. The laugh she gave was flippantly airy, but the way she scrubbed at the place held more force than necessary. Audacity of her life staying so changeless and happy. I know. How dare it? I think it's really cool you want to be an architect. Don't be too impressed yet. Wait to see if it actually happens, but thanks. Your older sister's mouth quirked into a small smile. That'll be fine, one way or another. I've heard about a couple people that take on architecture in college, and it sounds rough. It sounds pretty hard from the way some people describe it. I guess it like depends on like from school to school. But the stories I've heard about it, it's like, ooh, that's a lot. So good luck, Liz.
Oh.
Oh, but I'm not trying to scare you away from college, if that's even your plan. What is going with that anyway? Let's see. Had a kind of a general idea. You had absolutely no idea. You hadn't even let yourself think about it. It was too much. Ooh. Drama. Kind of had a general idea. You answered the questions as much as you were able to and willing to. Liz's smile grew more reassuring as you did. You made it through 12 years of full-time education already. You've got plenty going for you. Sometimes it's so hard to believe your public schooling experience was over. In the end, you graduated at the top of your class. You soared through with high marks. No. I'd say we were pretty average. You felt satisfied leaving it off there. It's over. It had been a familiar and enjoyable part of your life, but you were ready to move on. Liz picked up on the silence of her question and ended up creating. She decided it was time to make a closing statement on the topic.
You're a good kid.
Do what's best for you, and we'll be here to back it up. Thanks. You're a good big sister. At that, Liz happily passed the final dish your way. She waved a soapy, soaked hand as a farewell and moved on to her next task for the cleanup job. You'd be focused on getting the last pieces put back where they belonged. You eventually moved on to a new chore, but that was interrupted by the sound of your cell phone. You set one of the most beloved songs to ringtone. The phone was set to vibrate. I mean, that's how I use my phone. Oop. Maybe still not working. Upset. It works someday. But in real life, I just have my phone set to vibrate. You casually picked it up from the table where you had placed it earlier. The phone was a couple years old at this point, having been a 16th birthday gift from your parents. They decided which model to get, but you got to pick the color. It was black. A special charm. It was the crab keychain, a lantern based on the game Lake of Voices. Oh, what was a reference? You were pleased when you finally had a prominent place to use the gift. The screen lit up as you gave the little device a swipe with one finger. You were informed by caller ID that it was Lee. You weren't surprised. Despite having busier and busier lives and not living in the same town, you still had a good relationship with your cousin of the same age. Especially once the miracle of the both of you having your own phones actually happened. She got hers first, though. Tapping at the accept button, you answered her call. A familiar bubbly voice came through the right after. Hi, Dae. Sup? I trust I'm not interrupting anything major. Only some cleaning around the house. Oh, then you're welcome for my call. A distraction for what must have been desperately needed. Yes, thank you, my dear cousin. Hey, I love doing chores. I like cleaning. It's good to hear from you, even though you couldn't see it. You shook your head that. I love doing chores. Pretty, Lee, pretty. They're all pretty.
Right?
Of course, who wouldn't? She giggled, and you could hear the jangling of the jewelry she must be wearing. I mean, yeah, look at those earrings. Nothing amazing happening for me either. I'm bored and feel like chatting. My morning shift ended, so I'm free for the rest of the day. Woo! That's good. You hadn't started working yet? I'll be honest, at this stage, I did not have a job yet, but we're in this game, I will have a job, since I have a job now, you know? Like you, Lee had started dipping her toes into the workforce as of late. It made keeping in touch frequently even more complicated, but you both managed. What about you? It's been pretty normal.
Cool.
Cool, that's you then. So, how's Mr. Cove Holden doing? There was a teasing bend to her tone. She was never willing to let up on what was going on between the two of you. But that name was incredibly familiar to your ears. Cove, your next-door neighbor for the past decade at this point. But he was far more than just someone who lived on the same street. You vividly remembered the summer day you expressed feelings for each other as little 13-year-olds. Alright, so, what do you guys think? Have we been dating for years, or has it only been official just recently? And we never saw Cove again. After that day, he vanished. Out of thin air. Recently? Yeah. You know, a little tidbit, not a spoiler, but if we didn't confess that day, we'd have more options here. And you're in love with him, but that was one thing you hadn't admitted yet, and you were in love with him, but didn't want to talk about that at this point in your life. We haven't admitted it yet. We may be in love, but I can't say it yet. But maybe soon. We'll see. Are you even surviving without the boy being 10 feet away at all times? Or is everything right with the world again and he's back? No, Lee, he isn't here. Just like he wasn't here yesterday, or the last time you asked, or the time before that.
Sorry.
Oh, my bad. Can you blame me? Doesn't it feel like he should have made a grand return already? Plus, I want to visit soon, and he needs to be there too. You could understand where she was coming from. This was certainly outside the norm. For the past couple months, and the last few weeks especially, Cove had been going to his mom's place in Nevada. Two of you still regularly stayed in contact over text and calls, but still. Your mind began to drift back in time to all the prior trips he'd taken to visit her. Almost every year, he'd have to go away for a while, and then he'd be back. Made you sad and lonely when it happened, you never minded it. It was kind of nice having breaks from each other. You weren't a fan, but made do. It was just shitty. It would upset you. Your youngest was worried about him leaving for good. You sent him letters the entire time he was away. He must have shipped you out care packages, gave him special treasures to take with him, kept an eye on his house, blah blah blah, blah 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 blah. We'll send him letters. Cove made sure to mail some back to you too. That's how it was in the past, but lately he had been trying to see her as much as he could before taking long trips to another state became too impractical to do. His part-time work could become full-time soon, or he could be moving somewhere else for school. Cove hadn't actually been entirely clear on what his plans were after graduation. Cove was hesitant to speak on that, even with you. It couldn't be avoided forever, though. You both knew that.
Well,
Maybe we should switch up this up to a non-Cove related topic? That works. The rest of the conversation rode on. Not much longer, though. Lee had to go, and you needed to finish your responsibilities around the house. Cove Holden has been missing for 5 years, supposedly at his mother's, but could not be contacted. I know. It's tragic. If any of you have seen Cove, please let me know. Alert the proper authorities. The both of you exchanged goodbyes, then you went back to what you'd been working on before the call came in. As you wrapped up the last of your chores, you were approached by Liz with wearing a cheeky smile. I've got Mom's keys. Want to get out of this tiny town to do some shopping in a real city? Yeah, it's been way too long since I've gone anywhere exciting.
good.
I'm driving. That was obvious you didn't know how to drive. You're glad for that. You still just had to learn from it. Even though you could drive too, it was her plan, so she could do what she wanted. It was nice of her to do that. You had a license, but tried to avoid driving when possible. That's me. Go get your wallet and anything else. We're going now. With a nod, you made a quick detour to collect your stuff from your bedroom. You had money saved up from all the part-time work you'd done, as well as from the gifts you'd received. After making sure you both were fully prepared for the long haul to the largest city in the surrounding area, you buckled into the car. One sec. Sorry about that. Minor interruption there. Well, actually, while I'm here. God damn it, beep. Why you gotta do this, beebs? Alright. It was a smooth ride there. The light conversation about what shops to stop at and the radio blasting. I'm not muted, am I? No, I'm not. Okay, good. Just making sure. The trip there breezed by, and it felt like no time you had gone from cruising down the road to cruising through the mall. Liz had her interest to check out, and you, yours. Hey, we're still the same. When turning a corner down the new length of the mall, your eyes caught a little gift store. Your friends and family had recently given you many presents for graduating high school. You realized you wanted to get a graduating gift yourself to give to Cove. You had a gift of your own ready to give Cove when the chance came. You really appreciated what you'd gotten. We have our own gifts ready, actually. It was something you had known you wanted to do, and you were looking forward to seeing his reaction. Graduation may have already come and gone, but Cove wasn't really around, so you had to wait. Eventually, the mall was explored in full, with every shop of note being checked over. Rather than going home, you decided to walk over to some smaller stores nearby. Liz had many thoughts on that topic.
So?
Honestly, malls are not a bastion of society. God damn it! Even if smaller stores require extra distance, the brands are so much more. It is nice. I like the little flowers on the underside too, as well as on the ribbon. Then your sister abruptly stopped speaking and walking, right in the middle of the path. It was a good thing no one was behind her. She seemed to entirely shut off for a moment. Liz? The attempt to catch her attention was unsuccessful. Something else had all her focus. Before you could puzzle out what might be happening, she began to mumble out of the corner of her mouth. Dae, don't draw attention, but look. What? With a harsh whisper and a subtle jerk of her head, she urged you once more.
Hey.
Look! You followed her gaze as best as you could to a large bunch of colorful teens strolling down the same path. Okay. You faced back over to your sister with a confused expression and an unspoken question. What were you supposed to be seeing here? And matches the dress. It does. She's just so stylish. Dae doesn't... She's a snake now. Dae, doesn't one of them seem familiar? She was practically bouncing at this point, so you looked over at the group again. And this time you saw what she was seeing. Amongst the collection of strangers was brown hair, gray eyes, and lots of freckles. I bet no, it's not Derek. I'm sorry. It's another boy that we got introduced to in step 1. That's Shiloh! Our Shiloh, from when we were kids! Yep, that was definitely him. I can't believe it! He's only just there! That's hilarious! That's incredible! Oh, but how do we talk to him? We have to pull him away from all those other people, and what if I'm wrong? Your mouth opened to reply, but she cut it off with her own answer to the question. I've got it. I'll shout the name Shiloh, and then we can act like it wasn't us. If he responds to that, we'll know without a doubt it's him. Dae, keep an eye out to see if he looks. Oh, why do I have to be the one that watches? Likely without even hearing what you had to say, Liz put her plan in action. Shiloh! She loudly projected the word across the way and then put it on an act of casualness, turning her head away from the scene while brushing at the skirt of her dress. In a supremely awkward moment, you could only stand there as attention in the area shifted to the two of you thanks to your sister's shout. But of the many startled bystanders who became alert to your presence, one of them was the boy. From a distance, his large eyes met yours. He looked. A wide grin took over Liz's face. She pushed the rim of her sun hat up and away from her face while swishing back around to greet her old friend directly. Shiloh! When she stepped a bit closer to express her intention to meet without really closing the gap, she wanted him to come to her. Who you presumed to be Shiloh looked surprised at the call-out. He stole a quick glance at the crowd while he was with and hesitantly glanced back your way. He was trying to double-check something. Liz remained steadfast with her gaze trained on him, and ultimately he broke away from the rest of them. After a light-footed jog across the brick path, the young man pleasantly presented himself in front of Liz and you.
Hi.
I like your hat. Just that simple greeting had Liz giggling.
Hey.
Hello, I'm not sure if you remember this, but I'm Lizzie, and that's Dae. We were all friends when we were little kids. His already wide eyes grew even larger, their gaze darting between you and Liz. His previously chipper demeanor faded into something delicate. I'm really sorry, but I think you have the wrong person. You could tell not being instantly recognized was going to make this exchange more of a challenge. Still, Liz was undeterred. It was a long time ago. You were really young. I get why you feel like that. However, I'm positive I'm right. You're exactly the same. That face, the freckles, how genuinely you try to phrase things. You're even still wearing a hat. Instinctively, he looked up at his headwear and with creased brows, not making the connection on to why the hat meant something to her.
Okay.
We knew each other, okay? An uneasy smile settled on him as the silence followed Liz's speech. He was picking his next words carefully, and then the quiet was obliterated by a new voice bursting into the conversation. Shiloh! What are you doing? The rest of the group already left. A field trip is not a vacation. We are on a schedule. Startled, your head snapped towards the path. A distinctively unhappy individual with piercing magenta eyes, dark brown skin, and a sharp jaw stormed your way. He carried a cloud of authority with him, despite looking like he wasn't even 18 yet. I didn't mean to ditch. Shiloh, whose name was now officially confirmed, gestured with a hand to add to the explanation of his absence as the stranger watched impatiently. They thought they recognized me as someone they knew, but it was a tiny misunderstanding. Liz theoretically as well as literally put her foot down at that, stomping in frustration and getting more childish the longer she was around her childhood companion. We do know you! Shiloh merely shrunk in on himself. The tone he spoke was pained. Sorry. You honestly couldn't tell if he was apologizing for the upset feelings of your sister or the palpable dissatisfaction of his new acquaintance. That in itself was very Shiloh-like. Oh, you know him. Is that it? The stranger spoke in a dismissively scoffing tone, as if the words sounded so absurd to him it was almost amusing. Almost. But the sternness of his demeanor quickly reinstated itself. Well, do you know me? I'll tell you. I'm someone who has been forced against his will to be aware of what's going on in Shiloh's ridiculous personal life for a year. If the two of you had any importance in his general day-to-day existence, it would have come up by now. Don't bother trying to exaggerate any trivial connection you might have. It's not good enough. He's with us, and you'll survive without him. Now stop lording in the road. It's rude.
Excuse me?
We're the rude ones? The high-strung ranting got an audible gasp from Shiloh, who finally started to speak up again in defense. Nate, that's really mean. It's also true. We're leaving. With that declaration, the unofficially introduced Nate indignantly spun on his heels and walked speedily towards where the group went, completely confident that Shiloh would follow behind. Oh, people can sure have bad attitudes, huh? Why can't they just try to get along? It's not hard. Don't worry, though. I bet you won't have to deal with them again. And I'm sorry I can't stay to talk to you, but I hope you really have a really nice life. Bye! And that was it. His final parting words given, Shiloh left the two of you behind to catch up with his own life that he had to go live. Liz watched his exit, stunned, only to frown when it hit her that he was really gone as quickly as he appeared. It happened so fast you hadn't even been able to get a word in. She sighed, all the energy she built up releasing with the breath. I could have told him his last name was Fields. His birthday's October 30th. That would have proved it, but no. I'm sorry, Liz. Wow, Shiloh grew up to be dumb. You were left feeling equally defeated. Whoever Nate is, he sucks. Well, damn. Well, I'll be damned. You had no other words for what had just unfolded. Why aren't you running after him? Liz merely shook her head, pushing off childhood thoughts. I think we can leave it there. Thanks. He's in the middle of his high school field trip, and it was already enough being able to see him. There's something reassuring about witnessing firsthand that he's still out there, enjoying his own part of the world. Though, if given the chance, I could definitely have a few words with him about the company he's got. She laughed, but you could tell there wasn't much humor to it. She was mad at the guy, even if she was happy to let Shiloh go. Maybe they're only with each other because of the trip, and it's not usually how things are.
Right?
True. We can only hope the same for him as he did for us. Have a nice life, Shiloh. Good luck out there. You'll need it. Liz smiled at you. It had the self-confidence you knew so well from her. Come on, kid. Let's finish our own trip. Yeah. No matter how either of you really felt about the occurrence, it was something you simply had to accept. People you know just disappear and reappear in the most unexpected ways. The two of you enjoyed what remained of your outing until it was time to return home. By the time you arrived back, the sun was already beginning to set. You arched your back as you stretched your arms towards the ceiling. While it had been a good day, it had enough activity to cover an entire week. Liz tried to hide a yawn behind her hands. You weren't the only one feeling worn out. I'll be heading up to your room, the guest room, since mine stopped being available as soon as I was out the door. Her tone was light. She had quite a lot to say on the subject when you'd first taken over her bigger room after she left for college, but there had been many trips back home for her since then. The room hadn't been hers for years. It was more of a running joke now that she continued to bring the topic up to this day. Let it go, Liz. I didn't see your name on it. Thank you, Liz. It's a really nice room. Thanks for being so gracious about giving it up. I had no choice. Listen, finders keepers, you know? You shouldn't have left the room if you didn't want it to be given up, you know? It's my room now. A small laugh was shared between you and your older sister. You better believe you'll be back in the guest room when you've got your own place. We're both in town for a visit. We can take turns. You'll have Thanksgiving. I'll get Christmas. Sure. Don't count on it. That's alright with me. I don't need it.
Let's just take turns, you know? What a reasonable and mature suggestion. I'll think about accepting it.
She flashed her familiar grin, and you couldn't help but feel glad she was back around, even if it was temporary. With that, she plodded off to the spare room. You're ready to do the same. Moving into a new space was your first opportunity to decorate from scratch. Design your room! It's time for an episode of Home Improvement. Alright, so we got blue. We got green. Oh my god, my gaming computer. Oh my gosh, that's not what my computer looks like. She looks so sophisticated even though she's still ex-goofy. she be a little goofy, you know. That's how it be. Oh, gaming laptop, nice. Which room do we want? There's the green. This has a computer though, but this has a bigger bed, it looks like. This bed looks so small, what the hell? I mean, this one's big too. We still got our gamer set up. Green or yellow? Yeah, that's what I was thinking. We'll do yellow. Yellow seems good. Alright, what's the extras? We got books and tissues and trophies. I don't have trophies. I never got any trophies. Yellow? Okay, good. Okay, so we have books. Oh wait, actually. Okay, no, those are set. Plants. Books, plants. I like this plant. And then... Okay, now I would do stuffies, but look at these two. Look so unhinged. They're staring right into our stores. So, is he holding a tomato? Or is it an apple? These two are the real goofs in this game. Maybe this. They would murder me in my sleep. We need to protect ourselves. Yeah, the walls. Pictures. Ooh, more pictures. And then lights. A little fairy lights. Oh, we can only have one of the other. Look at this picture of the seal. He's like, ah. BB is disgusted at his representation. BB's like, I don't claim that bear. Maybe some lights. And then the floor. Volleyball. Telescope. Yes. We love the stars. The stars are so beautiful at night. Dave. Which reminds me. No. He's still not into it, huh? We've done everything for your baby. How dare you? Okay, done. We're really satisfied with the feel of your tiny part of the world. As your thoughts drifted, you tried to bite down on another yawn. It was no good. Your bed was now lodged in your mind, and all you could think about was collapsing on it. You trudged up the stairs to your room. Stepping inside, you closed the door behind you, blocking the rest of the house. When you turned back around, you realized you were not alone there. Gasp. Who goes there? Comfortably perched on the windowsill was someone very familiar to you. Oh my gosh, who could it be? It's him, Cove Holden. The shock knocked all the words out of you. What the hell? Huh? Surprise? His tone was easy and relaxed. It was a surprise. You hadn't expected him to be within the state, never mind your own house. He hadn't answered how he had suddenly just appeared back in the Sunset Bird, though to be fair, you had been so astounded there hadn't been much of an opportunity for him to chat with you. Thankfully, Cove was only waiting for a good moment to start, and then began to explain. I got in about 15 minutes ago. No one was home, so I figured I'd come in the usual way. The window. Hey, yo, the hair? Yeah, he got that luscious locks there. A small smile had formed on his face. You were still staring at him, unable to blink in case he disappeared. You could still barely believe he was really there, mere feet away from you. I left my bags in your backyard. I hope that's alright. That was when you truly understood. Cove had come straight to you upon getting back to town. You were his first port of call, taking precedence above all else. Even though you hadn't been in when he called, Cove had ensured that he'd see you at the earliest opportunity, rather than allowing his plans to change. You laughed. The realization made you bashful. You shook your head at his antics. You stayed frozen, the shock yet to melt away. You walked over to join him. You ran to Cove. Open the door! Open the door! BB's not opening the door. The door's locked. I'm running. Every second away from him was a moment too long. As you approached, Cove quickly hopped from the windowsill to meet you. You're too crazy, dog. So glad you're here. I missed you. Trouble's back in town. I can't believe my eyes. It's the most amazing man in the world. Let's see. I missed you, bitch. Bone crushing. No bones for you. Cove squeaked as your hug knocked the air out of him. He awkwardly managed to wrap his own arms around your back in return. And Cove leaned back on his heels, pulling you into the air. He leaned as much as he could to lift you up, the height difference helping him out. You let out a small noise as your feet kicked at the empty air. Grinning affectionately, Cove set you back down. I missed you too. Even if he hadn't said it outright, you would have gotten the message from his body language. Cove was grinning wildly, his raised cheeks burying his eyes, which gleamed like hidden gems. But he looked at you as if you were the most exciting treasure of all. Obviously. Was the trip any good? Cove's brow creased as he considered your question. He leaned in and kissed you. A kith! For free? We didn't even have to work for it or get embarrassed by the dad. After a long moment, he broke the kiss and tilted his face back just enough to speak, but not so much that your forehead stopped touching. I hated it. Let's never be apart again, okay? For free? We didn't have to pay nothing. He said that absolutely as a joke, an exaggeration, something that wasn't a real request, of course, and yet despite all that, it felt real. Your heart hammered in your chest, your head swam, cast adrift on a tide of thoughts and adrenaline. Ko smiled, as if offering a silent apology for his sudden onslaught of tenderness, but he left the words proudly hanging in the air, all the same. Ko told you about how his trip had back home, how his trip back had gone. Soon you'd even recovered enough to actually listen. His mom was doing really well. She had a project in the works that she was thrilled about. As a result, Ko was going to be sticking around in Sunsetburg for the time being. Things were settled, as much as they ever could be. With Ko back once more, he felt at ease. Ko stretched his arms out over his head, his eyes on the window and the world beyond. The sun had set while you were been busy reuniting.
Well,
I should probably get my stuff and see Dad. He glanced over to you and with a familiar, expectant look. Wanna come with me? You know I do.
cool.
Actor stream. I go bagel with honey butter and crowns waiting. Ooh, bagel with honey butter, delicious. Thank you for the lurk. I hope you have fun. You followed after him. The two of you casually went down to the ground floor of your house. In all the excitement of Ko's return, you hadn't even remembered the gift you prepared when he got back. It would be the best gift to give it to him now, before he left your house. Can you wait here for a little while? I got something for you. Ko's eyes widened as he tried to conceal a smile. He toyed with the collar of his top.
Really?
I mean, you didn't have to do that. You nodded with some eagerness, trying to imagine how he'd react when he actually saw it. It wasn't something that you could just buy. It was from the heart. It was the orange shell he'd been entranced with since you were kids. You quickly went up to your room to collect the shell, knowing exactly where to find it. Oh, shit. Oh, pfft. Too far. It had been housed in the same box since you were a little kid. After all, taking great care, you extracted it from the case. Though it had been a long time since you'd taken it out, the grooves were as familiar to your fingertips as the opening line of your favorite song was to your ears. Cove had admired the shell ever since he first saw it, declaring it to be the best of all your treasures. Despite that, he never accepted your offers to take it. You hoped that might change tonight. You closed your hand over the shell, not wanting Cove to see it until you were ready, and headed downstairs. The best of my treasures for my best treasure. When you were back in front of Cove, you cautiously lifted your arm up. He looked on curiously as you unfurled your fingers to show him the gift. Please take it, or I'll have to smuggle it into your house. I really want you to have it. Cove stared down at the familiar shell nestled in your palm. His mouth parted, though no words came out. He drew his eyes up to meet yours, silently, and found the answer to whatever question he couldn't speak. He put his hand over yours and broke the silence. Okay. It was as quiet as a whisper. His fingers were as gentle as his words, brushing against your palm as he took the shell from your grasp. He cradled it carefully against his chest and smiled at you, his eyes bright. I'll keep it forever. Cove reverentially laid the gift safely on the counter, but he didn't turn back to face you once he had ensured it was secure. Though his face was angled away from you, you caught his eyelashes fluttering as if batting away tears. His throat bobbed as he swallowed bubbling emotions. You knew the Cove could be sentimental. The gift, and all the memories and feelings tied up in it, seemed to have taken a toll on him. When he began to sniffle, you felt the need to reach out. Cove? I can't, you just... Dae, I don't know what to do. He forcefully scrubbed at his eyes, like he was trying to push the tears that threatened to spill back in. Oh, Cove, it's okay. Do you need to cry? No. He says, as tears flowing out of his eyes. I must go for a bit. Food shopping time. Okay, good luck for shopping for food. I hope you get some good stuff, Jack. Nevertheless, tears began to spill down his cheeks. Even as he wiped them away, more took their place. Thank you. His voice quavered as he spoke. Cove reached out. You gladly stepped forward to meet him. He laid his warm hands against your cheeks and brought his lips to you. The kiss was as quick as it was light, like a butterfly fluttering against you before skittering away, but it couldn't have been any sweeter. You're such a quiet baby, gosh, always quiet. Cove let out a steady breath. It was far removed from the shaky gas that had accompanied his sniffles. The tears had dried. His eyes were a little red, but open and at peace once again. He smiled, fully recovered from the emotion that had overcome him. You're really, seriously too nice to me. You smiled back. You have no right to call anyone else too nice. Cove brushed his hand against the pale ghost of a scar on his arm. He was at a loss for what to do now. The clock ticked away, counting the seconds of silence. Once you had the chance to settle your thoughts, you figured you'd tell Cove the intriguing news. Oh, I have to tell you, you're never going to guess who I saw today. You didn't give Cove a chance to reply. There seriously was no way that he'd figured it out. Shiloh.
Huh?
Shiloh? Cove repeated the name, his expression blank. From when we were kids. Cove pondered for a moment, then snapped his fingers. Oh, he was the freckly boy from that first summer, right? The one who moved. The guy was named Shiloh, and he looked just like Shiloh from back then, even wearing a hat still. But he had no idea who I was and ran off somewhere. Cove frowned. That's, I don't know. Too bad I missed it, though you knew him better than I did. That was definitely true. Not only had Cove known Shiloh for a shorter period of time, but he and Shiloh never quite got along. Not that they were enemies either, just kids who were only ever together because of other people they both knew. I wonder what Shiloh's up to these days. I don't have any idea. He didn't say much. Oh well. That was everything you had on that news item, so you moved on to the next big update. Also, you know the mean old neighbors? The ones who would always yell at us? He cringed, recalling those particular memories of back in the day was not pleasant even for someone as nostalgic as him. Yeah? They're not coming. They didn't rent the condo this summer. Cove's jaw dropped. You didn't blame him. The elderly couple had been an institution for as far back as you could remember, long predating Cove's arrival. Even now, as a teenager, you found your neck prickling as you walked by their condo, half expecting a scolding for breathing the wrong way in the vicinity of their vacation home. It was strange to think of that coming to an end. Wow. Cove blinked, clearly struggling with the idea in the same way you had. I didn't see that coming. People being gone, people coming back. It feels like I missed a lot. This has been a busy summer already. Well, you haven't missed the fireflies. They haven't shown up yet. Well, that's something. And you better not get left behind. There's still stuff to do. You nodded. The two of you headed out and traced the most familiar path you'd ever walked, the trip across the road to Cove's house. It seemed that no sooner had the night begun than it was already at an end, and the dawn of a new day was soon upon you. The next morning, your belly was full of breakfast, and you were in a pleasant mood. You hoped the rest of the day followed suit. Later, you were meeting up with your friends, Cove, Miranda, and Terry, to go into town. It was all on short notice, but that was because everyone was just so excited that Cove was finally back home. Having a nice daydream? You blinked, pushing all your thoughts away and returning to reality. Your mom was watching you with a teasing smile. So what's on the agenda today? I'm meeting up with some people. Well, I hope you and your friends have fun. Don't get into too much trouble. She winked at you. You knew both of your moms wanted you to enjoy every bit of this summer before all the big changes started. I'll try. But before you go gallivanting around the town, could you bring the mail in? I'm finishing up putting the dishes away over here. Alright. Thanks very much. As soon as you were outside your front door, you couldn't help but see Cove and his dad standing around on the road. They noticed you too. Hey there, Dae. Hi, good timing. You should come join us. Let's see. Oh my god, just make out with him right in front of his father. You know how it is. I ruffle his hair. Cove blushed when he realized where your hands were going, but he didn't shy away. He ruffled his hair gently. You smiled at him affectionately. His hair was soft between your fingers. I mean, yeah, look at it. Look at this luscious hair. Soft to the touch. What shampoo you use? What conditioner you use? You noticed Mr. Holden was taking in the scene of you and Cove with a self-satisfied smile. Cove followed your line of sight and shot his head in an unimpressed look. For a moment, Mr. Holden seemed like he had a thought dancing on the tip of his tongue, but decided to keep it to himself.
So,
What are you up to today? Me and Cove are meeting some friends later. We're gonna paint the town red. Exciting! They will know what hit him. Cove shook his head disapprovingly, but you knew him well enough to tell that he was entertained by your notion. Yawning, Mr. Holden stretched his arms over his head.
My boy and I have just been waiting around to see what the new neighbors are like. It was definitely his idea. I don't know how you're not interested in this. It's big news! Besides, it'd only be polite to greet the new folks in town. Maybe I'll be a single dad and his son. You've been here too long to if seeing a new person run a condo is what you consider an exciting development. Yes, I'm dying to see newcomers. A shrug. I don't want to meet him. Well, anyone has to be better than the last tenants.
I don't know.
I don't know. That house could be cursed. We could keep getting ones that are progressively worse. He cracked a cheeky grin at his own joke. You could tell Mr. Holden was looking at the empty house, thinking about the nightmare that was the last tenants. He chuckled, turning to Ko. I wonder who this new tenant could be. I, of course, obviously have no idea who it is. Smile. Teehee XD. But that would be horrible. Knock on wood. I knock on wood. Mr. Holden took one more glance at the currently vacant building and sighed dramatically. When he turned back to you and Cove, his whole body seemed deflated. There's no sign of them, and I need to head over to work soon. Cove gave his dad a few reassuring pats on the back. Okay, I promise to keep an eye out. I can text you if anything happens. Really?
Of course.
Well, I mean, only until I have to meet up with Terry and Miranda. Will that still work? With a wide grin breaking out on his face, Mr. Holden looked absolutely thrilled to have his nosiness enabled. That works. He moved to firmly place both hands over Cove's shoulders, fixing his child with a firm stare. Son, you are my true ally in this world. Ally! This is my friend. He's an ally. Go on, ally. Say something. Ally! Mr. Holden stood up straighter, letting Cove go. He looked reinvigorated. Okay, well that's settled. I'll go make some money. Oh. Shit. That's always been the one thing I do best. Mr. Holden headed off to the garage with a big wave goodbye. Cove smiled the whole time. You both watched his dad leave. You really like Mr. Holden now. Mr. Holden was one of your favorite people. Cove's dad was a bit of a kind of a bother. He had mixed feelings on Mr. Holden. He's alright. He's getting better. He's having a redemption arc. He had grown on you. As soon as he was out of sight, Cove sighed lightly. Are you okay?
Yeah.
Just not looking forward to waiting. Guess I'll be hanging around the street a while. Good luck, loser. I can wait with you. You wouldn't abandon Cove there to wither on the road out of boredom. Really? Of course. I like keeping you company, remember? He stared at you a moment, smiling softly and thinking about his response.
Me too.
I like that too. Cove put his hands on your shoulders. His thumbs absent-mindedly moved in a soothing circle. The look in his eyes was much firmer. He was serious. Dae, you're my true ally in this world. Oh no, the betrayal. Poor Mr. Holden. I got a fair amount of chuckles from you. He grinned, the stoicism fading into amusement.
Thank you.
You're always good to me. You're lucky to have me. It's no problem. I can't help myself. You're lucky to have me. Teasingly, Cove raised an eyebrow. You're the most lucky guy in all of Sunset Bird. Luckiest. For a moment, you weren't sure if Cove was laughing at your declaration or thought you momentarily forgot the word luckiest. Either way, you didn't mind. The smile on his face reached his eyes, and it made you feel electric. And then he let go of you. Cove stepped over to his front porch steps, lazily taking a seat and leaning back on his arms. Our watch begins. Nodding in agreement, you joined Cove on the front porch steps. You both sat there in a comfortable familiarity as you settled in for the waiting game on the new tenants. The neighborhood was quiet, and you sighed contentedly, closing your eyes and feeling the light breeze. The only sound you could hear was the familiar jingle of Cove's wind chime. After all these years, it was still there, adorning the entrance outcropping of his house. Eventually, you both perked up at the sound of a car. A taxi followed the noise, turning onto your street. It's them. Who could it be? Cove's eyebrows raised at the sight, and he sat up straight on the stoop.
Oh?
This has to be them, right? The only people who come out here live here. It has to be. Now that they were here, you couldn't help but feel just a bit curious. You wonder what kind of person would be living in the neighborhood for the summer. The taxi pulled to a stop as you expected in front of the now empty condo. It was on the same side of the street as your house, a few buildings further up. Without getting to his feet, Cove tried leaning and tilting his head to get a view of the passenger door as it opened. The single occupant exited the cab. It better be Derek. It's not Derek. I'm sorry, Hugo, but it's not. Huh? You could feel what Cove was in that moment. After the last renters, and this new visitor was definitely not what you'd expected. It's Baxter! It was a young man who had to be close to your own age. He was dressed fully in an eclectic black, white, and gray outfit. Even his side-swooping hair matched his scheme. I demand Derek. Derek will be back. You will see him again. Don't worry. Not Baxter! The only other pop of color was from something that couldn't easily be fashioned into submission. A part of dark brown eyes, which you caught when he looked over at his audience. Hello, folks. Who might you be? We're the neighbors. The smile, already prominent on his face, curled further. It was cocky, but you didn't get the impression it meant something adverse. Hallelujah! You and Cove shared a familiar look with one another, bewildered even further. The color-coordinated man left it there, however, with a firm click, he shut the door of his ride. Then he turned his back to you to retrieve a large, unsurprisingly black suitcase out of the trunk. Folks? Who might you folks be? Continuing on with his own business, he strolled forward and lightly tapped on the driver's side window with his knuckles, asking for them to roll it down. When it opened, he leaned down and rested his arm on the edge. You assumed he was thanking the driver for getting in there, considering he slipped him a tip during the brief chat. Oh, he got money. They shook hands, and then he pushed himself up and away from the taxi with both arms, giving the driver room to leave. He's stuck in 1983. Don't be mean to him. He's a young man, he's not old. The taxi pulled away, rolling carefully down the road and out of sight. Around a corner, the new renter had officially arrived. Baxter has joined the party. He left his suitcase on the ground, out of the way of the street, and sauntered over your way with the confidence of someone who had been invited to join. Cole finally stood up to greet the person. He followed suit. I'm Baxter Ward. It's excellent to meet you, neighbors. You were standing on the side he was approaching from. When Baxter got it close enough, he offered his hand to you first. I shook it. Baxter gripped your hand firmly to give a satisfying shake. Welcome to Sunset Bird, Baxter. I'm Dae. Hey, Dae. I'm quite keen on getting to know you better this summer. We could be good friends. From your other side, Cove made a sudden sputtering noise. Ooh! And you are? He lifted his hand out to Cove next. Cove shook his hand, still eyeing Baxter carefully. I'm Cove. Baxter's whole demeanor lit up for unknown reasons. His eyes shone as he studied Cove for a moment.
Really?
Now wait, is that a nickname or your real name? It's just my name. Cove spoke mildly, having given that explanation many times in the past, but it clearly charmed Baxter all the same. He tossed his head to one side with a laugh. Your parents knew exactly what they were doing. I can't imagine a more fitting name for the face I'm seeing, Cove. That's gorgeous. Oh, hey, that's my man here. It's really not. No, I agree. It suits you. Hey, only I get the fluster him. That's a lot considering you're talking to a stranger, Baxter. You didn't know what to say. He's taken. I mean, the name does suit you, Cove.
Not bad.
Nice to see someone else knows. The impact might have faded for you, living with it this long, but I promise to the onlooker, it's a knockout. What is it, Hugo? What have you noticed? Cove couldn't face either of you after that. His cheeks were quickly turning bright red with embarrassment. We're both just doublies. Baxter flirting with both. You know what? Baxter's just going for everybody, you know? Good for him. You notice that Baxter looked apologetic over Cove's increased discomfort. I'm sorry. It wasn't intended to mean more than it did. I like your name, but you don't have to mind that. I'm patently against stepping on anyone's toes. He chuckled to himself. It seemed like there was some extra meaning hidden there in his words, and you noticed that Cove raised an eyebrow, picking up on that too. Baxter didn't even open his eyes to see your faces to know he had some feeling to do. He stood up straighter, striking a slight pose to the position of his feet. I'm a ballroom dancer, hence the phrasing. Oh, I don't know much about dancing, but that's pretty cool. It's not hard to once you get the basics down. Cove didn't look convinced at all. Baxter took that as a cue to keep talking.
Well.
He knows what he wants, I guess. I mean, yeah. He grinned in a way that was rapidly becoming familiar to you. If either of you are ever looking for a partner, I'm available. Cove peeked at you, smiling softly. You felt his familiar touch as he squeezed your hand for a moment. I already have a partner. Dae's the only one I'd want to dance with, sorry. They're my significant other. You're both together? Yeah, we are. Now that's crushing, but makes sense. Oh! Rejected. I got here too late. Should have taken a semester off sooner. Oh my god. He's like, damn, I can't get either of you now.
I get it.
That's a joke, really. I didn't mean to intrude on anything you have with the other. Ooh. I can show you a few moves, maybe. Exactly. Cove's the guy I dance with. Baxter smiled and nodded understandingly, letting the subject go. After that, there was a lull in conversation, and Cove attempted to fill it.
So...
What made you decide on Sunset Bird? Oh yes, well my parents rented a condo, so I had a place to stay while I'm off for a semester from college and not living in the dorms. There was a playful glint in Baxter's eyes as he continued.
Honestly.
Ideally, they wanted it to send me somewhere that wasn't too exciting, but lucky for me, they picked the wrong street considering the two of you live here. We're both standing there like, are we really that exciting? Baxter then preemptively lifted his hands up in front of his chest, giving the guest gesture for meaning no harm. It's nice not to be the only one my age around the neighborhood for an entire summer. Nothing more. There was a story you had heard before. The same one was when Lonely Cove and his dad moved in all those years ago. Cove wasn't relating still. You could have phrased it like that in the first place. I don't feel the need to keep words of praise to myself, but they're not romantic come-ons. I see that you two are very much a committed pair. I'd like to be friends if we can, but that's all. It's okay. Doesn't bother me. I'd appreciate it if you didn't do that with me. I'm finding it pretty entertaining. You're probably annoying a lot of people. Oh, he has money now. Oh, he got that money. He's a little rich boy. Baxter laughed at that. Glad we're working things out. Shifting his weight to his other foot, Baxter tried to move forward.
So...
Which condo is yours? How long have you been living together? Oh, no. Cove sputtered again, and unintentionally a laugh escaped you. We're both your neighbors, but we live in different houses with our parents. As if second nature, the two of you pointed to your homes, the buildings directly across the street from each other. Baxter's eyebrows raised at that. Your neighbors who started dating? What a couple of lovebirds. You're the backbone of a romantic society. Honestly, I hope you never break up. If you can make it work, there might be a chance for the rest of us. You knew Cove well enough to tell there was a little bit of amusement in his expression, but he sighed in exasperation. After that, you had no doubts about his claims of being complimentary. You were really starting to get a kick out of it. Well, if either of you are free, I'd be thrilled to hang out this summer, but we can save the scheduled talk for later. I should get my things inside. He gave a small nod of the head and flashed you both a dazzling smile. Hey, Baxter, you got that money. Also, we like him now.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. Cove gave a small wave as well. Bye. Baxter then turned on his heels and strolled back to his suitcase, picking it up and bringing it to his condo. You and Cove were silent as Baxter unlocked the door and disappeared inside the house. With him completely out of the scene, Cove let out a long breath.
Well,
I don't know how I'm going to explain that guy to my dad. You burst into a fit of laughter trying to imagine the conversation. At least the job is done. We saw the new neighbor. Now we can go meet up with Terry and Miranda. Yeah, we should get going. You gave Baxter's condo one last glance over your shoulder. Oh! Gotta keep my Bear Bud subscription somehow, Day. I mean, that's true. You gotta get that sugar daddy. Okay, so now we choose our feelings for Baxter. Okay, so we're a bit relaxed. Okay, relaxed, indifferent. Nah, we'll say we're pretty fond of him. Baxter's alright. He's a nice guy. I'm not sure. I'm very curious about what his DLC, because I heard that it's a bit more angsty than the other one, so that's going to be interesting. But so far, he's a pretty alright dude. Let me go ahead and save. Ready. Yes. You were looking forward to seeing more of him. You thought he was charming. You didn't think too much about it. You weren't sure to feel. You thought he gave a pretty bad first impression. Angst. Listen, we love angst here. Baxter was different, but you liked him. Smiling, you hoped that he would become a good friend this summer. Turning your attention back to Cove, you pushed all thoughts of Baxter aside. You both started making your way towards town. We get to see a grown-up Miranda, and we get to meet Terry as well. Very exciting. Let's walk hand-holding. Oh my gosh, in public? Hand-holding in public? Oh my gosh, so indecent. You slid your palm into his, and Cove laced his fingers with yours. His expression instantly became happier, and he lightly squeezed your hand. A little while later, you and Cove reached a main street in town. All of a sudden, you stopped walking. What's wrong? I think I felt my phone vibrate. I'm a himbo kind of utter so daring, my beloved. I understand that. I like the childhood friend trope. So, I feel like Cove will always kind of be like my number one, but I am very excited to see what Derek and Baxter have to offer in theirs. I'm sure it'll be good. I'm sure we'll have a great time. Like I said, I'm very excited to when we get that point. We're in step 3, so we only have this in step 4 and the wedding. Oh, wedding. There's no wedding. But we only have a few more of those to do, and then we can get onto their routes. So probably not next stream. Maybe the one after that, or the one after that. Maybe 3 streams from now we can get onto Derek's route. We'll see. We'll see what happens. You dug your cell phone out and looked at it with a satisfied grin. There was a new message. Before you could read it, you were distracted by a small, amused noise from Ko. His head was slightly tilted to the side as he carefully looked at your old keychain. I can't believe you still have that. Of course I do. I love it. Well, you shouldn't be surprised. Well, someone was crazy enough to get it for me. I might as well use it. You grinned, looking at the keychain fondly. He laughed, remembering the day he bought it for you.
It's nice.
I'm actually glad you like it. He looked back at you with a playful grin. Especially since it cost me a whole $6. That's like $30 in kid money. His matter-of-fact tone had you laughing deep. It took several moments to compose yourself enough to speak. I didn't realize that it was the going rate. It was then. Probably be more now. So you're trying to say that you were a big spender? In kid money, yes. I was definitely a high roller, remember? That had you both bursting into fits. Smiling, you refocused on the task at hand. You opened the new text from Miranda, and all you saw was, I can see you. Immediately from where you stood, you started swiveling your head around. You couldn't spot Miranda anywhere, but she did send you more messages. I saw you holding Cove's hand. Scandalous. Where are you? Come on. Really, Randy? The message was sent, and you were back to looking around, scanning for any sign of movement and familiar faces, but they were still invisible. Cove looked at you carefully, raising an eyebrow. Queen, icon, she's manifesting. We're about to see her. Miranda, come out! You sat there ridiculously. You burst into laughter at her antics. You sent your own joking text. You grabbed onto Cove again, wanting to show Miranda how scandalous he could be. Oh! And once you hooked your arms around his neck, still holding your phone, and brought him even closer to you, he blushed and gave you a look mixed with amusement and confusion. Seriously, Dae, what did that message even say? Before you could even begin explaining anything to Cove, you both snapped your attention to the yelling from across the street. And there you saw Miranda and Terry coming out from behind the backside wall of the grocery store. They both started waving wildly to draw even more attention to themselves. Oh. With their grand entrance made, Cove became even more embarrassed about the position you were in and gently removed your hands from him. Cove took a step in their direction. Grinning, he put his hands around his mouth to better project his message across the street. Hey! Laughing in arm, the girls stopped only to look both ways and then rushed across the empty street.
Hi.
There she is! I hope you weren't waiting too long. And then there's Terry! Hi. The queens have arrived. Amazed. How did you both appear out of nowhere like that? They started giggling again. Terry glanced at Miranda, wondering what their story should be.
Ooh.
It was magic. Ooh, curl. Yeah, beautiful. Gesturing in a vaguely whimsical manner, Terry went along with the decision. And magicians never reveal their secrets. Ooh, that's fair. Terry then closed the distance between her and Cove and crushed him in a painfully tight hug. You're finally here. It's been so long. What took you? He did his best to eke out a reply with his chest being compressed.
Sorry.
Eventually she let him go. Terry looked at him with a beaming smile, but Cove was distracted, rubbing his arms. Standing there, Miranda shifted her weight to her other hip. She watched Cove patiently with a bashful smile. Welcome back. Thanks. It finally felt official. Everyone was together in one place. From here, you weren't sure how often you would have another afternoon like this again. They didn't either. Cove. Terry poked Cove square in the chest. You're gonna have to give me your schedule by this time yesterday. Oh, thank you for the sippy sippy. I don't have a sippy, but I will go get one real quick, actually. So I'll be right back. In that case. Honestly, I should have had one earlier. I don't know if y'all could tell, but for a while there, towards the beginning, I was kind of struggling. I was kind of like, I feel like I was out of breath when I was reading. It's gotten better now, but honestly, I should sip. I need to get some Wawa, so I will be back. Behave. Dae's voice parched. It is a bit parched, you know. But yes, I'll be back.
Alright, I'm back. I got me my drink, my sippy sippy. I see a story has taken place while I was gone. Actually, I want to see just one more time. Damn it, BB. But we're getting back into it. I think we're going to finish up, as a warning, I think we're going to finish up this intro and then we'll leave it off there today. And then we'll do the moments next week. It is getting to be about 4 hours here. We're going to have to get me rescheduled by this time yesterday. Yeah, I already read that. Not really possible, Terry, but I can say as soon as I know. So far, work hasn't said anything yet, but I can tell you I'm busy with Orca activities. When Cove wasn't at his part-time job or pursuing his academic interests, he volunteered for the Ocean Restoration California Affiliation Orca. Orca whale. We love the whales. The group focused on cleaning up beaches and removing pollution from the ocean. Cove always loved the sea. It didn't surprise you one bit when he started getting involved with them. I want to join too. Their big smash event for the year is coming up, right, isn't it? Yeah, there's not that much more to do before then, but I'm kind of looking forward to the fundraising push. Hopefully we can pull it off. If anyone can do it, it's you two, and even if it goes really bad, it'll still look good on an college application at least. That's true. Hey, guess what else? You don't have to stand here to say stuff. Let's go! I would like a meal now. Perking up, Cove nodded in agreement. Yeah, I'm hungry. Time to head out. The four of you headed into town, happily chatting the whole way. The only decision left to make was where exactly to stop and eat. Miranda was the first to offer a suggestion.
So,
I don't know about everybody else, but I'd like some chow mein. Chinese is fine with me. Entirely serious, Terry nodded. That'd be amazing right about now. Yeah, I can always agree there. The group's lazy wandering shifted into a purposeful journey. There we go. Just like that. And as Terry predicted, the conversation was able to continue while on the way to food. You and Co finished explaining what was coming up with your Orca fundraising efforts. All the talk of beaches reminded Terry of her own personal goals. She'd been considering getting lifeguard training. I think this is new, actually. I think they added extra content for Terry and Miranda as well. New as in new to me, from what I last remember. Those that actually play this game, as soon as the new content comes out, it's probably not new to them, but you know what I mean. Cove and Dae can keep our ocean clean, and I could keep it safe. Such selfishness was inspiring for the listeners, though Terry butted in before anyone was too impressed.
no way.
Don't be proud of me yet, I haven't even signed up. Laughter burst out into the little crowd. Miranda took a turn to chat about her life next. She'd picked up some 5-week summer courses at a community college. They wouldn't be starting until later in the month. It was exciting, though. Hey, James. How's it going? You missed us meeting Baxter earlier. We saw him for only but a moment. Oh, I'm sorry, the BB's TTS still isn't working. I don't know why, but he's having a little bit of a fit today. I started the stream and he was working earlier because everybody was using him to yell at me for not giving him a taquito that I had for lunch. And then he just stopped talking and was like, wow, what a weird coincidence. Yeah, we met him. Very nice, you know, came over here. We met him, we saw him. He came, we saw. The legend. My Twitch keeps dying. Oh, I'm sorry, Hugo. We'll tell it to stop. Time to stop. We're playing our life. But yes, not content speaking solely for herself for long, Miranda mentioned good news for someone else. Specifically, that her older brother Jude had a new boyfriend. Ooh, you vaguely knew who Jude was. But even though you'd been friendly with Miranda for 5 years, he was already in an out-of-state college back then. He was in his mid-20s, you were pretty sure of that. What you knew for certain was that he had his own place with a real career and everything. Jude existed in a whole other stage of life than you, and hanging out with his much little sister's friends had never been on his to-do list. But why? We're a pretty funky crowd. We're entertaining. How dare he? He's missing out, you know? No, that was an accomplishment worth being taken in by. Terry, who heard it, and Miranda, who said it, were equally dazed. He's been single for a few years now. It kind of seemed like he just wasn't interested in anybody, and that was true, basically. There wasn't anyone here for him. He's dating a friend he's known online for a long time. They've been playing games together since college. Ooh, gamer boyfriends. This is my theory, but he might not have dated anyone else because all he wanted was to hang out more with that good friend, but no one ever say that to him. He never even hinted there might be a thing until one day they were suddenly dating. But besides that, what's funny is I don't even know his name. Jude didn't talk about him to us until they'd already known each other forever. And now that Jude has started talking about him all the time, he just calls him Grant. Is his name not Grant? It's not! It's an inside joke about how they talked about school grants one time when they were first becoming friends. They thought it was funny how Grant was also a name and were going all, oh, I bet Grant could get a grant. Then it escalated into joking about a grant being named after some person called Grant. His friend made Grant his username for everything, and it still is today. Grant. You barely had a concept of Miranda's brother, but that was one explanation was everything you knew about his boyfriend, but the story gave a real impression of who they were. Wow, Godspeed, Judy. Never let Grant go. Godspeed. I live, bitch. Hugo has returned. Twitch can't keep him away. That's nice. I bet they're really happy. Yeah, I wish the two of them well as well. Do you think we'll ever know his actual name? It's so sweet. Well, I'm glad it's working out for him. I support you, Jude and Grant. I wish them well.
Thank you.
Thanks. Trying to follow the incredible story of Grant proved difficult. Miranda trailed off. The current conversation was well and truly over, so Cove took a chance to speak. This has been on my mind the whole time, but there was never a good chance to mention it before. What is it? There's a new person renting a condo in our neighborhood. Yeah, it's Baxter! Really? From one tale of an unusual character to another, Cove spoke of Baxter Ward as if he was a local legend. His name is Baxter. He's in college, though he doesn't look like he's much older than us. Maybe Miranda's age? He's not going to be what you expect, no matter how much you try to guess. The description put Terry on the edge of a non-existent seat, and she was about to fall off it somehow. A new man in town? Who's our age? Cove Holden has been holding out on us as usual. I won't guess. You tell me what he's like. Monochrome! That's who he is. He's black, white, and gray. He's an eccentric. You know, a weird guy who's probably rich. Way too forward. He's nice. At least he tries to be. It's hard to explain. You watch for Cove for how he'd respond. I wouldn't say he's weird. He was very forward. I wouldn't say way too forward. I was fine with it. And you know what? I'm just monochrome. What does that mean? Baxter dresses in all black and white and a little gray. His hair is black and with white streaks too. Huh? Monochrome. He's got fashion, you know? He has his own little style. Cove had been correct. That kind of man had not been considered in the realm of possibilities for Terry or Miranda. He added on to your initial description with a couple thoughts of his own. More explanation was required to make any sense of it. Baxter is, bold. He says whatever he wants, and well, Dae already mentioned how he dresses. I don't care that he has a style that he's not shy. What I don't get is the way he acts so impressed by strangers who have done nothing. Listen, he's easily impressed. What more could you ask for? He said he wanted to hang out with us, me and Dae, this summer, and all this other stuff, and that was the very first time we'd met. I have no idea why he cares, or why it was so easy for him to say that to people he knows nothing about. So you got his number?
No.
Why was he so aggressive with that? No. No, we did not get his number. We should have, though. Cove's eyes squinted, and his nostrils squished inward from the incredulous scrunch that suggestion had given him. Considering the picture that had been painted, he couldn't understand why Terry would imagine anything like that had happened. Oh, that's a good idea. We should have gotten his number. Then do it! And you should too, Cove. You don't meet a social butterfly like that every day. The black and white color scheme proves he's a rare specimen. This Baxter is flapping around the town, coming to appreciate our two good buds, Cove and Dae, right? Like flower buds, and he's a butterfly. Oh, wow, that's a really good description. He's just a little butterfly coming around. Terry, that pun is such a stretch. Well, he sounds like my kind of guy, and we could always use more friends. I'm not so sure about that one. It's as shaky as your bud metaphor. Cove, don't be a tsundere. I know. He's like, I don't... Baka. Take his mailbox and give it to Terry. Okay. A little souvenir, you know? This was escalating. The more fired up Terry got, the more Cove and Miranda wanted to shield themselves from the embers. I know what you mean, Terry. Oh, come on. The more the merrier. I think it'd be nice if we get along. You shook your head at where this was going. The whole conversation had you snickering. She'll have his number. Yeah, his house number. That's about it. I mean, we could just go up there and just, like, knock on his doors. Like, hey, these are other people that you can be friends with. The more the merrier. The group of four was evenly split between the sociable and the shy. That line was drawn clearly with this discussion. No longer moving forward, Terry stood there with her hands on her hips. I'm going to meet Baxter. Right now. Oh, are we actually going? Cope completely stalled, except for his lips, which sputtered a response. What about getting food? I know the way. You can all go ahead. I'll be back before the food hits the table. You'll see it. Terry's light chuckles contrasted massively with a hefty sigh from Cove. You're actually going to go to a stranger's house and ask for his number? That's the plan? She doesn't follow the gremlin way. Yeah. Why do you gotta be like this? If I wasn't like this, me and you never would have been friends ourselves, and I probably wouldn't have been friends with Randy either. I don't live in this town. I can't miss an opportunity to connect. Otherwise, that'd mean leaving it up to chance for fate or Cove's ability to have relationship progress on his own. Oh, wow, really coming at him. I don't have all year for that. He'll be gone before then. Not to insult you for going slow, Cove. You're good the way you are. Baxter can be a butterfly, and you can be a snail. There was affection in Terry's extended metaphor, but Cove still frowned at the almost certainly correct assessment of how his connection with Baxter was going to develop. I don't like snails. She is a legend. We love her. How about being a sea turtle then? Ooh, a little turtle. Terry, you're not helping. I like snails, and I like you. You shouldn't talk badly about yourself, Cove. Excuse me. Snails are great. I like snails. I do like snails. I wish I had confidence. She's just... Terry, can you share some of your confidence here? We could probably use some. Order me the General Tso's chicken. I'll get his number. Bye, Terry. Inspired by the name of her meal, or perhaps her meal was inspired by the sudden mission, Terry gave a military salute before flipping around. Miranda and Cove simply watched in disbelief. Hold on, I'll go with you. You darted after her. You stood staring with the other two. Bye, Terry. You're making your mistake leaving your order with us. Wait, I can come too. Ooh, should we go with her? I mean, we might as well. Let me go ahead and save. There we go. We can't let her. Honestly, it'd probably be better if one of us did go with her, so Baxter's just like, oh, hello, stranger. At my house. Dave? Cove gave a halting yell, but he had no intention of stopping you. He just had more foresight than you in that instance. What are we supposed to do? What are we supposed to order for you then? Oh. You slowly paced way down and glanced over your shoulder. You called out. Oh shit, what do I want? Ooh, fried rice. Goo guy pun. Oh, I've never heard of that before. Spare ribs, teriyaki chicken. I want fried rice. Give me fried rice.
Alright.
Okay. He let you go, and you found when you looked ahead that Terry had stopped in her tracks. She waited for you after you announced your intention of going.
Thanks.
I knew you were a bud. Hell yeah. Moo guy pun. I've never heard of it before. I want to look it up. I'm gonna go look it up real quick. I want to see what that is. It's a maybe a tender slice of chicken, white button mushrooms, and other classic stir-fried vegetables, and bathed in delicious stir-fry. Oh, it's this stuff. Okay, I see it now. All right. Yeah, I get you. I think I'd still pick fried rice, but yeah, I see what it is now. The trip back wasn't long. You barely left your neighborhood before the announcement of this change of plans, but there was no time to lose. Together, you sped down the sidewalk, around the bend, and only in a few minutes you returned to the ever-familiar sloped street. Terry's feet took her halfway down the road, smack dab between your house and Cove's. It was a force of habit. Which is his? She asked the question so naturally, you almost missed realizing that she wouldn't have known where to go, even go if you hadn't decided to come after her, almost. Oh my gosh, she was gonna come here and she was gonna knock on every single person's door until she found Baxter. I mean, at least she'd know from, we gave her the description of what it looked like, so the person would open the door and she'd be like, ah, you're not monochrome, and she'd just leave. I usually eat it with white rice. Maybe she'll try that sometime. I'll have to remember that next time I go get some Chinese food. But you had come because you didn't want her to go alone. You wanted to see Baxter. It worked out for you both. This was more fun than waiting around. You let it slide. You didn't know why you'd done that. Terry got lucky. You're not monochrome. Exactly.
But yeah, I didn't want her to go alone. Stick together. Being able to help is what you were there for. You pointed a finger towards one of the rectangular houses back up higher on the hill that she'd passed right by. That's it. Ooh, glad you're here. Let's go. She hoofed it in reverse upwards to what had been the Forbidden Fortress. Ooh, forbidden. Though the former danger that haunted those halls had been released, and instead it was claimed by a proper gentleman. Terry fearlessly rang the doorbell. She never understood the true terror of the Donnells, but one might think there had been some hesitation in the action. After all, she was still approaching the home of someone so unfamiliar to her, she hadn't known which house it was. But they would have thought wrong. Terry remained fully confident in the decision. You stood at her side, with hardly more justification to be doing this. There he is! Once again, imagine Baxter comes out with rainbow clothes and Terry just keeps going. Never let him know your next move. The door opened and there was the man you'd met 30 minutes ago. Baxter had said goodbye for today when he'd left then. What an estimation of how long it'd be before you'd once again show him your face. Oh! He must have believed what he said, because seeing you raise his brow and put a questioning edge in an exclamation, why were you back? After the initial recognition, though, his features all smoothed out into his default expression. Lidded eyes and a curved smile.
My pleasure.
Dae, it's a pleasure to see you. And you? Baxter's head angled squarely at Terry. It was at a playful tilt. You weren't there before. He said, who are you? Still keeping his face turned to Terry, his deep brown eyes shifted towards you. They must be popular to have such a rotating collection of company. I expected as much. Baxter blinked, and it was as if he'd never taken focus from Terry or even a second. His attention was on her, so fixedly. He held out a hand decorated with sleek black rings to her, then gave a cordial introduction.
Nice to see you.
I am Baxter Ward. How nice to meet you. It was you. The offered hand received a spiritually slap, a side five, in place of a shake. I'm Terry, a friend of your neighbor's. His interest was piqued. Baxter far less subtly looked between the individuals making a house call, trying to gauge the motivation for it. With no hint to go off of, he settled for asking directly.
How are you?
I see. And what can I do for you? My neighbor and friend of my neighbor's? Ask Terry. This is her thing. It's the Terry's. Terry? Dae here and Cove, not here, talked about you moving in for the summer. It sounded cool to me. I decided to see you in your black and white hair myself. The reason people were unexpectedly at his doorstep had been revealed. Baxter's response to such an intrusion was pleased. He instinctively brushed a few strands of dyed hair, smiling all the while. Well, thank you. You sounded cool, and you are. Let's swap numbers.
Really?
This town is truly neighborly. I'm not from this place. Terry's reason for seeing him was far more tenuous than Baxter assumed. She didn't live in the neighborhood, or the one next past, or anywhere in Sunset Bird. She laughed heartily over it. Baxter snickered, much more wryly. Neither of them had a care in the world. Then it's this social circle from wherever they come that's so friendly. Even better. Does that mean I can have your number?
Certainly.
That would be excellent. Good, good. Terry pulled out her cracked cell. Oh, girl, take good care of your phone. Baxter did the same thing at the same time. His phone case was black and white. No surprise there. They hovered closer to each other, bent over their screens and tapping away. After a mistype or two, numbers were exchanged. Thank you. Welcome. You can have mine too. Would it be alright if I had your number? I want your number. She actually got your neighbor's number. Terry shouldn't be underestimated. She shouldn't be. When she puts her mind to something, she does it. You're glad Terry took his number. It might be useful and you didn't have to do it. You can have mine too. And I can add you to my contacts. I mean, we're neighbors after all. Baxter, you need some color. He has color. He has black and white. The two colors, you know? His head remained bowed, but his gaze lifted towards you. His cheeks went up as well in a sparkling smile. Of course, I'd love that. Baxter waited for you to get your own phone out and repeated his number. You got it down, then gave yours in return. The contact name on his list was Dae across the street with an exclamation point.
Perfect.
Do you know more than one day that you have to add across the street to my name? He slid his phone into his back pocket.
Honestly.
But I must admit, I was not expecting this vacation to go as well as it has. Rar, you better work. He ain't working. Even with a generous estimation of my sociability, I imagined I'd need a week or more to find someone to exchange numbers with. Instead, I have two new friends the very instant I arrived. Oh, Baxter, this isn't even all. Since you've seen me, Dae, and Cove, it's only a matter of time before you meet Miranda, too. And there's still Liz, obviously. Maybe even Lee will make an appearance. The news of yet more strangers being invited into Baxter's vacation had no invisible impact on him. He replied contented and calm. I look forward to all that. As you should. Now we need to make haste. There are other matters we must attend to. Lunch awaits? That was one way to put it. Baxter's formal tone seemed to be rubbing off on Terry.
See you.
Then I won't keep you. I hope to see you again soon, though. Please feel free to text or call anytime. Have a good day. Same. Bye, Baxter. Enjoy your day 2. See you later. Take care. Enjoy your day 2. Come on, Dae. I gotta get my fried rice. Dad, it's because you yelled at him for not bringing you guns in Sakuna. Dae, autocorrect. Oh my gosh. Listen, I ain't your daddy. I ain't none of your daddies. Like 2 shots, you went off up the road. Baxter didn't move an inch from the entryway as you left. Neither you nor Terry spoke on the race to the restaurant. The clock was ticking. Every second longer you took could be another drop in degrees for the warmth of your meal. You stopped to catch your breath only when you were under the shaded awning of the Chinese restaurant. Terry wiped her fully exposed forehead with her palm.
Finally.
Making friends works up an appetite. Yep, good thing we're about to eat. Have we made it in, everybody? Dae is now dad. No, I'm not your dad. I'm not your dad. Wait, what's that? That one meme where the one, is it a TikTok or is it Vine where like somebody like approaches a child like slapping their feet on the floor like Daddy? Do I look like? That's me right now. I'm the one going, do I look like? You entered the building together leisurely, pretending to be normal people who arrived for lunch in a totally reasonable way. Terry explained to the hostess up front that a table should be already prepared for her and you with 2 others. One who's short and in shorts, cute, freckled, big purple eyes, a lacy top. She's shy and probably didn't say much, but the hostess politely stopped Terry's babbling with the raise of a hand before she even began to describe Cove. That was plenty to get the idea across. You were directed towards the center of the dining area. Miranda and Cove were there, speaking quietly. In front of them was nothing more than 4 cups of water and a plate of 3 spring rolls. Spring rolls? Give me one! The dish was supposed to have 4. As sure as Baxter loved black and white, you knew it was Cove who ate the one that was missing. Even if food technically ended up in Cove's stomach before the 2 of you returned, an appetizer had to be cheating. Terry meant the main course, and it was not there. You could still take it as a win. She certainly did. Hey, we made it!
Hey!
Terry, Dae, hi! Creases lingering on Cove's face showed he'd been worrying about the results of the unexpected pit stop until the moment you both appeared. But since you'd strode up so victoriously, he was reassured enough to already joke about it. You barely made it, you know. We ordered a while ago, and this appetizer's already here. Ah, close, but making it is making it. Did my good friends get what I requested? The sudden premise of Terry's speech was lost on Miranda. She didn't understand that a bit of Baxter had been brought to the restaurant with the 2 of you. Yeah, I got it. Generous roast chicken for you and fried rice for Dae. Hell yeah!
You.
One of the empty seats was finally filled as Terry plopped down, satisfied after a job well done. You took the last remaining chair. So, did you actually see him and get his number? We did. Cove glanced your way, his wavy brows raised in surprise. "We" was clearly the word that was on his mind. You continued with comfortable ease. I got his number too.
Huh.
Wow. Wow. The group had settled into its usual rhythm when your proper meals arrived a few minutes later. You ate and talked, and not once did the topic return to that element of the unknown, Baxter Ward. He's a mystery. He's the cryptid of Sunset Bird. But he remained stuck in the corner of your mind. After many seasons in this sleepy town, you'd had expectations of what the summer of 2016 would look like. It had been all too easy to imagine. Sure, you'd graduate high school, your life wasn't going to be the same anymore, but it was too soon for that to warp the existence you had hoped for over a decade. At least you thought so. And yet there was Baxter. He was something you'd not counted in a single one of your vacation plans. You couldn't have until barely an hour ago. Now his number was on your phone. A new world one you had no grasp on was already poking its way into your old routine, and it had come in the form of a black and white ballroom dancer. You were lucky. The final days of familiar comfort had come, but the first sight beyond that was a charming young man asking you to spend time together. A new friend. The rest of the afternoon and even passed in a blink of an eye. When night fell, it was time to head home, and you parted ways with Miranda and Terry. You and Cove reached your neighborhood without event. It was late enough that your out-of-the-way street was dark and silent. You were walking tiredly after such a long day. You strolled with a skip in your step. You ambled along. Cove was giving you a piggyback ride home. We're skipping. Days like today, filled with good food and good company, left you feeling energized. As you walked alongside Cove, you peered at his face out of the corner of your eyes. You wonder why he felt so distant to you. It was out of character. For a while, Cove silently stared ahead and left you alone with your own thoughts. It surprised you when you did hear his voice all of a sudden. He still wouldn't look at you. It feels weird coming back to the neighborhood and trying to get into things like they're the same, and they're not. They've changed. They're still changing. Your mouth felt uncomfortably dry all of a sudden. It was true. The things that kept the people you knew together were starting to disappear. Each person had to make their own priorities and their own path now that it wasn't set for them. You thought about your own immediate future. You had been considering more and more, and the ideas were starting to settle in your mind. You hoped. Ooh. We hope. I'd like to go to school. And maybe to work part-time. And that was basics. For your career, you thought you'd... Ooh. Probably work online. I'd like to do that. Do contract work, yeah. That was all. For your education, you thought you'd... Ooh. Maybe university. That was all. And for that, you wanted to... go abroad, ooh. Maybe go... I guess try to stay local. But I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. It'll all be happening so soon. You already applied to schools and jobs, and you'd been open about your situation and everyone knew, and you'd only spoke about this with your family and those you were close to, like Cove. You've kept this all to yourself. Let's keep it to ourselves. No one knows. Now you wonder what Cove had in mind. You'd heard him consider some things for his future, but it was never anything that would have counted as a real plan. Making it back home, you both stopped in the middle of the street. Cove sighed. Cove looked at the ground for a moment. His mouth trembled, trying to settle on the right words to say.
So...
We're going to have to talk about it. In the future. He was right. It wasn't something the two of you could keep avoiding. You did your best to articulate what he could expect to see, and he listened quietly. Cove closed his eyes and nodded while he composed his thoughts. He looked at you when he lifted his head. I decided on something. Well, kind of. He smiled slightly and rubbed his arm, and then his expression grew more serious. I'm not going to decide on a school or career. Not this summer. I'm going to stay here, at least in Sunset Bird. I'll probably move out of my dad's place. I'll keep working my job, keep doing my volunteer stuff and everything else.
I don't know.
Maybe I'll know what I want for myself by fall or next year, or maybe I'll never have a plan. Life will continue on with whatever's happening. I'm not going to crush myself trying to have everything figured out by a timeline that someone else has set. I just can't do it. His brow furrowed. His tone was tense. It was clear how much expectations were weighing on him. I guess it'll be me and you, right here for a while longer. His eyes were glossy. You weren't going to be separated, and that meant a very great deal to him. Your plan sounds very you. The two of you will be in Sunset Bird together, so I'm not surprised things turned out like this. Cove laughed. All the tension and thoughts that had been weighing on him seemed to momentarily melt away. I'll see you tomorrow, Dae. I'm already looking forward to it. Night. He pulled you into an unexpected hug. It knocked the breath out of you. Yet couldn't have been a more reassuring feeling. You returned his embrace and stayed that way for as long as you could.
Good night.
Good night. He finally let go, giving you another smile. Then Cove started walking away, but you remained there, frozen in the middle of the street. You've watched him and wondered, how many more times will he be able to say that he'll see you tomorrow? You hoped for countless more times. Finally, you turned towards your own house. You vowed to yourself that you would make the most out of every moment you had this summer. Alright, and there we go. So that's a good place to end for today. We got the intro done, and now we have all of these moments we get to do next time. What's over here? Oh, this is Baxter stuff. See, thank you for purchasing Baxter stuff. See, here you can play 5 new moments that are on Baxter. He also has a special epilogue and some rewards to unlock. You will need to fulfill these conditions. Play through all 5 of Baxter's Step 3 moments. To do so, you must choose to be fond or crushed with Baxter in Step 3. Choosing indifferent will lock Baxter's Step 3 moments in epilogue. Yeah, that makes sense. You must also include Baxter during the hang moment in Step 3, which can be accessed from both Cove's Step 3 moments and Baxter's. Okay, so yeah, he has to be involved. That makes sense. Then you will have the option to play Baxter Epilogue during Step 4. You can only have one epilogue per playthrough. You can make a save on the epilogue selection page to reload there, and or pick another later. Baxter's DLC can be a friendship or romance start. Okay, cool. Well, when we get to the epilogue, it's gonna be the romance. Let's see. Sightseeing, hang, drinks, mountain, planning. Oh, mountain? We going to the mountains? Hell yeah. I live in the mountains. Well, I live in the woods, but mountains are nearby. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, I already saved, right? Yes, I did. Okay, good, good. And then summer ended. We just ended right there. But no, summer's not over yet. We will pick this back up next week. I think I have it scheduled on... When do I have it scheduled? Let's see, calendar. Where's my calendar at? Let me go ahead and go over here. There we go. Oh, exactly. No, not a week from now. It's on Wednesday that I have it scheduled. Okay, so we'll come back to Our Life on Wednesday. I'm not sure if we'll have enough time to finish up the entire step 3 that day, but we will get a good chunk in it. You know, we'll make a good progress, you know? Oh yeah. Alright, let me go ahead and find somebody to raid. I will check to see if BB works after we end. I want to see if maybe... I wonder if it's the game that makes BB not speak. That could be it. Okay, let's see. Alright, Shaggy. Our boy Shaggy, our bud Shaggy is playing Overwatch. So if you guys are interested in that, we'll go say hi to Shaggy. I rarely get to raid Shaggy. It's always him raiding me. But today I'm ready. I've got him now. He can't escape me. But yeah, I thank you guys so much for hanging out with me today. It is Friday, so I will not be seeing you guys on the weekend. I'll be there in the Discord and on Twitter. So if you guys would like to join the Discord or the Twitter, feel free. If not, that's cool too. I will be back on Monday, but the Discord and the Twitter is a good way to see the schedule for the week, so if you're interested to see like what's going on, when the streams are happening, what games are being played, they're all there. But like I said, it's over on... It depends on you guys' comfort with that, so yeah. I know some of you guys are already following the Twitter and the Discord anyway, so it's all good. But yeah. But alrighty. I hope you guys have a good rest of your day or night, wherever you are in the world. And I'll see you guys back on Monday. So be sure to have some fun over the weekend. So you can tell me all about it when we meet up again. I'll tell you guys what I got up to. I think I'm going to go see a movie tomorrow. So I'm going to see. I'm not sure if we're going to watch a Spider-Verse movie or if we're going to watch The Little Mermaid. But we'll see. We'll see. But yeah. Take care, guys. Stay safe. Bye-bye.